sure have been thinking about that. Lost my virginity with a soft dick. Y'all might be thinking, wow, that's been like a whole. You're wrong. All it takes is a girl that really gets deep enough and keeps drinking. She makes it. I was 17, she was 22, and she knew what she wanted. Between me and whiskey, though, we figured it out. All right, well, she got a big pop. Thank y'all so much.
Welcome to the show, Seth. I love your accent. I never heard it since you did the narration of the Big Mouse game.
Yes, sir. Last time I was on, you said the same thing. Yes, sir.
Really? You not before?
About a year and a half ago, yeah, it's maybe 8 times on stage. They've been coming about 16, 18 years.
Just 3?
No, last time I was on. Yes, sir.
Unbelievable voice.
Thank you.
Both your voice and your jokes. Talk us honestly. So what's been going on? Tell us about your life. What are you doing for work right now?
I work at a dispensary, which is pretty funny because I work 3 people. But I went to a.
That you work for being legal every time it's on the way. I'm not talking like at all. I'm a simple man. I make my eggs and bacon from my camouflage hat into Rothschild'S. This walking eagle of America keeps us safe. And I would consider myself a true patriot.
Yes, sir.
When I'm not making myself breakfast, feeding my dogs, and invading the Capitol.
Yes, sir. I do support the weeds. I feel like I'm 29. I'm too old. I was so scared. It's I quit smoking because I went on stage after smoking. What's going on? I was so scared.
You know those jokes that you had. Anybody got some heroin in this bitch? I know this is not for to support people, but kill yourself. Over it, son. Look like you're starting to come over here. I don't know why I can let fellas talk to me like that. Here's my wife. It's her birthday. Make her feel good. You've seen those videos, huh? I was watching them. I work at a weed dispenser. What do you know? What does a guy like to send you for? You look like a man of many hobbies.
I like moving guns.
Straight out of my impression of building guns. Oh, I'm sorry about He's also sorry for disrespecting our art form and holding them sideways every time he hits it.
So whenever I first moved down here, I called one of the shit and I said, hey, y'all, I got a gun on my head. Y'all got pistols yet? I was like, if I got a gun on my head, I found somebody to give my gun to. And they said, oh. And I was like, this would Texas.
Only one person in the mothership allows to have a gun in this place, and that person is me, Madness. What's your love life like?
It's going all right. I actually just this past weekend seen all kinds of weird shit, suicidal shit. I'm like, I got a gun. I was like, man, I got maybe 6.5 minutes. 15 pounds still left. I don't know why you accuse something for that. I think I'm over it. We're going on
How much bad do you have?
I'll be honest, I'll be honest.
She was suicidal, so you broke up with her? What an unbelievable boyfriend. Man of the year.
I avoided her for a few days. these eggs. Forget how big they are.
What else do you do? I'm gonna have a hobby for you.
I like to go fishing. I've been fishing since we were there.
We already knew that.
Let's see. I'm over around 60 acres with homeless people. It's kind of funny. I feel like you're not a common house unless you visit the family. Just taking a look at all the dirt back here. What's going on? It's just, it's a lot.
Those of you that listen to the show far away, let me tell you, right behind us, directly behind us, about 15 feet behind us, vegetables. Crazy. Oh, this Redman's one part of the grab some check.
Any homeless at all? Oh, yeah, sure I do.
What's your family like? Are they real really good still?
Yeah, I come from a long line of gracious people.
Oh,
Great. I remember whenever I was on the show last, Jim Patterson called me up and he said, "You've got a good slate on the board."
yeah.
And for the next 2 months, every time I called my name, it's like, "What's up, slap on the voice?" I'm like, "You can't. No, it's his. You can't say that. That's."
I can imagine your dad.
Oh, it's great. He also had a deeper voice. I used to smoke 3 packs a day, so this ain't all natural. Marlboro Red.
I thought you were 181. Sorry.
Somebody did leave. Somebody did leave the family. Before menthols and free president, I smoked everyone. I really should work. Right now, it's a cool.
Real quick before I let you out of here, this sock that she puked was 70 or 17. She was 22. How did that end up happening?
It was my sister's friend. We got drunk. I was at her house. I fucked her in the house. My sister's friend.
You have a voice like you would lose your virginity to your sister.
You ain't wrong. You're wrong. Kentucky, yes, sir.
Amazing. And why was your big stop? What you were drunk to?
I had a fifth of whiskey. That was, we figured it out eventually, but it's, I have an innate tolerance for whiskey. Don't make any sense. It's, I get free races on the clubs around here. 2 weeks ago, I had a full, maybe 750. I don't even know. I've never had a hangover, so I'm not learning lessons. I wish I could. The only hangover I've ever had was from tequila. Wow. It's not interesting at all. I'm sorry.
It's good when the people watching the show actually fall asleep watching it because that means that we get the entire view that just stays on and then it rolls and then they have to watch it again. So we get 2 views by having someone on like you early on in the episode. I am a businessman on top of a host and a comedian and a roaster. So, alright, we'll be back here with a 1/8 normal size black jumbo. There you go. There you go. That's the shepherd, everybody. On to the next one we go. Oh my goodness, look who it is, everyone. The lovely Heidi, everybody. Live in the flesh. Go to HeidiRegina.com. Check out our podcast, Love on the Line. Also, check out the Real Tony Band on YouTube. They have a new show, Find You Part 2. They have a new songs. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. You know, when we started this thing, it seemed like we had to figure it all out on our own. Everybody said, who's going to want to buy tickets to an open mic that they could possibly watch on YouTube for free? Filming schedule, logos, it was all overwhelming. And then one day, we introduced a new decision that needed to do. So when you're starting off with something new, it seems like your to-do list keeps growing every day with new tasks. And the list can easily begin to overrun your life. Finding the right tool that not only helps you out, but simplifies everything. It's such a game changer for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. And Shopify is a business tool out there. It's the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. And 10% of all e-commerce is the U.S. Household names like Mattel and Gymshark, the brands just getting started. Great. Start with your own designs. You need hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style, accelerate your efficiency, whether you're uploading new products or trying to improve existing ones. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even enhance your product photography straight up just on the edge of our seats, much like seat popping. So 6 months in the game, how old are you?
30.
What made you want to start 6 months?
I was thinking about what I wanted to do with my life because I was working at Amazon all this time. And I said, what kind of life do I want to live? And that's a lot of what I watched it.
I like the optimism.
If I could put 8 to 10 hours a day into one of those things, as a comedy, I think is the one thing that I could see myself working really hard on.
What came in second space to stand-up comedy? Was it being a rock star? Were you about to go buy? Did you want to go to a guitar center or something like that? Buy a guitar? Like what was the?
I think I don't think there was no second place. It kind of just comedy was like the only thing I could see myself doing long term and working really hard on for next week.
What was your percent?
With my parents, when I did the DNA test, it's like 35% needed. That's it.
How much percentage will be on your actual official high school years? 35%. No, so it's on the web. Very cool. What do your parents do? Mom's a stay-at-home mom or dad? Am I right?
Mom's on disability. Dad's keep track of her.
Right there, actually. Yeah. What kind of disability does your mom have?
Schizophrenia.
Oh, has that affected you a lot as a kid?
Honestly, it's very like low key. She has voices in her head, but she handles it well. So she's not.
We speak Spanish.
I never thought to ask.
What do you say to the Super Bowl halftime show? I'm just curious. Your mother translates the halftime show. I don't know what happened. I was watching the TikTok halftime show, so
I would have to ask her.
but nothing too nuts that she's ever done. Any big break meltdowns, downhill days, nothing you ever said.
No, it's just her. Like if she has like an episode, it's just really small. Her having an episode.
Episode of telenovela. What do you call it?
It's more like she's talking to herself, and I'm like, what's going on?
That makes sense. Dad's cool. You and Dad are pretty close.
Me and Dad are close. Like,
What is it? Go ahead.
my parents got separated when I was like in second grade, but he lives in the same town, and I see him like pretty often.
Well, which part of your brother did you separate from? That's a good question.
Yeah, her main personality, I think, but supposedly it changes over time.
Does she live by herself now, or does she have a kid?
No, she lives by herself for like the last 2 years.
What do you do?
Oh yeah, well she took us with her too, so there's like a whole.
You still live with mom?
Not anymore. I moved to Boston actually.
You live by yourself?
I live by myself.
How are you able to afford that apartment now that you still work at Amazon?
So I was working at Amazon in California, and then I just I said, you know what? I looked up the cost of living in Boston. I said, you know what? I could pull out my savings, go to Boston, find a job, and then last for like as long as I need to last, until like my comedy skills grow.
Let me ask you this. How much money do you want to save?
About 14,000.
Very good. What's your rent?
So like 575. I live in a travel trailer. I don't really
Wow, Julie, do you have any hobbies or anything like that?
sometimes I write things other than comedy, like I like to write poetry, sometimes I sing, draw, and
What else? Like I said about the Stephen Hawking thing, you have a very funny brain. I think you're just gonna keep getting better. I don't think there's anything that's stopping you. I see it. I've been doing this way too long. I know what it's like. It's the premise of the extension of stability. That's who you are right now. It's incredible. Sign up again. Here's the big one. All right. Your next comedian was here. You know him. He became famous for talking about bags and boxes. This is a brand new minute from Jay Legend, everybody.
She was telling me how she was in a different clubhouse and how she identified as a gay male. It was a crazy sentence to hear. But I'm a super chill guy. I didn't overreact. Like, if it's how you feel, so they everybody gonna call you what you want to be called. But he let them know before we go out, what's only important thing for me and you. That's gonna be a problem. We still do this because they do that. Especially when they bring money. For real. If they are rich men, they gonna pay for this shit. Totally and all. Really still give respect to fucking people because you don't know who you want to be in life. That's not my responsibility. And I refuse to deal with it. Pissed me off the most was they got up when it was time to order. So now I'm like to come back to the table because the waiter take the order. He's like, sir, what you like? I'm ordering a confidence. Then he's like, what about your guests? I'm like, I don't know what they want. He said, hey, you expecting 4 people? I was like, no, it's just one dip. He said, one dip? I said, yes, nigga, one dip. What the fuck I just said? I'm confused too. Like, yo, figure this shit out for real. Because at this point, it's our first step and we're losing.
Oh, absolutely. This is the problem. Everybody just camera. Like I said, I just want to say that.
Appreciate it, guys.
Ice is on their way now. We're calling for peace. Yes, there he is, watching with a watchful eye over there. Jay, how's life going?
Yeah, it's going good, man. I'm fucking just working here all the time, making sure y'all stairs is in order before y'all get in here. Taking out the trash when y'all leave. All y'all see is on the fucking floor. Stop that shit. Y'all laugh.
He's got to do it. The great poor guy and stuff with mother shit. Jay, what's your personal life like? What are you doing out there? You live by yourself?
I don't know. So I have a household. So I got a baby mama out with. She live with me. And I got my 2 kids, and that's why she live with me.
So you're not with the baby mama, but she lives with you.
Yeah, I'm here on the field, and she's here because I come out work nights, so I need somebody to take care of the kids.
You have 2 kids with her. Okay.
Baby mama before you ask.
Yeah. But you don't. That was my next question. But you don't hook up with her at all.
No, that's so toxic. I'm scared. I'm scared. If another kid happened, I'm like, shut up. So, yeah, I ain't the captain now. I should. Maybe I should work more on it anyway. No, that's part.
When you say it's a toxic relationship, can you give us some examples of what you mean exactly?
Okay, so she got this super aggressive personality where she can't be happy about shit in life. And somebody damn old. Yeah, I already wrote, but it's on the way. Yeah, but I'm trying to make things happen because I'm a comedian. I like laughing and shit. And she be like, no, I'm cool with being depressed. And that can make it a toxic house. So especially when you pay all the bills and you expect somebody to be happy with that, and she comes and like, oh, you want the lights on? Well, bitch, I paid the bills here. I get to fuck you, mom. Now you gonna sleep in the light. house is quiet. You gotta think about the podcast, dumbass.
Switch 48 we're on to. I got a question. Was the rise of your relationship with your baby mother?
What was the demise? It always switched to the crazy shit. I thought it would get better. Like I was just telling the guy, I was like, I don't want to just walk out and do what my dad did. We can't do it repeat shit. So I'm like, let's stick around and see if it worked out. And then I could like try to talk greatness into her. But then after a while, like now, I'm talking to a wall. And kind of just be like, all right, we're not gonna figure this out. So we just go our separate ways.
Now, was she the one that famously left you?
As it was, it's, you know, she was the one making me so before. That was how much I tried.
I remember the legendary song, but then you moved back in.
Well, she moved back in.
She,
She, I want people to get this straight too, because I ain't doing anything wrong. She did with me. Like, you never took my coat. You never did. I'm not one of those young kids that ain't doing that stuff.
I mean, thank you for trying so hard to be a good father. Incredible. It's like when you see like an Asian basketball player or something. Like the opposite is stereotype. Like, how did that Asian do that? And we know that Asians are good at like ping pong. You guys are good at walking out.
Breaking down barriers every day.
Incredible.
Like Jackie Robinson, women ass.
Jackie Robinson with the Jackie comment. Jay, anything else crazy in life going on?
I mean, I got some bad shit. You know, like the blackest shit about me is I was almost sold for crack as a baby. That was insane. Yeah, so I had 17-year-old parents, and they left me with my crackhead grandma, and then they came back to work at Burger King, and my mom was like, "Where's my baby?" And trying to get that answer from the crackhead is pretty hard. And my dad was a crack dealer, so he knew all the hot spots. So he was like, "You chill out, I'm gonna go find him." He came back like 2 hours later with me. That's a crazy fucking.
That is crazy.
I could have been with a better family. How much did they try to do? I don't know, man. I think it was like two fucking dime bags or whatever. Which back then, I was born in the '90s, so I feel like with inflation, those were like $8, which is a lot of money.
There she is.
That was good shit.
What up, girl?
This nigga crap, man.
Are you ready for me?
Already.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. To everybody out there who's ready to see one of the greatest bowling performances in the history of humankind, I've got my girl, Miss Aquarius, here. She's going to show us all how it's done because she has an invitation.
Okay. How your day been?
Alright, let's see what she did. What did she do? Oh, girl. Nice spare.
Thanks.
You're welcome. How was your day?
How was your? It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Extremely
That's
lovely.
good. Oh my
Lovely.
God, where did it go?
Did you get your nails done?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
How was
I
it?
did.
How was that?
That was good. Then went to go eat some lunch and then we came home.
Excellent. This
Yeah,
is a
we've
tough.
been right at it, ever since we got home. So far, that was good. We got home just in time.
Excellent. This is a tough shot, Mr. Aquarius. Get two. Okay,
I,
that's all
I
right.
know.
That's all right. Now look at this. Garbage.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
They shouldn't even make me throw this one. They should know this is guaranteed.
Right.
Look at these three. 1, 2, 3. They're all going down. Get it. Ooh, and she put some curve on that. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was terrible. One of the worst throws I could have had.
You got this.
Garbage. Garbage, Miss Aquarius. Oh, no.
It's okay. You got it. All right. Still winning.
Not now. Look at this girl. She takes a big old lead.
Yeah.
Get it.
Rabbi, you got this.
No doubt I've got it.
Strike.
No doubt I've got it. Come on. Give me these two. This is one of the most difficult shots in the game. No. Miss Aquarius is cruising to a lead. Just like we said, she was putting up numbers today. Huge numbers. Look at this. Look at this. She's got 68.
Well, I'm gonna get that one. Get something. There we go. Got one. Come on, Rabbi. Got a strike. Strike.
That was not good. That was not good. Give me this. Boom. Everybody, everywhere, knows Miss Aquarius is the champion. Miss Aquarius is the champion. All right.
It's got turn.
Oh, for sure, Miss Aquarius. No doubt. No doubt. I don't doubt it. I know you don't doubt it.
No.
The president of Plato doesn't doubt it. Everybody knows. Oh, get one more. Get one more. You got it. You got it.
No,
Oh.
I know I couldn't get it too close. Come on, Rabbi, you got it. Come on. Strike.
Okay. This is tough. No. All right, you've got to get these two. I know you've got them.
Nope.
Ooh.
You got it, Rabbi.
No
Let's
doubt.
Go.
No doubt. They shouldn't even make me throw this. They should know. Guaranteed. Oh, no. Unguaranteed. All right, but here we go. No.
Difficult shot. Right, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yes, you got a strike.
That's right.
There you go. Get in there.
Oh, look at you matching. Look at this, folks. This girl just matching away. Give it to me.
Come on, Rabbi. Do it.
Nope. Now, this is one of the most incredibly difficult shots in the game. Give it to me. Oh,
Oh.
how did I get the one but not the other? Garbage. All right, folks, look at Miss Aquarius here. She's getting big amounts. She takes the lead. Get it. All right, folks.
Come on, Rabbi.
She made it
Let's
tough.
go, Rabbi. Let's go.
Get it. We tied.
Yes, let's go. Yes.
We tied.
Go. Yes, get it. Get this
For the win.
Yes.
FTW for the win. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
And another strike.
And another one.
You win, I win.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yeah.
Yay is
Hey,
right.
yeah.
Excellent job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. You too, Rabbi.
Thank you, madam.
I'll
Sweet.
be back to go to sleep on my iPad, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty.
Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. 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 Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody listen to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Hey, everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Everybody shout out to Miss Aquarius. Go play like a champ, son.
You are very charismatic. Did you happen to hear any weird noises while you were here? Did you notice?
See, I like the fucking fire detector. I don't change the batteries on purpose. It's like white noise to me. It's like a little. It's really weird. It's just happened to me, you know.
But yeah, it's white noise to you because it's a black
No, it's
noise.
not.
Jay, you already have a big notebook, right? Fill it up?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, here's another one. Change my note. Get the black one. Little like baby notebook. Say that again, everybody. On to the next one. We're flying through it tonight. Your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Derek Larson. Everyone, make noise for Derek Larson.
What's up, guys? I'm not from Texas. When I first moved here, I thought it was gonna have to look like the Texas lingo. So I started saying things like howdy, and redneck, and yeehaw. For some people say yeehaw. Yeah, I'm not pretty quick. That's not how people talk in Austin. People here, they say things like old and progressive. And if you live here long enough, they'll say you kind of suck. Like the other day, this person walks by, and I told my buddy, hey, dude, check out the album I did them. Yeah, I go pocket protein. Yeah. To be honest with you guys, after using it a couple times, it starts to taste kind of weird. But hey, a chef should never appears on a recipe, am I right, fellas? Yeah, my pocket pussy's also brown, so you know when I'm using it, I'm yelling yeehaw. I hooked up with this girl recently. Talk about a heavy sleeper.
Thank you, Derek Larson. All right. Is this your first time on the show, Derek?
Yes, sir.
Oh, welcome. How long have you been in stand-up?
Like 7 years on and off. Yeah.
When did you move here?
3 years ago.
Where'd you come from?
Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Does it say anything here?
Yeah, it's once every 2 months. I said Wichita. He said, where did you go? Where did you come from? Hot night show. Autism is spreading through the United States of America. It's an epidemic. Derek, Wichita, Kansas. And what do you do for work?
I am a roof access technician, so I clean high rises on roofs. Like tinted windows, maintenance on roofs.
Very nice. What's the highest you've ever been in a building?
On the one on the radio, it's one of the radio station buildings. It's 45 stories. And it has an overhang, which is it was super easy to talk about. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Oh my God, I'm just like animals. You're fucking me. What the fuck? I'm doing. Yes, stop like you.
I should have, but I feel like that would be more disrespectful. You know, like if you're like, the front of the joke instead of the back of the bus.
Nick, tell us more about your life. What is this here? You look like you could be fucking Henry.
I've been told I look ambiguous. I don't fucking hate it. I'm 100% Mexican.
Like a big mouth character for sure.
I fucking wish, dude. I still going on with you, buddy. I fucking wish I told you get pussy.
Wow. So you're 100% Mexican?
Yeah.
What are your parents like?
They are dead.
Wow. How did they die?
My mom had fucking brain aneurysm.
How did your dad die?
My dad died, dude. Funny story, guys. I tried to kill myself one time, and my dad was on dialysis. So one day he woke up having a heart attack, and I was still overdosing or like high on Xanax. So I had to drive him like 120 miles an hour to like 30-minute away hospital. Took the whole turn.
That's one of the most amazing answers to a question I've ever gotten on the show. So, how long ago did that happen?
That was in 2018.
2018. So, I'd imagine you felt a lot of guilt.
Oh yeah, it definitely didn't help at all. I was high the whole time. You know how annoying it is to be woken up and all my parents imagine being like stone high off of Xanax. Your dad's been having a heart attack. What are you talking about, dude? I was freaking out and I hated it, so I just delved into it more, like jail and shit.
Right? I think it's still a lot worse than fucking out.
Yeah,
That's how you feel.
that's why I go to church now.
Do you go to church now?
No, that's a lie.
Oh, okay. You're a funny guy, Nick. That's what it takes. It takes a lot of darkness to get you dead parents. It's always very funny.
I agree. Everybody should kill their parents.
Yeah, if you want to make it big, you do what you love. Right. Amazing. What else? What other trauma do you have in life? So you said your parents were dead. Like it was nothing.
I actually really shit on trauma because of a bunch of bullshit. This girl one time, I took her to go see Sam Talent at my university football game and told me she was cheating on me. And then said, I asked her why, and she goes, I just find it more attractive to do it every way possible. So I lost like 100 pounds. And it started being fucking gross.
You started being really mean to girls. Not in what way?
Like, I don't know, man, apparently I'm not supposed to bring up the comics because it makes it kind of weird.
Like sports or something.
It definitely, yeah, dude. Touche. Wait, you know what touche means? I'm just, you know what? I'll send you a letter when I'm like, God damn it, I'm not reading it.
Amazing. Nick, before I let you go,
This will be the first time I walk before you do, man.
and I think it's something you said as much as you can. You had the light to it. Even though I'm the way you do, I didn't know that something sparked you to be funny. There's other shit. suicidal. Now, you want to live. It's like, Nick Cano, I love your style, love your jokes, amazing stuff. Here's a big joke book. Great stuff. Well, this is very exciting. This looks like a new name. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Randolph Babies, everybody. Randolph.
No way. No way. No way. That's what I said when my missus told me she farted in my mouth while I was asleep. I was on the road with County Roads for about 35 years. You see a lot of stuff. You get a lot of things get you down to tense. Try to get a massage from time to time. Went to this place to get a massage from this girl. She started having too many seizures. Didn't even want to stop. Used her. So I got a new girl, bigger girl. It's bad, like I say. She was getting a massage, getting relaxed, fell asleep. I wake up. She grabs some big sort of at first I was like, sorry about that. I couldn't control the asshole. I said, my bad ass. It's like, she didn't get out. I'm the fuck. That's what she said. I said, I don't know why. I don't know why you do. You check yourself in. If you're problematic, it's not going to help your views. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go online and say it's you. It's super honest. I love that.
Incredible, unbelievable execution, grading, timing, beats, and all seem genuine. The cowboy hat doesn't fit. You're the top tier man. But you seem like you got a lot of stories, pal. What was working with your counting throws for that long line?
Basically, the attitude of drugs, opportunities, one time we were in New Jersey, there was a regular massage parlor, and you can always tell it's not, marquee, it's just a little bit more down, kind of like the York side, we get in there and right away, I don't want to do the accent, but who was, she said something I didn't understand, and I knew what it meant, though, you know what I'm saying? There was a twinkle in her eye. She was down cloud. So Adam and I went in, they went in one room, so we'd be in there together. Long story short, we both got jerked off at the same time. And this was 2 days before Christmas. I learned I was part of when I said, boy, this is quite the longest I've ever seen.
Randolph Babies was a ride to the kill Tony Amers. I've noticed that almost every one of your jokes and stories revolves around getting a massage.
We left, it's hard for me to relax. It's the only way for me to shut down mentally and physically. So we can get on to the next course life. Free Brady 69 if you
made you want to know more of you? 55. What made you want to start stand up here on Philly tonight at 55?
Well, you know, life is crazy. I've been to make it for the past 14 years. My wife and ex-wife became friends. A winery. Sounds like a jokey beverage establishment. It's actually confirmed the things and shit. But my point is, you know, I just travel everywhere. Just figuring, you know, shit. Looking at it, they gave me the right stuff, buddy. I like her.
This is obvious. How long were you doing those things before you said actually?
I was still living on pop quizzes on the show.
I just want to kind of
It's one of those things again. Just get to the point. That's what I was saying. I got so many stories. Nobody reads books. There's some like you see, I'm not a guy is it, this is always coming up with counseling things. So there's a lot of questions from my side. So I just, yeah, there's really what's going on there. Oh, yeah. I was at seriously too. So, but yeah, so, spoken word. You guys want to hit me? Something I can get into a little bit of some poetry next time.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. I can listen to you and talk to you all day, Randolph Davies. Whatever.
Something we can't eat. But also the illustrative sponsorship.
Randolph Davies. So he named him Randolph Davies.
When I was driving drunk again down the 405, I couldn't quite remember if I wanted to be alive. So I opened up a book. I remember when Kevin said, Peter Pan. He said, give me all them boys. Give me all them girls. I'm going to take them to the lake and watch them swim down into the ocean. Deep inside the ocean. Robbie sharks. Look out. Big old fish and trout. Maybe we can get back to land. Find my friend's dad. He has the drugs. Stan always has drugs. I'll tell you this much. Stan gave me a bill one time. I danced with a coconut tree for an hour and a half. Ooh, she could move. She could move. One thing I learned in this life, at 55 years old, is that even through a pandemic, so throw that heated butter in the trash. It ain't good no more. It ain't good no more. I'm allergic to gluten, by the way. Thank you so much. That's it. Baby.
Randolph, I gotta tell you, every once in a while, an absolute saint comes around. My friend, you run the new and cool that's like a winner here. Randolph Davies, ladies and gentlemen, an absolute phenom. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Randolph in the very near future. Absolutely incredible. All right. Well, you guys catch that. Let's get through it together. Hell yeah. That from lower to the charcuterie board, there's three types of cream and meat at this party. Pat, what is your love life like? You seem like you kind of got almost anything. At the dating game, doing that thing lately where you whack off for hours before finishing. Tell us about that. What's that? What's it called again? Oh yeah, Coke. Doing a lot of cocaine. Come on, Coke. Incredible. Where are you? How often are you doing cocaine? No, not anymore. Not anymore. Jeez. Oh, I heard it go to sleep. Yes. You're such a funny guy. Are you getting on stage a lot here? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I got fired 2 weeks ago. Fired from, like a mortgage company. Due to get fired. I understand the nature of the show, but I like a separate thing where I'm getting paid, so I literally cannot. Like Dan, I'm sorry. No, it's great. No, I love it. Saying I understand the nature of the show, but I was thing is actually the best answer I think I've ever gotten. I can't make all this. I'm sorry. Fantastic. We already love it. You can't actually love it. Tell us something else crazy about your life. How did you end up like this? Were your parents dead too? My dad is. Yes, yeah. There you go. He was a door. How did your dad die? Liver cirrhosis at age 40. Oh, wow. My God. How much was he drinking? A lot. Yeah. All day? Yes. Yes. Man, I like to have a few drinks a night. It's scary. I love drinking. It's amazing. How old was he when he had you? How old were you when he died? 16, I think. How old are you now? 16. Somehow still look 16. You walk in at 29. Perfect. 20. Yeah, they got you might not be able to hear it over the podcast, but the entire crowd just gasped. And all said different words. A lot of fun. Jesus, a very rude audience. Make these fuckers laugh. That you are absolutely hilarious. We love you here on the show. Have you won more than anything in the world? Really? Well, you're the only one I have up here with. I won't disappoint you. I won't bother you. You know, we got another one. Fuck you, Pat. Yeah, you don't want to invite him to do this speaking show? All right, well, can you do it on the mic? There you go. It's got to go. Of course, yes, I completely agree. I completely agree. It takes a lot to do that as a normal white guy nowadays. And he's always absolutely knocks it out of the park. How about one more time for Patty? Yeah, everybody. There are only winners on this show that leave a mail. Sometimes we get squeezed them into the show. And then there are regulars, ladies and gentlemen. Your next comedian is a regular. There's a big difference between regulars and golden ticket winners. Regulars have to write a new minute every single week. This is one of those guys. He was once the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Now he is the Dark Storm pulled up, I don't know, I don't know, it was something that I commented. Yeah. What do you think? I said original. I said authentic. I said something else. Yeah, you said I was really funny. It was a great written joke. It was authentic, and this is a real comment. I know that's because I said to my mom's movie. So, yes, it does. But it also gives everybody the opportunity to say something. He didn't come to say, I was like, oh, I said, that brother, just randomly, I saw this. You don't always see that. So, not just because you're black, you're funny that because you're married, that we shoot this. You know what I mean? The headliner, man. Marvel's old. Yeah. 45 minutes in the wrong direction. Pretty sure 45 minutes any direction, and obviously that was I see what I got in the airport. Because you need to get the fuck over. That shit was terrifying. I thought we were going to get pulled over the whole time. And I don't want to get. Because the cops in Texas, these niggas is like fourth generation cops. Like, they like, my daddy was here, his daddy was here. And I don't want no nigga with the athletic ability to see that I'm doing crime. And just let y'all know, these niggas see me police, okay? Well, yeah. Shut up. Oh, bitch. Well, y'all good. Y'all good. Talk about the other one. What's the worst running with the cops that you've had? Shit, nigga. Easy. Damn. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do deserve to get caught doing crime. Wow. So we was stealing from like a gas station when we was kids. And we thought we could run away, but they don't teach you as a kid you can't outrun a cop car. And that nigga just pulled over, they pulled me and my brothers over there, like slammed us on the ground. We were like 7, 8 years old. And the whole time he was like, what did you say? I was like, oh, nigga, I'll take some gun. And he was like, bro, I just killed pockets and I didn't see that time. Like, maybe my Cheetos in one pocket. So I was like, nigga, that's the easiest. They saw me. I wasn't a good stealer. So I started selling drugs. Selling drugs at 7 or 8 years old. Yeah, they need them. Amazing. Cedric is from Atlanta, Georgia, and history in Atlanta. I think I want to talk about it. You did. We did the Bible school one time, and I came out to show my six hours, brought me out to the Bible school, and then I did that Oreo joke that you said. But when I walked back, I said, look, this guy laughed at your joke, so I cried in the green room until you walked back in, because I was laughing at your joke. Yeah. I was good then, too. And, no, this is it. I'm telling you, this is serious, because you just popped up one time. Yeah, I tell her like, and the fact that this was the second time that I listened or heard you tell jokes, and I appreciate it. This is God's appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I appreciate what you've been doing for the longest time, because I haven't been with Life is going a long time. That was a long time ago. Because he was pissed off because he wanted the Cowboys to lose so you could talk shit to Charlamagne the God. I'm sorry, Charlamagne. We're at odds with each other. Trevor Wallace, what is it like to be inside of an Oreo cookie right now? You got Death Comedy Jam to your sides and Blind Comedy Jam behind. Cedric, you are the puppet man. We're going to keep it moving. Cedric, onward we go. Ah, look at this name. This looks new and interesting. Make some noise for your next fucking boy, ladies and gentlemen. It is Vincenzo Marazio. Vincenzo Marazio.
I got a confession to make, guys. The first time I ever heard of LGBTQ plus, thought it was like a fancy way of saying I want everything on my burger. Turns out it's a fancy way of saying you love everything up your ass. It's wild. I was like, where's the city, bitch? When does it show up? I'm way hungrier and a lot more gay now. Yeah, I really didn't know that guy was gay until about a week later. He texted me, he was like, do you want to go to a Dallas Cowboys football game? That was it. That did it. Alright, that's been my time. Thank you guys. Interesting way to come out of class and have a seat. When she just opened up with us, that just got different.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was almost all gay sandwich theme. First joke was about a burger, the next one was about a sandwich. What gay jokes?
Not gay, and if you want to know something crazy, I've only ever eaten black pussy.
Really?
Slept with white girls. Never got around to it.
How did you get around to eating a black pussy?
I took a lot of lectures.
A lot of
I like
and your season.
lots of flavors.
So, they black pussies. And why do I feel like you're talking about actual cats?
Well, 3 dozen, but yeah, definitely.
3 dozen black pussies? You know how many a dozen is?
Where do you chicks that look good with the black? I think you can say it. Some of them do, though. It's times.
You think you've eaten 36 black pussies?
100%.
And not one white one? How many white women do you think you've had sex with?
Not a lot. Less than 10.
Less than 10. How many black women do you think you've had sex with? Where are you now? Going to some solution of marrying us? Genesis so sweet.
Rock the berry. Sweet as you.
Yes, we say it's black pussy. Oh, come on, that's Sri Lanka. Let's do it to the one. Wu-Tang Clan team. All right, well,
You get the colors.
oh, you know what? Let's end this game. Jesus Christ almighty, this show's out of fucking control. You wonder how many black pussies ran on DDC. So, how many black pussies? We can talk about it. Stay that way. How many black pussies that way? Just the shut the fuck up. What do you do for work?
I look all of them.
Oh, you work for a fucking gas company. You're a door guy there? Okay, what did you do for that?
I sell sports cards and Pokemon cards and stuff like that. Yeah, I got you black pussy. Bitch. I got a supplier for the local news.
You've been on the show before, correct? So we find out during that interview.
Just that I got lost almost 100 pounds recently.
How do you do that?
How did I do it?
Only eating black pussy.
She gets stressed out. Well,
How did you lose the weight?
running and eating salad. Fuck yes, that's Chick-fil-A.
Salad and chicken.
Because I've been on the road doing a little bit of comedy and stuff, trying to be healthy. That sounds amazing. Shit, that's the smartest shit you can do. Fucking eat a bunch of black pussy.
Okay. Is there anything else interesting?
I did get 2 beautiful white girls to show me their tits. So it's really good. It was,
Homeless tits. Everyone loves homeless tits.
they're like OnlyFans girls, fancy or whatever. It was still Ellie James.
Okay, alright, good check. Very good.
You want to do it? You get to all the tangents. I'll be on the show. So they asked me how many black pussies I had. No, they
I'll
asked
take the, I'm gonna get you out of here. Here's a little black joke, but you can munch on later. There you go. Chinzio Harazio, we're gonna keep it moving along here. Alright, we're having fun here. This is a 3-word
Oh, look who the fuck it is! This motherfucker's like, hey, I'll hang out with you. And then he ghosts me. Then he says to me, hey, I'll hang out with you again. I just have one question about some project I'm never going to go anywhere with. And then he's like, oh, and then I'm going to ghost you. And finally, this motherfucker comes in here and is like, hey, everybody, watch me masturbate openly on the internet for the world to watch. Welcome. How are you, Riser? It's not harsh, it's the truth. I know, baby. Because if I recall, I said on Tuesday, the last we spoke, that you should be here at 8. Maybe both, maybe. Who knows? What's good, son? All right, that's tight. So, how far did you move on all the 50 projects you've got going? Dog, let's count them, folks. We've got yellow on red. We've got the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. We've got Upcake or whatever, Group Spark or whatever, Crowd Spark. We've got the University of Vancouver. We've got Salmon Cannon. We've got that one song. There's already something called Salmon Cannon, dog. The funny part is that is the worst fucking idea of all the ideas that you've had. It's worse than every idea I've heard of Zeus. Mermaid Grenade is better. Baby, I've done everything. Fuck yeah, I started it. I said, Riser said that he's going to be here last Friday, and then all of a sudden he didn't come, so I was like, fuck it, man.
What day is it? Friday.
Last Friday, you said you were going to be here, and then you were like, oh, sorry, I'm such a bee. You're good, big dog. You don't have to apologize to me. Apologize to the people of Iran. Yeah, they've got a lot on their hands. All
Are
right.
you actually pronouncing it? Well, I mean, you said Iran.
No, I didn't say Iran. Iran. I said Iran.
You said Iran.
I said Iran.
Oh, I heard you say Iran, or you said Iran. But it's good that you know the correct pronunciation. Iran.
Dog, I live with Iranians.
Say Iran.
I live with Zoroastrian Iranians. I should know how to fucking say it.
Okay, well, that's good that you know how to say it. A lot of people think it's Iran.
Dog, it's actually should be pronounced Persia, but we won't get into that, baby. All right, yeah, so I know what's going on. Is it a surprise to me? No, I've been talking about war with Iran for 18 years. And I just think that it is something that when people have their minds to do something, it gets done. But as an advocate for world peace, I don't want anyone to get hurt, and I hate war, and I especially hate war when Israel's involved because the people deserve peace. I hate when war's involved with the United States because the people here also are sick of war. We just had 20 years of it in Afghanistan, and it wears on you. And I personally am someone who I can't like when I was a little kid. Um, I I wanted I wanted war. Uh, I wanted just because I wanted to be part of history. But my uh, my mentality has certainly changed, and I I think like children. I don't know. War is cool. It's romanticized in film and television and such. And so I always thought it was interesting. Um, but as I've gotten older and mature, I recognize that it is perhaps the worst invention of all time. And I've dedicated my life to peace. And I don't want anyone to get hurt. I have a feeling this is going to be a very long war and a very bloody war. And I am of the mindset that World War III started September 11th, 2001, and the global war on terror, whatever you want to consider this, is just a part of that. And I am just not a fan of it, to be quite honest with you. If I had it my way, we would have tried to address things diplomatically. If we really wanted something, whether the United States or Israel or whatever, there are bribes that are available. There's blackmail that's available. Anything but killing children, and that is basically inescapable at this point. And I don't know what's going on in Canada, but at least in the United States, they went from we bombed Iran in the summer, and then this war has been going on now for 7 days, and the news went from we will be there for 4 weeks to then 8 weeks to then boots on the ground. And when you start hearing that, you recognize that people are going to be called into service. There won't be a draft. That's the one thing there won't be. And I'm quite confident of that. The last time the United States had a draft was during the 1960s and 70s during Vietnam, and that really got people negative towards the war. It's one thing if you volunteer and to go to war, people feel, but it's another thing if you're forcing people who don't want to go to war, and then you get their parents involved. And so that's if I could say anything that I feel that is a potential uh, something that will be avoided is I think there won't be. I don't think there'll be a draft. Do you guys in Canada have a draft?
We had one during like the first World War, Second World War, but definitely been a thing in the past. I don't think will probably happen in the future, and part of the reason I think is technology to some extent, but
Did you say knowledge?
Technology
Oh, technology. Right.
from satellite intelligence and all that we didn't have, or like AI analyzing satellite patterns of interaction, flying in space. There's war has changed. I feel like less of the. It's still apparently. I didn't hear that like boots on the ground. I heard it speculated, but I haven't even heard. Like, I think if World War III was declared, then there'd be headlines all over the place. I probably would have heard about it.
It was declared September 12th, 2001, with the War Powers Act, basically, or the Global War on Freedom. It basically gave the president carte blanche to invade anywhere that he wants without having to go to Congress.
Right. And then, yeah, I'm sure you've probably seen like the data or like the memes about like just how many countries the U.S. has invaded. Typically, I mean, a lot of Middle Eastern countries, but also outside of the Middle East, there's been a lot of
Oh yeah, for sure. It's been more than it's been more in Latin America. Latin America's the big one, where at least we have, even if we haven't invaded, we have um, promoted coups. I mean, like Latin America between in the 20th century was just like, especially after 1949, it's like the CIA's playbook. They get somebody in there who was for the people, and the United Fruit Corporation or Dole or well, with United Fruit, which became Chiquita, would just come in and say, "We don't like this guy," and all of a sudden they would be deposed, and then there'd be somebody else, and because of something generally it's known as the Monroe Doctrine, the United States stated to Europe, "Hey, you have your own wars and stuff to fight. We won't get involved with those, but in turn, you don't get involved in our stuff." And um, for like 100 years, that was followed, or almost 200 years. But war generally in the United States hasn't ever been extremely popular, except there were a lot of people after 9/11 who just wanted to fuck something up. I mean, that's how we invaded Iraq with, um, like no one from Iraq was like even known to be involved with 9/11. It was, depending on who you want to accuse, but um, it was definitely not Iraq. And publicly, it was stated that it was um, Saudi Arabia. Those guys are Saudi Arabians. Yet there was never ever once a discussion, let's invade Saudi Arabia. Even though at the time people would be like, Saudi Arabia is the greatest, like creates the most amount of terror cells in the world. At the time, nobody ever talked about invading Saudi Arabia. And I mean, there's a documentary. It's called "Everything's a Rich Man's Trick," and generally the only people who benefit in war are bankers and the defense contractors. It's it's quite a sad situation that I mean they didn't even like try in the United States to be like, oh, there was like an imminent attack. They were just like, no, these guys had nuclear weapons, we're gonna fuck them up. And they weren't even like
They bombed a subway station or a bus stop. There was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing. And the Iranians that I know, that I've lived with for many years, that I've had as friends, they're very peaceful people. They've never wanted any anything but peace. And it's a sad situation. Every single person who is like in line to become the supreme commander of Iran gets killed. They've all been fucked up. And I mean, Iran has even come to the like tried to talk to the United States intelligence and say, "Hey, we want to at least have like a discussion here." And the United States is like, absolutely not, full complete surrender. And I hate to say it, but it makes you wonder what kind of dirt the intelligence community has on Donald Trump, and especially with the files that were released. It's very difficult to for a reasonable person to say that someone doesn't have him implicated, be it Mossad, the CIA, the the MI5, MI6, whoever. Somebody's got dirt on him, and when you have dirt on someone, especially if it is a heinous act, you can make them do anything that you want. I've heard that blackmail is more beneficial to the intelligence world than having that person live or die. Basically, because if they live or die, you can't do it. They can't do anything for you. But if you have the blackmail, you basically have them by the a leash to do whatever to do whatever it is that you want. And if you've read the documents, it's quite obvious that there's at least a there, and in order to distract people, we're now in a major. Or when I say we, the United States is in a major.
I don't know. I heard that means that like they're creating this whole thing to distract pilot like data or whatever. But I don't know if I completely buy that entirely.
Doug, then you're an ostrich with your head in the sand, and you just haven't seen what's in there. I mean, have you read the documents?
So why do they care to just like it's not like the public is gonna uncover some like insane information about him by reading the documents that they release like
Dude,
online.
absolutely they have. In fact, there was a drop within the last 48 hours of Trump implicated in raping a 13-year-old girl. Like these things drop every single day, and if you're not in the Epstein subreddit, you're not going to learn about this stuff. But if you are, you can literally sit in that fucking subreddit, and every 10 minutes something new is dropped by someone who found something. I mean, there are 3 million pages that have been released. There are another 3 million pages that people want released, that people like Bernie Sanders are asking to be released, and Thomas Massey are being asked to be released, that have yet to be released and perhaps will never be released. But if you just sit in that fucking subreddit, you will read the most vile shit. It's a nightmare. People ask me what my opinion is on it, and the only word I can give for it is it's an absolute fucking nightmare. It makes me embarrassed to have any association with many of the people involved, and it is.
How do you have an association?
I'm an American. I'm Jewish.
Uh,
I don't want any negativity for any of the groups to which I belong. And people read this and they think all Americans are like this. People read this and they think all Jews are like this. It's like absolutely not. Um, I I'm somebody who just thinks that. I mean, there are arguments to be made. Like the many of the people involved who people think are Jews are not. Ghislaine Maxwell, perfect example. People think, oh, this is this Jewish bitch. There's an argument to be made. She may have had a conversion in 2023 at a jail, but whether that was legitimate or not, nobody knows. But Her mother's not Jewish. She's not Jewish, yet she's in the public spotlight as one of the conspirators of this, and people associate her with Judaism because her father was a Mossad intelligence agent, but she's not Jewish, or at least not halakhically. And
That's true. I'm just saying that, like, I think the
it's not blurry. It's not blurry. It's absolutely not blurry. It's absolutely clear as fucking day. If you haven't seen the, well, let me just ask you this: when's the last time you were on the Epstein subreddit?
I've watched.
No, 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 no. That is not it. The shit that you see in the Epstein subreddit is not available on YouTube or on social media. That shit gets taken down. I'm talking to people who are like taking exactly from the Department of Justice documents and linking it. I'm just saying, like, I just asked a question. When's the last time you were in the Epstein subreddit? Okay, well, you should recognize that for the last like 44.
I'm just saying, it sounds. I'm not saying it's impossible, but starting World War III and bombing Iran to just distract public people from thinking about the Epstein files seems like, I don't know. Like, I get why Trump would want to do that, but it's still like a drastic measure.
Okay, that just makes me think that you're not a very critical thinker, and that's okay. You can live in a fairy tale
You're
world.
not a critical thinker if you just go with the headline of, oh, this is happening because of this.
Doug, it's not. I've known about this since 2008. I've known about this far longer than you've even known the man Jeffrey Epstein's name. I've known about this entire ring. I've emailed on it. I've talked to people in my community about it. I've known about it at least since 2008. I've known about that island since at least 2008. I was emailing people about, hey, did you know that there's this like island where all these people go? And people would say that that doesn't have any credibility. He was convicted, and then it was like, well, but it wasn't convicted on anything on the island. And people just stick their head in the sand. I for someone to not, if you haven't read these fucking files and read like, dude, I mean, even in 2016, Katie Johnson. Have you watched the Katie Johnson testimony?
Yes, we watched it.
Okay, perfect. So we were talking about this long before the files came out. And that woman's story, wherever the fuck she is, has been corroborated. Not only her story, but quite a few other women as well. I mean, look, if it walks like a duck, it talks like it. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it might be a duck. And I hate to say it, but this one, for as much as anybody wants to protect the president, does not look very good for him. Look, I'll tell you this: you can go through my whole background, you won't find.
That Trump looks fair in that style at all.
You, what did you say?
No, I'm not saying that Trump looks like obviously looks like shit in the files, and if they had any substantial, I mean, they do have substantial evidence, but maybe not enough proof somehow to convict them.
What are you talking about? There have been people who have made FBI there have been FBI whistleblowers. Remember half.
That there is substantial.
Remember half of the files. Remember half of the files have not been put out. Remember half of the files have not been put out. So this is just the shit that they feel comfortable with people seeing, and it's vile.
And how many arrests? A handful, maybe.
In the United States, none. Really, the only
person who was arrested but not detained was uh, Prince Andrew, and that's just going to happen. Look, I'm not saying that arrests will happen. When you have the scum in charge of investigating themselves, nothing's going to happen. But for you or anyone out there to say that there can't be the most significant intelligence drop in the history of the Department of Justice, if not the history of the United States, if not the history of the world, and then within a month we are in World War III, full blown, and you don't see a connection there, that's cool. I don't think you're a critical thinker. A critical thinker looks at this and says that Iran says that they have intelligence. Israel says that they have intelligence. The United States says that they have intelligence, all corroborating that Donald Trump raped people and that there is perhaps video of him raping children on camera. And
Okay, so then starting World War III wouldn't really affect them and get them out of jail anyway.
wait, it's not about getting him out of jail. It's about getting that story out of the press. And so whenever anybody pushes him on it now, he just gets able to say, "We don't talk about that anymore. That's done. I've been."
Arrest is not what arrest people. Like, if the allegations are like we have proof to arrest them and put him in jail and convict him, that'll probably happen.
Right, sir? You don't understand how the American system works. He's in charge of the Department of Justice. Those are the people who would be able to perhaps bring charges against him. He's in charge of them. His right hand woman, Pam Bondi, is the same person who exonerated him in the state of Florida. Is the same person who helped broker a sweetheart deal with Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. This is a deep uh, swamp, and he's put these people in power purposefully. And the reason why he has is because he has dirt on them. And it,
Protect them by them.
absolutely. And so basically, he put them in prominent positions, knowing that they would protect him. They have no other. They have no other. Um, they have no other way to be able to provide for themselves, and they get huge contracts from the government when they do this, which is a big thing. It's basically if you protect me, you can start a company and then it will get millions of dollars in consulting fees. Pam Bondi got $3 million from Trump um, media just for consulting. I mean, that makes you a millionaire overnight. So, of course, you're going to help these people. And if you don't, only a few things will happen. One, they'll come after you. Or two, you'll be found in some hotel room dead, and they'll just say that you offed yourself basically, and that's the end of the story. Nobody's going to investigate you. I mean, look at this situation with I'm sure you've probably heard of it, but with Savannah Guthrie. She's the Today Show host. She's one of the most prominent news anchors in the United States. She's one of the very few people who had any courage to investigate the Epstein victims in 2019, and then all of a sudden her mom's gone, and they can't find her. Doug, do you know how easy it is to find someone if you want to find them in 2026? You know how much shit that they have on you? They have satellites that they can find you. They have ring cameras they can find you with. They have cellular data that they can triangulate. Yet this bitch is gone, and all of a sudden nobody can find out anything about her. It's basically to hush up the media that says, look, if you help to investigate this, the same shit's going to happen to your family. And so her mom's gone. Her mom's been gone for a month. Do you know how hard it is to be gone for a month without anybody finding you? And not just that, but your body not being found, even if you were killed. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the the intelligence world is obviously in control of this administration and in control of the Israeli administration. Benjamin Netanyahu's son said in, I believe, 2019 that, specifically Les Wexner, but that he was running or helping to run a blackmail operation, not just on the United States politicians, but on Israeli politicians. And it's obvious that's what's happened. Ehud Barak's been in involved in this, former Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's son, tried to speak out about this. He was sued over this. I mean, it it all comes down to the powers that be. And for anyone out there who does not think that this war has any motivation uh, regarding the silencing of the biggest story, perhaps, in the history of the intelligence world, okay, that's cool. I got a bridge to sell you. I've got oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you. I mean, I basically like if people are going to be that naive, that's fine. It's not that, at least in the United States, people are not that naive. They know what's going on. They just recognize that they're powerless in it, and that their sons and daughters are going to be sent tens of thousands of miles away to go fight a war that perhaps does not have excellent grounding. And much of it has to do with the fact that the current president is implicated in some of the most heinous shit in the history of the Department of Justice. I mean, you could not write a nightmarish novel this bad that you have a pedophile ring that basically has complete and utter exactly um, autonomy. And with that being said, you can tell I'm passionate about this, but for anyone who doesn't see the writing on the wall, that's fine. I get it. I think there's perhaps some naivete in that. To anyone who has been in the Epstein subreddit and reads the documents, and I read them, it's the most heinous shit you've ever read. And you're like, man, this guy sucks. And it's another interesting thing. On top of that, you have compilations of Donald Trump saying Barack Obama is going to invade Iran. I'm the peace president. I got us out of all of these different foreign altercations. And then all of a sudden to do a 180 like that, what else would cause you to do that if you somebody didn't say to you behind closed doors, hey, here is a video of you with this 13-year-old girl, and we're going to put it out, and it's going to bring down your entire administration. And the American people are going to want your head on a fucking platter. So you either do what we say, and we'll make you look good, we'll make you look like an excellent wartime president, or you don't, and you're going to jail. Not only that, we're going to take down your family, we're going to take down your sons, your daughter, we're going to take down your grandchildren. We're going to make sure that you lose.
Okay, were the people that blackmail them into starting the war, are they the ones profiting off of it?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
All right. With that being said,
basically they want more money.
it's about control. Money doesn't mean anything anymore. It's about control.
Or yeah. Well, yeah. One time I was smoking a joint in my backyard of mice and not the audio, but of the like screen on my and this is just like right after I've been like researching just how the invasion of Iraq was basically just like bankers sending in a bunch of like essentially to the Iraq people foreign terrorists to like kill them and also die as soldiers so that they can make money and just like saying it was so many fields like not really how like insanely the world that and how cold the world is. That's it.
Yeah, it's terrible. I can tell you, it's been 25 years or so, 23 years or so since the invasion of Iran. And prior to that, we had Operation Desert Storm, which was the first invasion of Iran, like the liberation of Kuwait or whatever. And to this day, I can't tell you one person who was an Iraqi person who ever killed an American, like on American soil. It's not like there was ever an Iraqi terrorist attack. And I can really say the same about Iran. I can't name a single Iranian who has ever killed an American. Like, I know maybe overseas that's happened, but never here. And that's a sad that's a sad situation. Anyway, it's a very
I'm
sad.
not a. I know I agree with you. So I'm not a geopolitical expert. I don't really know what really caused this war, if you can call it that.
Oh, you can definitely call it that.
I mean, if you call it World War Three, I don't think you can call World War Three that previous war on terrorism.
And that's a world war.
Definitely.
That's a world war. The definition of a world war is
It
really
sounds like America versus everyone else.
that's what World War One was. That's what World War Two was. This is what World War Three.
Well, World War Four then.
No, World
Can
War
we say
Four.
that?
To quote Albert Einstein, I don't know when World War Three, how World War Three will be fought, but World War Four will be fought with sticks and stones.
Yeah, so there's still just an extension of World War Three, which started in 2001, in your opinion.
That's exactly right.
What? Yeah.
And look, I'm not. This isn't just
Do
like
you
my
want to talk
theory.
about this?
This isn't
Talk
my
about it.
theory. Just read Albert Pike's book that there would be three. This is before World War One. There would be three major world wars before the ushering in of the New World Order and whatever you want to consider that to be. And he's named where they would be. He said the first one would take place in Europe, the second one would take place in both Europe and Asia, and the third one would take place in the Middle East. And that's the same thing that Werner von Braun said, the head of the Nazi rocket um, program. I mean, a lot of people have said this. I mean, to have a unified globe under the same set of jurisdiction, you basically need to destroy all nations that don't follow your way. And um, Iran wasn't. There are talks about, well, Venezuela wasn't. That was another war, or whatever you want to consider a coup. We got rid of their leadership. And the only two countries that really exist that don't play ball anymore are Cuba and North Korea. And this is something that has, I mean, George W. Bush in 2002 in the Axis of Evil speech stated that the Axis of Evil consists of Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. I mean, Wesley Clark was told that there would be seven nations invaded within 7 years, and it happened. It was Somalia, it was Libya, it was Syria, it was uh, hold on,
They
Afghanistan,
invaded
Afghanistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, and um, what did you say?
were they like Libya and Jordan invaded Korean forces, or just strictly overthrow the government or both forces?
Both Muammar Gaddafi, who was the head of Libya, who was shit on in the American press for many years, was actually trying to set up an African Union, basically a way for Africa to no longer have colonialist powers take the resources and to have it was going to be called the Africoin, basically a currency that was one of the names for it, but basically a currency that was no longer going to be controlled by fiat currency. And Hillary Clinton, under the uh, Obama administration, literally her quote was, "We came, we saw, he died." That was her fucking quote, and then she cackled after. Basically, they took his ass, they dragged him through the streets, they put it on video, and it was a message to anybody else in Africa: if you don't fucking play ball with us, we will destroy your country. And that's what happened. All right. With that being said, are you ready to lose?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Dog, I'm gonna beat you in everything. And we still need to watch Billion Dollar Bowling, but I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. I mean, it's not even gonna be fun, but I'm gonna dominate you in literati, and let's be honest, you don't stand a chance. I'm gonna let you go first. I'm gonna give you every advantage that you'd ever want. You have an invitation. Do you see it? Okay, baby. So I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna give you a head to start, and now we're ready for you to play. So how is Upcake doing?
Is that your strategy, trying to distract me with literati? That's how you. That's your only way to win a literati. Okay. We can talk about that after. You have some interesting insight.
Dude, I was reading on the Kill Tony subreddit uh, that William Montgomery. Did you watch his most recent podcast?
Yeah, I did. I'm actually a fan.
Okay, then what did he say?
So what?
Dude, I mean, if you're such a fan, you should be able to tell me word for word everything that he said in that fucking podcast. What did he say about Casey Rocket?
A lot of them. I know exactly what he said. So he's referenced said, like the fan asked, "Where's Casey Rocket?" Basically, he kept repeating the same thing over and over again. He said, he misses Casey Rocket. He's optimistic that Casey Rocket will come back at some point. It's a pretty vague, but it sounds like Casey is said to be a pretty but he did mention that Casey was performing a show like soon after.
But he didn't say where Casey was, right?
No.
exactly. And then the next question, the same fan or a fan asked him, or in the same discussion, about him opening. And please brief me on that.
Well, million of them.
Yeah, dog. Everybody would know this if you were a real fan. I'm the one mentioning it to you. That was a good one. Fave is a good word, man.
Okay, what about William opening? I recall. Oh, like on Kill Tony. He so that he prefers going first, and that he can just show him a break their mess.
Do you think he's done with closing?
If Tony allows it to continue, yeah.
I prefer him to close. He's been doing it for so long, and he's kind of like this thing that to which I look forward at the end because I'm a real fan. And I also think that he is someone who um, I was reading about this, and I tend to agree that well, like if he's on, his interview could go for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Like if he's really got good shit and he's in that mood and he's like Tony, when he's like I ain't never gonna stop closing for Kill Tony or whatever. Like when he's in that mood and they can play it up, that's good. That's in my opinion good. Um,
He has the best energy for the close of them.
exactly. Yes. Thank you. Excellent. Um, I was gonna say, well, yeah, energy is a great word for it. But if he starts, they can't have him go 10 or 20 minutes, and then I've already known that like the best is I don't know if he's the best, but like the most consistent, the most consistently funny person on that show is already done. It's kind of like eating the dessert as an appetizer, and I just, but I get it from his standpoint where he's like, it's got to be nerve wracking where you're like, all these people are going and they're bombing and people are shitting on them and you don't know if your jokes are funny because no one's heard them yet and then you got to be on. So why not get that all over with at the beginning and then you can chill and I don't know do DMT or whatever the fuck he's doing in there. Um, so I get
Like,
that.
yeah, no, I don't think he was lying when he said that, but I don't know. It could be like I almost thought was he trying to cover up because Tony just doesn't want to use him as a closer anymore, but I don't know.
And, and that's an excellent.
Then
I just did Nas, which I think was a really creative idea, by the way. Um, the there's that element of it too that if you and I know you don't watch him, I get that on Kill Tony, but he has
I did
not had
watch one. I watched the compilation.
okay, but you've got to know like I watch it, I eat it, I breathe it, I'm birthed in Kill Tony. I've seen them all. I've seen his first, I've seen his last, most recent, and he's just not the same. And I hate to say, he's way funnier when he's an alcoholic on cocaine. And I don't want him to be like that, but it's just he's funnier than that. he's funnier that way. Um, I I think that he is, he's got to say to himself, "Am I going to do Kill Tony forever?" He's been doing it now for like 10 years or something. Um, and I think it would be a major mistake on his part to leave the show because, frankly, he isn't. I know people say he goes out and he kills, but when he's not able to fill shows, it's not like he's becoming like a major time comic like Dave Chappelle or Bill Burr or Shane Gillis. Like he's not at that level. I don't think he's. I know like I may be a bigger fan than of his than you are, but I don't think he's not that creative. He but people love his shtick, and so he can perhaps make people laugh harder than some of those people. But um, he's just his 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 apologies. I was taking me some time to put that down. Dude, you're playing really well. Um, his his comedy to me is not like that creative. It's like one line punchy, and it can be really funny. And I know people say he does really well when he does an hour long show. And you nor I have seen a full hour of his, so let's be honest, you nor I are like the best judges of his long form comedy. Though you watch his podcast a lot, and I've seen it. It's kind of boring without Pizza Rocket. Um, he is a he's someone who I think just does really well on Kill Tony. And if he leaves that stage,
Why would he leave? He's been kicked out. He's going down the ranks from writer to starter. This is normal.
well,
Keep falling.
I mean, Tony needs, or Tony says, there are only so many, um, there are only so many positions that they have, and he's gotten more and more people who are funny. Well, here's the thing, fuck all that. William is very
Well,
inconsistent.
look at where.
Wait,
Look at where.
oh, that's beautiful, baby. It should be worth more. Um, uh, here's a big thing about it. He's very inconsistent. If you give William Montgomery, if you say he has to perform over the course of the next month, he'll be sick 2 times.
phone company listen to on my phone.
Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, fucker. What album specifically?
Can you pick the first one?
Melancholy, bitch. Yeah, were you surprised that I knew that?
Did you even say that in the second?
He said it on Kill Tony. That was actually a question that I was going to ask you.
So that's pretty hilarious that we both had it as um, things we are going to ask each other. Dude, you were playing like a G. I don't know how I'm down so many points.
Yeah, you did. You got some digging to do. Only 15 more times.
Well, that's a big thing. I don't have the ability to see how many tiles are left because this game fucks me. Don't call it a comeback.
Play that.
What do you say, Pam?
Yeah, so see, but
Where did you?
so take the
Oh, it's Zoo.
dicer.
That's pretty good, dog. Where the fuck did you play it? Oh, heck, there you go. May note 4.
7 tiles left.
Dog, I'm busy. I got shit to do.
Where are you going?
Programming of robots.
Program a robot that is like a little
You know I could.
It would be like 68 points for me.
This bitch is over.
Dominated. Wow. What did I do now?
I mean, everybody knows I was distracted.
It was very, hyper to play the game. Yeah. Some point we were like,
What a great, what great play this motherfucker had. I mean, he did go first, and I was distracted.
no one was that.
Are we gonna watch Billion Dollar?
That's the whole reason I came.
All right, are you gonna stream it? If I find the link for you, will, if I find the link for you, will you stream it?
Oh yeah, you'll have to find mine. I'll see what it is. Um, can we talk quick about the ad marketplace?
Absolutely makes sense.
Okay. I'm gonna start by asking what you know about. Well, I really really didn't consider this even until today. And then I was like, oh, I was talking to my father, and he was pretty mad at me. Talking to him for over here. I don't know if you remember that at all. We were talking about aliens and what the aliens are.
Yeah, you're
Remember that?
Chris.
Yeah, Chris. I was talking to him about it, and he mentioned like the two biggest like companies, especially in the advertising space, are Facebook and Google, and a huge portion of their revenue comes from ads, whether it's Google AdSense or just like the like there like when you search something, maybe like an ad link in there,
Word no.
usually relevant to what you're searching, and then Facebook, just as you're scrolling, has ads. So I will just start off by asking, what do you know about Facebook and Google?
Doug, I know everything about everything. Okay, first and foremost, you should know that Billion Dollar Bully is available on YouTube, but it says preview only. Okay, but let me.
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Okay, um, yeah. So the way that Google makes money, its number one revenue stream is AdSense and or AdWords, I should say. Have I used it? Yeah, as both a consumer and an advertiser. So basically, you create an account. You have to get your like business verified to be able to um, advertise on there, and then there are certain words that you basically will pay for people. Okay, so there are words that you can choose, so that when someone searches those in Google and they click them, you will bid for those words. And if you bid higher than your competition, then the person will come to your website basically. Um, so the number one, at least this was how it was like 5 years ago, but I think it's still true. The number one Google and the most expensive word on Google to promote is the word insurance. Insurance, it was like $5 per click. Companies were willing to pay $5, which is a lot of money in ads. Because you got to think like that's a lot of people clicking that word to show up number one. Uh, and the way this works is basically if there are ads that are shown before the results, and you can get your brand there. But then if enough people click that, it will show up higher in the results. And that's basically how that works. A word like insurance is very powerful because it's not like um, even something like I don't know ball or dog or whatever. It's something that you're going to need and you may have for the rest of your life. So there's a lot of competition for it. And um, so basically, you have an account, and I can tell you like the words that we would at our organization bid on were things like car wash, mobile car wash, and there are phrases that you can do. Car wash app, those kinds of things. And those weren't expensive as insurance, but car wash is pretty expensive. And then people compete, and then you have your ads that are shown before the results in Google or on the side sometimes. Okay. With that being said, if you use an ad blocker, that removes all of that. So you'll never see that stuff. But for those people who aren't smart enough to figure that out or don't have the ability, you will be shown these ads, and then sometimes it has the word promoted next to it, and you basically have a budget as an advertiser, and if you get so like in realistic terms, let's say you're bidding on the word insurance and it's $5 per click. if you get 20 people, so 5 times 20, if your budget's $100 and you get 20 people to click that, then your budget will be exhausted after 20 people click it. And that doesn't matter if they click it and buy insurance from you or they just accidentally click it. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that somebody clicked that, you're going to get charged for it. So you can imagine you need really big budgets to be able to do this, and they just get depleted. And you do get a little bit. You can focus where you want to advertise. So it can get really specific. So Facebook gets even more specific, and we'll get into that. But you can do like I only want to target people in like we didn't want to target people in Southern California. We wanted to target people within Los Angeles County, Ventura County, Orange County, San Diego County, uh, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. But before we expanded to San Diego, we did not want to promote in San Diego County. So basically, we would turn off anybody who was in San Diego County because we didn't want to promote there yet. We hadn't expanded it, but later on in the history of the business, we would. And you can focus it down to the zip code. And so you can choose the different zip codes. They have like a map, and you can click it, and then um, okay, so there's that. We've talked about this before, but basically, the European Union has told Google that you have a monopoly on AdWords, on online advertising, and you have a monopoly on the browser that people use. You can't have both. You have to give up one of these. And this is when I've said to you that the Chat GPT or the OpenAI browser, it's known as Atlas, is going to be the biggest browser in the future someday because their browser is going to just it's going to take up Google's market share. Basically, Google's going to give up the European browser market. Eventually, Atlas browser will take over there and it will spread. And that is a prediction, certainly, but I think it's a good prediction. I was predicting this before OpenAI even talked about having a browser. I just had this idea that an AI company would be doing this, and that's going to be ChatGPT. And they have a browser that's available, the Atlas browser. It's only available on Apple desktop right now, but eventually it will be the best browser out there. All right. As for Facebook, Facebook allows for really targeted advertising, even more targeted, I would say, um, than Google. Google, you can get like general approximations of people, like, okay, I want to target women or I want to target men. Facebook will let you target women who are interested in Prada bags or Louis Vuitton bags or Gucci bags, like if they clicked on this kind of stuff. And I've known people who, I have a friend who basically uh, ran a purse of the month company. Basically, this was a company that would send you a new purse every month. And the way that they had very slim margins, but the way that they would target their customers is just through Facebook. And they would just say, we want to target women between the ages of 18 and 30 who are interested in fashion bags in these certain high net worth areas. And because they targeted stuff so specifically, they didn't drain their whole advertising budget, and they got a lot of people who were interested in what they were doing. Um, and Facebook will also let you target people who are interested in certain movements or like based on like whether they're married or single. Like Facebook has a lot more specific data on people and from an individual perspective than Google does. Facebook will not tell you exactly who clicked on your ad, but they will tell you in general, like um, of 100 women between the ages of 18 and 35, say you had a 5% click through rate or something like that. And there are different um, metrics that are used. There's just the click metrics, and then there's the click through rate, which basically, and then there's like click through all the way to purchase. And Like that's the key one. You could care less if people are just. I mean, it depends. If you've got like an ideology, you want people to click on it. But if you want people to purchase something, that's a lot different. And they've got to keep going and keep going through the click through. All right. The ads on Facebook generally run on the side, um, and are not as widespread as Google. Meaning, the ads on Facebook are just when you're on Facebook. And then Instagram's different. Instagram's its own. It still uses Facebook advertising, but if you're advertising on Facebook, that doesn't mean that your stuff's going to be shown on Instagram. Instagram's different, um, and their advertising is much the same way. Um, it's the same kind of system, or at least um, was the last time I used it. And again, you could focus on people who had a certain number of followers or were in a certain region, etc. All right. Google allows you to have a much wider, cast a much wider net because not only will your Google AdWords be shown perhaps in like banner ads at the top of the page, but also on like you can have it so that depending how you want, you can focus your ads on people are using mobile devices versus desktop devices, or Android devices versus iOS devices. Those are some pretty um, interesting. You'll get interesting results on that, and you can say I don't want to target people who are using certain devices. So I only want people who are on the old-fashioned Google page. I don't want. I don't care about people who are using. Um,
What is the cost generally of this? Like, you just compare like that?
it's expensive. Um, so I think you can start. They have a limit. They have a minimum, but I think you have to put in like either $100 or $1,000. You have to connect your bank account or a valid debit or credit card, and you buy like basically credits, and then it can get your account can get automatically replenished once your credits are below a certain number. Um, and uh, I can tell you as well. One of the things with with Google, you can target like Google Play if you have an app that you want to promote on there. And I know a lot about the app store as well. But we don't have to go into there because you just asked about Google um, and uh, Google and Facebook. How much does it cost? However big your budget is. They do have a minimum. I'm not exactly. It might only be $25 or something like that. Um, and you get a really nice dashboard to tell you how many people clicked through, how long they were on your landing page, whether they purchased your product or whatever. All
You've
the,
actually used it.
oh,
That's good.
yeah. Yeah, I've ran
At
multiple
least, at least
campaigns
for
on it.
Google. Have you used Facebook?
Absolutely, 100%. Uh, I've ran campaigns on both Facebook, Instagram, and then on Google, I ran Google Ads, Google AdWords, and Android, Google Play Store ads. I'm trying to think of anything else. I've designed the ads. I've designed the copy. I have written App Store and Google Play app descriptions. Um, it's yeah, I've done both.
Okay, cool. That's good. Back to that. Now, in terms of like this ad marketplace, um, and my source is ChatGPT, so I don't know how accurate it is, but you have your own anecdotal evidence, I guess, to support it. Basically, the argument pro why this ad marketplace is necessary is that when you're launching these Facebook or Google ads, even though you can see limited data on, you know, clicks and purchases. Um, you get like you get um, you get like very limited data where you understand like certain numbers, but you don't understand the the broad why and like the why behind it and the thinking of the people that are buying it and seeing the ad. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get the reason why they are interacting with your ad.
Exactly, yeah. And so that layer of intelligence providing the market insights into the actual purchasers is valuable because all that data provides valuable information and feedback as to how effective the actual ads are, and that's why with the ad marketplace, by parsing all the data from different social media posts and whatnot, it paints a picture and then ultimately like this huge aggregate of data and information on certain sectors and the creators in the sectors and the general um, the general feedback and wants and desires and like how to sculpt an ad that is super effective for certain demographics and whatnot. All this data is basically not available through Facebook and Google. Would you say that's correct?
Actually, a lot of it is. The really big thing that I found that Facebook and Google, or at least at Apple, but Facebook and Google would be included, they would not tell you what apps a person had downloaded who also downloaded your app um, or you clicked on your ad. And I always felt like that would be very valuable to a company, but they would not do that. But they would tell you, Facebook especially, down to the street. You could be like, how many people clicked on my ad within this city block, and it would tell you their demographics. They had something like uh, it had to be at least 1,000 people. But basically, if it were a population of 1,000 people, it would tell you everything about those people: their average age, their gender, whether they were single or had children, what kind of interests that they had. It was very specific.
And no, no. Here's what I'm saying. It's like Facebook and Google, they know all the information about their users. But they know a lot about behavioral targeting, which is what you're saying, which is things like this user likes hiking, this person lives in Vancouver, they clicked on this type of advertisement. It's very like factual information, but what the marketplace is providing insight towards why users find certain things appealing and why narratives are effective and why like the reasons behind uh, the reaction to the ad. Basically, more data on how the ad is actually working or not.
You're saying that that's what your marketplace will do?
Yes, testing, understanding like why people react, not just click.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're going to have the comment section, which is going to be extremely powerful. And you'll be able to parse that with AI and be able to get summaries for different organizations. And so instead of someone saying, just you get data that 1,000 women between the ages of 18 and 35 click this in this area of, I don't know, of Brooklyn or whatever. Instead of getting that, but not knowing why they clicked it,
you're gonna because there's no comment section for that. You're gonna get instead people who can comment on it and say, "I love the purse that this woman has in this ad," or "I love the way that she smiles at the end," or "This model is so pretty." You're gonna have specific information about what attracted someone to a given ad. And if I may interject, your or whatever uptake or whatever crowd support or whatever is not a competition with is not in competition with Facebook and Google. It is an enhancement of Facebook and Google. Basically, like Facebook owns Instagram, Meta owns Instagram. Okay. Currently, people, if you ever want to run one of these campaigns, you upload uh, graphics or a video, whatever. What you're doing is you're making sure those graphics or that video is better and that it will perform better for the people who are advertising on Instagram using the Meta platform or on Google. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's funny that you bring that up. I was literally going to just mention that, and it's amazing that you know that because I was like, is Google is Facebook and Google going to hate this,
They'll
or
love
is
it.
it a positive thing
It's
for it?
positive.
It's positive because better ads mean that they get higher engagement, higher click-through rates, higher advertiser ROI, which goes into more ad spending for them.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It will allow their platforms to continue to replace your standard over-the-air television and radio and billboard or vertical ads in digital spaces. It will these 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 ads will become the top producing ads of anybody in the marketing industry.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that the ads are leading to more sales and what good ads do, then yes. And basically, Facebook and Google are just like these massive distribution channels for the advertisements. But as you said, um, like currently the way you do it is like basically trial and error with a bunch of different ads, and then you see which ads are resonating the most and getting the most click-through rates and sales, and then you unleash those ads. But all that testing is costs money, and you're still going with not the best ads. Whereas when you crowdsource it, um, your chances are better that you're going to get a more solid ad, and you actually have the data to back it up that it is a solid ad because you have all the feedback from people that validate it before it goes on Facebook. So
That's correct.
it's it's higher upstream in the process before it actually gets to those distribution channels.
That's correct. And the thing that advertisers do nowadays is called A/B testing, and these platforms allow for it. You upload ad A, you upload ad B, and you see which one performs better. And then let's say A performs better than B. Then you change something slight in A, so you have A1 and A2, and then you compare those against each other. And let's say A1 does better than A2, and then you've got A1 and you change something slight on that, so you've got A11 and A12, and let's say A12 performs better. Then you take A12, you change something slightly, and you make, you've got A121 versus A122, and let's say A121 does better. And then, you fine tune this until you have a really tight ad that has very high click through rate.
Then you invest more.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So at the beginning, you wouldn't necessarily invest as much because you don't know what ads are best. And so you basically do digital focus grouping this way, just using click through rate. But again, that's cool, but it doesn't tell you directly why people like something. So let's say you've got A112 or A1121 or whatever I said, and that's really good,
but you'll never hear anybody say, "I like this ad because of why." You won't tell you, and your platform does. You've got a comment section.
Also, the share button, how many people are sharing it and saving it and whatnot. That's about it. I don't.
I agree with you, but I do
You
not.
actually extract like the watch time of video
Yes,
from users.
absolutely. Oh well, yeah. I mean, you can integrate it with their systems, but as a as an advertiser, you get an average watch time of whatever your video is.
No, we're talking about just from like social media posts, people entering the content. Is that information public?
Um, no, no, it's not public. So they would that's within their own dashboard.
Is it possible to get that information even?
No, it's just proprietary. Unless they decided to share it with you, or you had some kind of integration. Basically, you could go to Instagram and say, "Look, we're giving you a lot of really good ads. Is there any way we could integrate with a user so that they could see their metrics on our platform?" If I mean anything's possible if you're able to sweetheart the people at Meta, then yeah. And if you're really performing well, they'll say yeah, you can. But generally, they want to keep that information on their own platform, so they may not be.
But actually, yeah, it benefits them, like you said, because, or like Google said, because they get higher performing ads, which makes them more money. So they would want to share the information.
That's true. But what I think the most powerful part of this strategy is not any of the stuff that you have mentioned. I mean, it's all good, and the click rate and all that stuff is good. But to me, what is key is that you're going to have some amateur person who creates something and puts it on their social media timeline, and it stays there. And it might stay there for 10 years. And that's an advertisement that will affect every person who looks at their page for the next 10 years, and you don't have to pay anything for it.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Like, there's this uh, I don't follow many Instagram people. I really, even though I'm on Instagram right now on 5 different devices, and I'm on TikTok on 4 different devices, and I'm not talking about just my phone is on. No, I'm live streaming on that. I don't look at that many creators, but I have been recently, or sometimes I do. But um, I find it sucks me in, and I'll be like, wow, 2 hours just went by, and I was just mind rocked. But I can tell you, like, um, there are people who have, like, there's this. Um, I'll just give you an example. A creator in uh, Pasadena, so like just a suburb of LA. She she did all. She's like a she's an actor, but she also does like music. And during the pandemic, she moved to like being an influencer. And she went to the salon, I don't know, 3 years ago. And I was going through her shit because I think she's really funny. She was in a Super Bowl commercial, and like I've seen, she's really funny. Um, and and basically this salon, because they let this influencer, they like did her hair or whatever. 3 years ago, I know exactly where that fucking salon is. I know they have a location in Pasadena. I know they have a location in Burbank. Like that sticks out in my head. And that salon isn't still paying for ads. It's just that they made an impression on me because I know that this woman made a made a like a reel about it or whatever, an Instagram post about it. And so long as this woman is alive, that and she continues to get bigger, basically her audience is going to be affected by that. So I don't know.
It costs.
Evergreen.
It's evergreen. Exactly. And this happens all the time. Now, one of the reasons why, as I recall, Instagram had your posts, but then they had stories, and stories were only supposed to go for like 60, for like 24 hours or something like that. And the reason why is because they did not want influencers to have these evergreen posts or to manually have to delete something because that is kind of insulting to the place. So they would do a story where they would promote your business for 24 hours, and then it automatically goes away. And as I understand, that's why stories became big.
Right, perhaps. That makes sense. But then they still creators are doing posts that are that are not stories.
Exactly, and that's all.
It's not like against the rules.
That's right, and that's all. That's all to be determined with the discussion that you have with the group and what you want to um, determine to be your comfort in as an influencer promoting a business and as a business how much you want to pay that influencer. Um, I think I might have told you this, but when we so basically in the app that we created, you could have an avatar, and very few people. I mean, some people would like upload a picture to the avatar. But this one girl uploaded a really cool picture to our avatar, and we had a member of our organization who was like, "Oh, I know that person. She's pretty famous." We're like, "What do you mean?" And she's like we would get big time celebrities, the Kardashians, Quentin Tarantino, those kinds of people using our service, which was cool. But they're a different level. Even though we did have an agreement with the Kardashians to watch their car every Friday, which was a different deal. So we would, if we wanted to get really big people, but we wanted to start to get to like mid-level influencers who weren't as expensive. And one of the things that we would do is get like the way we got in with the Kardashians is through Scott Disick, who was Kourtney Kardashian's husband and like the father of Mason Kardashian. Anyway, I hate that I know all this about these people. But basically, we knew we had a connection to him, and basically they would do posts for us occasionally if we would watch their cars every Friday, and whatever it would be. And and that's expensive, but it works out. Now with there was this muralist who this girl told us about. She's an influencer. She basically, if you know what Bratz dolls are, they're like I don't know, kind of like not Barbie, but they're like you know what a Bratz doll is?
I've heard it. I remember that.
Yeah, so that's like its own art form. And so this woman would do murals around LA that were very Bratz dolls esque. And she had the reason why she caught the attention of the owner of the business was not just because she had a really big Instagram following, but she had a nice Bentley. And anybody who has like a really nice car like that would get his attention, and it looks really good on social media and stuff. And so we reached out to her we're like, hey, we would like to offer you like premium services for uh, like 3 times a month or something like that for in exchange for you doing one post a month. And this girl was really expensive. I remember she was like, um, I'll do it, but plus you have to pay me $3,000 a month. And that wasn't all that expensive. We could afford that, but it was like you've got like 50,000 followers, or I don't know, maybe she had 200,000 followers or whatever. It just wasn't the the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, basically, with her. Um, and the reason why I
Wait,
mentioned
what was her name? Do you remember her name?
no, I don't. I didn't know who she was then, but we had someone who worked at the business was like, "Oh, I follow this person on Instagram. They're really big. They're a really big person." And I was like, and that was another interesting thing. Like everybody knows who the Kardashians are, but like I'd be like to somebody, we'd be washing a car like somewhere in Beverly Hills, and I would look up the address, and they would be like, "Oh, that's Quentin Tarantino." A lot of times, these people
would not do it under their own card. They would have um, their assistant do it because they don't want a whole bunch of like paparazzi and stuff like that there. They just and I said to one of the people, I'm like, "Oh, Quentin Tarantino, that's Quentin Tarantino's house," and she's like, "Who's that?" You know, this girl didn't know who Quentin Tarantino was, but she knew who this fucking muralist was. It really just kind of depended on whatever your interest was, and with something like getting back to that evergreen content, um, we would find influencers, not that necessarily that muralist, but other people who would be like, "Thank you so much, Mobile Wash, for cleaning my car. It's been so nice. It's so nice having the car wash come to you. It's like Uber or Lyft for car washing. It's amazing. I got to go have my nails done while my car was being washed, and I'm just pampering myself. Treat yourself. Go get yourself. Go use the service." They would say that those kinds of things. But guess what? That content stays on there for years. So that's why, like, if they wanted to, and so that would be an agreement that we would work out with someone. Hey, if you leave this up and don't delete it, we'll continue to provide you this service indefinitely. And even though the state of California shut down that app, many of them still have their testimonials that are way down on their timeline. But if somebody's interested, they'll go down there. And, um, with our organization, that was a little different. But if you're a, if you're like a clothing brand or something like that, that is more visual, not that ours isn't visual, but that's the kind of way that you want to promote your content. The fact is, if somebody's wearing your shirt on their social media, they're not. If they like whatever they did and they like their look, they'll keep that on there 20 years from now. You know what I mean? And so, from your perspective, if you have somebody who works really hard to create an ad for whatever it is, we talked about that, like a mom and pop coffee shop in San Francisco, and they're proud of it. They put work into it. They'll leave it up just because it's art that they created and they want their friends to see how creative they are. 5 years will go by and that'll still be an advertisement, and that advertisement is not being tracked. It's not, aside from like just seeing how many views a post gets. But yet that content, like using your phrase, is evergreen.
And also, I mean, when they leave it up, like you can still build like reputation, like, and maybe you don't win a prize even, but you get like a honorable mention from the company, and that badge goes on your profile, and then you do a few contests and you get a few badges, and then people are going. Maybe companies will see you and reach out directly to do some promotion with them, or you put it on a resume or something that like Google and Facebook and Apple all like my post when I won the Apple thing or whatever. Um,
That's correct. And you will have, I see it all the time on social media. People put up a post, and then in the comments, someone says, "Hey, I really love this. Please DM me. Let's collaborate." You see that all the time. And so people will just say, "I'm going to keep up this advertisement that I made for this company because I might get somebody who comes out and wants me to do something for them, not even related to Crowd Spark or whatever. Just
not even nothing to do with advertising necessarily.
exactly. I just like it's a way for people to showcase their skills.
I had this other point that I was going to bring up, but brain's a little loopy.
You're good with that.
Yeah, one of the points that Burr brought up today, um, kind of the answer you've already touched on, because practically similar answer to this. Or at least it might be, I don't know. But he was posing the scenario in the future where all advertisements aren't all fungible. They're like all personalized AI advertisements, because Facebook or AI tools will try to tailor an advertisement specifically to you.
That's correct.
And
Like in
there
Enemy of the
isn't
State,
some,
like in Minority Report, like in the Born Identity.
so there in a future where there isn't one ubiquitous being shown to every single person, the question is like how relevant is this platform? And I guess my answer, what I thought the answer was that even if that is the case, then they still could potentially use the platform to still find the most effective ad and then do their little AI personal tweaking to that ad that they know is effective on like the ground, like has already the metrics to verify that it's effective ad. But also another interesting angle that the AI brought up was that ads are not just about targeting individuals, they're about connecting people and giving them something shared to connect with that are involving a brand. And so, like, whatever you can, here's an example of like some ad campaign or whatever, but people got to share and experience that ad together, and it's really about brand building as well as like, or even more so than just personally crafting an ad just for one specific person in a way, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, totally. And I discussed this, like the Super Bowl. Some of the most powerful advertisements I've ever experienced were because I was around people when I saw the advertisement, and it had a connection with me. We discussed it immediately, whether it was funny or whether it was moving, whatever it was. It was a piece of art that we digested together, and that is an incredibly powerful marketing tool.
Right. But you also agree that in the future it'll be like personal targeted ads. So you have those Super Bowl ads that are like a very like more broad people being viewed by like thousands on television. Then when those people, which is like the majority of the time, are at their personal devices, they're getting personal ads shown to them. So how do you reconcile with that in terms of the relevance of the platform?
Yeah. And then very soon thereafter, you'll just get brain-computer interface advertisements that you might not even be able to escape. Um, all right, so we've got
Or
uh,
like memory.
right.
So
Okay,
I have to get it again.
yeah. So I've seen this before, um, and they were doing this in malls. Malls were an interesting place to advertise, and we did a little mall advertising in the. Um, there was a new mall that opened up in Glendale, uh, which is known as the Glendale Galleria, which is like a famous mall. It's one of the nicest malls in the LA area, and they had some kind of like you know when you go in the mall and there's like the directory and you can like uh, on the sides of the directory they'll just put like advertising there. Uh, we did that. One of the things though that they were proposing, and they didn't have it rolled out yet. And it still hasn't been rolled out, but that there would be a camera on the other side of the, let's say, the information booth or whatever, and it would recognize your age and your gender, and then automatically show you ads that it perceived as something in which you would be interested. And I think in the future, that's kind of what you will find. So you may have multiple people looking at the same screen, but seeing different advertisements simultaneously. And you could do that. Like imagine, I actually saw this on social media yesterday. Um, you know when you have like 3D glasses and like one side is red and the other side is blue, and if you look at them simultaneously, it looks 3D. But if you only look with one of the sides, you're only going to see one of the pictures, like with the red. And if you look with the blue, you'll only see the other picture. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the same idea, we could both be, or let's just say, a man and a woman could both be looking at the same screen, but the man would see something that was targeted at men, and the woman would see something that's targeted at women, and they'd be looking at the exact same screen, but the screen would be displaying different um, different images to them. And this is becoming, I think, probably well. And so the idea is in the future, if you've ever seen, I think it's Minority Report. Uh, they also, I think, do it in the Born Identity, but also Enemy of the State. There, I think it's Minority Report where Tom Cruise is walking through a mall, and um, like the advertisements in the mall are saying his name and like trying to target him, and he's like trying to escape them, something like that. Um, that will be a reality. So instead of it saying an advertisement saying, you know, are you sick of cleaning your toilet? Well, use XYZ toilet cleaner. It's the best toilet cleaner around. It will say, Riser, hey, come here. Riser, yeah, come here. Are you sick of cleaning your toilet? We know that you own a, a Kohler toilet. Use use this certain kind of toilet cleaner for the best results for your home in Minneapolis, Minnesota, or whatever it is, like wherever they want to target you. It'll be very specific. And it will, it's just a matter of legislation that they allow um, advertisers to be able to target you for such information. And I've heard it said before, the the way that the New World Order or Skynet or Big Brother or whatever you want to consider it will be ushered in is through your advertising ID. If you're not familiar with your advertising ID, you should be. If you look in the settings of your phone, you will see that you have an advertising ID, and you can reset that ID. But that just tells the server that you reset it on March 6th, 2026. And instead of before when it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. But that you changed it. So basically, everyone is connected to an advertising ID. And then in the future, legislation will be passed, and there will be all kinds of loopholes for you to be tracked based on advertising. And when you say that you're going to be tracked, that sounds really scary to people. But if you say to someone, we're going to be able to enhance your experience and give you a more personalized environment that will make things more efficient for you, that sounds positive. When in reality, we're tracking your every movement and we are going to target you specifically for certain political beliefs or certain products or certain behaviors. What I'm saying is that under the guise of advertising, we will be able to control you.
Yeah, I mean, kind of how it's susceptible to our advertising. I guess that's what people are bought to think now online.
I mean, even you said to me, I almost bought a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 mini shirt, and I just see you wearing it all the time. Now, I'm not, I don't promote it. I mean, I'm not saying, hey, when did you buy this? I'm just naturally doing this. So even like,
I'm talking about like on like our website, like Facebook or Instagram.
I think you do, and you just don't recognize it. If you're ever on Amazon and they feature a product, it's you say, oh, that's a cool product. I'm going to buy that product, and it would not have been featured if somebody wasn't buying Amazon ads to be able to promote their product. I know that's a big one for me um, on Amazon. I'm like an Amazon junkie, and I would see cool stuff on Amazon, like a digital mall, and I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, but that's even cooler. And it would be like a promoted post.
Yeah, no, Amazon definitely gathering data that you products it makes you buy.
I've got one for you. I'm right now streaming on 5 different tablets, not just phones, tablets. And when I bought these tablets, they're Amazon Fire tablets. I remember I could get a good deal on them. And let's say to buy each one, let's say it was like $150 to buy one. I bought them refurbished too. Uh, but I was buying so many different devices a few years ago that I was like, I was buying them in bulk. And so I'm like, okay, if I buy 5 of these, I could buy 5 of these for at $150 each. But I could buy 6 of them, which is one more or whatever, if I have a different if I buy a different model of them. And the only thing that was different in the model is that it shows advertisements on the home screen, and you can't get rid of those advertisements. So like literally, I have 5 different tablets that if I shut them off, they just show Amazon advertisements on the away screen or whatever. Now there is a way you can call Amazon or contact Amazon and they can shut that off for you. But basically, Amazon, what I'm saying is, Amazon sold a tablet that was less expensive if you allowed it to advertise to you. And I think in the future, that will become the norm. That you will just buy an iPhone. There'll be 2 kinds of iPhones. There'll be one that shows you advertisements on the homepage or whatever, and then one that doesn't. But the one that doesn't is much more expensive than the one that does.
Right. No, I get that.
Oh,
I feel
look
like
who the fuck it is!
hey, Rabbi, let me ask you a question.
Okay, well, we're asking you a question since you can't ask the question. Are you ready to lose? Because both of you have invitations to do so.
Alright. If you're dating the biggest, if you're 19 years old, you're dating the biggest R&B singer in the world, and you find out she's part of the satanic sex cult, satanic child sacrificing sex cult, what would you do in that situation?
How hot is she? That's the most important question out of all of this. 0 to 10, give it to me.
Well, it's Rihanna and you're Chris Brown in the situation. What do you do?
Oh, but Rihanna, I mean, she's okay looking, but like, if you're Chris Brown, you could get some
But
bitches.
you don't get what I'm referring to.
Look, all I want to know is, Riser, why haven't you accepted my invitation? Are you talking about? Are you talking about when he punched? Are you talking about? Are you talking about? How about I just ask you the question? Are you talking about when he punched her before the Grammys or whatever?
Yeah, if she was part of a child sacrificing sex cult that was doing that, do you think she deserved it?
I don't. I like justice, so I would think that you should be prosecuted and whatever. And
fair enough, but like, there's no prosecution in these types of events.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody has the permission to put their hands on somebody else without consent. So if she didn't consent to it, no.
With children that you sacrifice like the devil for consent.
All right, I mean, then he could go to the authorities with his money and perhaps have some kind of prosecution.
They were threatening to kill him.
Okay, then
No, this is just a conspiracy. This didn't actually happen.
yeah, I had heard that it wasn't because of that. I had heard it was because she said that she gave him herpes and didn't tell him about it or whatever, and he got pissed off about it.
No, that's not.
Yeah, Zoot, the king of STDs over here. Zoot, did you ever get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You're lying. Riser, Zoot came in here the other day. He was trying to win the lottery, and he felt that if he was like absolutely honest with everything that he said, that he could win the lottery. And I just he just basically straight up said like I just randomly come in here and lie sometimes. And
I have been tested. I have been tested in the past. Years ago, like a decade ago, but I haven't been tested recently.
okay, that's fine. Uh, why wouldn't you get tested after the people who emailed you to get tested asked you to get tested?
They didn't ask me to get tested. They just said, suggested I should get tested.
Okay, if I ever had an email that suggested I get tested for an STD, I would get tested. I wouldn't like go around being like, oh, trying to hook up with people at glory holes or whatever. I mean, you're just putting people in danger.
They're going with more. Yeah, knowing that
Riser might have one of the best shots ever.
oh, I guess fucking yeah, you're welcome.
What do you mean? That's still a difficult shot for me.
Right on my
No, I did not. There's no way he makes this shot. Hit his ball. Yes, hit his ball.
Oh,
Dude, you could have fucked him so badly, Zoot.
You fuck yourself.
you've never seen that where someone reveals.
No,
Yeah, we have.
I think we are.
Yep. All right. Well, the fact that you don't recall it doesn't necessarily mean it's untrue. All I know is I'm sucking major league dick.
So right on. Not Instagram.
Cool. Was he good looking? Maybe the greatest looking motherfucker ever. Zoot, what are you doing? Collusion.
Um, Well, they're in the same, going to make the same shot.
Oh, thankfully he went in. If he hadn't have gone in, there was a really good chance that I would put his ball in. That's a terrible shot.
It looks like
Zoot, you know what to do, big dog. Hit the cow, and then I'll hit the barn or the windmill.
we didn't know if it's going to be the bomb line. Now we do. Why is it the bomb line?
No, it's not that difficult. He might fuck me though if he does the angle and then hits my ball. There's a very good chance he could fuck me.
I have a hot shot. You could bounce it down and then
That's a great idea. Razor's got a great idea for Zoot.
and I fucked it. No, bounce it, brother. I was going with the whole tree. Doesn't matter. I'm actually the census. I'm actually afraid of it wasn't that smart of a decision. I took a risk and it did not pay off. Rabbi was not in a better position than me. But now you just have Rabbi. He's gonna give it in a six shot now.
Oh, what a great shot. Hit my ball.
If the guy was clear. No, it goes off. And Rabbi helps Raza. Now Raza has the easiest shot in the world. Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
you want me to help you or not?
No.
Mathematical victory. Mathematical victory.
Dude, what is this bullshit?
Why are you blaming me?
Did I say Zoot? What is this bullshit?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can't lose, Raza.
Yeah, he can. He could fucking resign.
You know the job.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, the whole. Where? I didn't make it. I'll go off on around.
Oh, I didn't even see the hole there.
I think Rabbi can get it in. Now, Rabbi,
No one would have helped me. And I'm still addicted to it.
Riser has one of the most difficult shots I've ever seen. That was brilliant.
Did you hear the Kyle and Jackie O show ended?
The who?
Kyle and Jackie O show ended.
Is that some Australian bullshit?
It's the biggest radio show in Australia.
Dude, why did they end it?
I think Kyle Chamberlain said something that got people offended on the radio.
What did he say? That Zoot's funny?
I don't remember. But there's an $88 million lawsuit. To keep that when we were taking off the market.
Oh. Zoot just helped me. Maybe more than
So
anybody.
I think if he wins the $88 million lawsuit, he doesn't have to go back on. I can't remember. I'm not sure if he wins the $88 million lawsuit, he doesn't have to go back on air. Something
Okay.
like one of the biggest lawsuits in Australia right now.
Okay. Well, that sucks. That radio show stuff. Did you like it?
What?
Did you like the Jackie O show?
Kyle and Jackie O show?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably one of the most controversial and hated radio figures in Australia.
Is it like Howard Stern or something?
Is Howard Stern hated?
It's who? Oh, is Howard Stern hated? Oh, by some people.
Okay. Imagine this 5 times more hated than Howard Stern.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, John. Do you think Riser's gonna make this shot? Because I think they have a very good shot at making it. Riser, why didn't you make your shot?
Hey, Rosen. What website got banned in Australia?
What website got banned in Australia today, Zoot?
Yeah, one of the most popular websites in the world.
Was it Reddit?
No.
Okay, what was it, dog?
One of the most visited websites in the world.
Is it Pornhub?
Yep.
Oh no shit. Man, Zoot's gonna be VPNing his way into the netherworld.
VPN.
What did you say, Zoot? I think people should be able to do what they want to do.
Yeah, for example, everything else. But that's the good. What's the point of even banning it? What's the point?
That's what he just asked, son.
It's the most popular concept in the world.
So what did Bonnie Blue retire at? She's still top 10?
I don't know.
Zoot, You've already been there 50 times. It's going to be protesting government interaction. People will be like, "What are you doing?" It's going to be like, "You didn't know?" People are like, "What?" They shut down Pornhub in Australia. People will be like, "There's like 1,000 other porn sites to go to." It's like, I know, but that's my favorite one. Dude, when did she give? Dude, when did she give birth?
What is that?
When does this bitch give birth?
Okay, she's been pregnant for about 12 years.
I know. Remember, you were gonna have like a stand-up bit on it.
38 weeks. How long is 38 weeks?
Probably in the fall.
Okay.
Probably in the fall.
Might be like first of the Christmas. Go like October.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. But I mean
September.
that's technically the fall still.
Yeah, we don't call it.
Okay. Well, nobody gives a shit what you call it on the other side of the world. I'm talking about real people, baby.
Oh, yeah.
No, that would be spring for you, right? Yeah, it would be spring
No,
for
the
you.
autumn. No, it's the autumn. Is it called fall because leaves fall out of the tree?
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, we call it autumn.
Right. Well, no. Do you call it shrimp on the Barbie?
Oh,
Yeah, you do.
we don't call it shrimp. We call it prawn.
I was gonna ask that. I was talking to somebody from UK the other day, and they were like saying prawns. That's hilarious.
You call it shrimp or prawns?
Shrimp.
No one says picking over shrimp from above. No one says shrimp over here.
Okay, do you call it prawns on the Barbie?
No.
What do you call it when people eat prawns on a barbecue?
But we don't eat barbecue. We call it barbecue prawns.
What do you call a barbecue? Do you call it a Barbie?
No, we just call it barbecue. Holy crap.
You don't call it a Barbie at all?
Some people do.
Okay. And do people drink Fosters?
No. Rabbi knows nothing about Australia.
I know everything about Australia. I know all of the stereotypes, and I know that people don't drink Fosters there. It's just something that's marketed in the United States to get Americans to think that you drink Fosters. And I know that you call them prawns, and I think shrimp on the Barbie comes from like 1970s Australian stereotypes. Like most all knowledge that Americans have of Australia is Paul Hogan.
Raza has the hardest. Rabbi has the hardest. Yes.
That's right, baby. Hey, Riser.
And Raza listens.
Riser, what is it like to allow me to have a perfect game?
perfect game yet. I just had a perfect game. I got 10 points. You right now have 15. Therefore, there is no perfect game. There could be, especially on this hole. You're not bad at this hole.
I think I'm the best person ever at this hole. Zoot, what's the name of this hole?
Potato sauce.
It is not. It's the pee hole.
Same thing.
All right,
I
so
like the red on there. Definitely kind of added some features here to make it. I think I did the best shot ever.
Zoot, what did you think of my shot? Did you just sneeze?
Think of what? Yeah, but
What did you think of my shot, big dog?
it looked better than my shot.
Yes, it was.
Surprised that you hit my ball.
Collusion.
Why did you have water dumpling? Water dumpling.
Collusion, folks. Collusion, folks. Oh, fuck.
Oh, they just gonna live on the back. I'll see you all the way. I don't know if that's what it's gonna be.
No way this works. What a beautiful shot. Making it very difficult for him to water bump me now.
Water dumpling again.
How,
See the head.
how are you able to do it?
Hit him straight. Just hit him straight. Please fall straight. Just gonna knock it straight in.
You douche.
We're gonna do the wood one.
I know, but I almost did a better shot.
Oh my lord. A water bump again.
This is a tough water bump.
Oh, well done. Well done. Very good. Well done. Very good. He lands 3 more shots. Dude. That's coming in. Okay, I think we should end the
What a water bump. This is a this is a difficult water bump, Zoot.
What a really. What a one.
Fuck you, dog. It's gonna send me back really far.
Oh, big mistake. Bump him back. Bump him back the other way. Bump him in the hole. Oh, no, no perfect game. Good job, dude. No
So,
perfect game.
hey, collusion, baby. Collusion.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
What are the odds that Zoot never returns? Zoot, Riser, you're so interested in marketing. You should really watch Billion Dollar Bully. It's like it
I have the fucking thing pulled up. I have the video.
baby,
Ready to stream it.
baby, big dog.
You wanna watch this stuff?
I'm ready, baby.
Also, you kind of dodged the question. Because, like, you basically acknowledge that ads will be customized in the future. So what relevance does platform have at that point?
Wait, hold on. Hold on, I have to position. I didn't mean to dodge the question. So, what was your question?
No, I'm not saying I'm not holding it here.
You just said I dodged the question, and I'm saying I didn't mean
I mean,
to. If that's what your
no,
interpretation
no,
was.
I'm not angry about it. I'm just saying,
No, no, no.
like,
I'm saying that I didn't. I'm saying that's your interpretation.
well, you went on to give an answer about how in the future ads will be customized and a man and a woman can look at an ad and see two different things.
That's
And
true.
I agree with that. But as a ad marketplace that is trying to cultivate the best advertisements using crowdsourcing methods, how is that affected by custom personalized ads in the future that are not
Excellent question. Because
traditional ads?
the ad that the woman would see would be crowdsourced to be really impactful to her, and the ad that the man would see would be crowdsourced to be very impactful to him. So
Okay.
you would just
I
use crowd crowd spark or whatever to get ads that are really specific to women who are shopping or whatever, and then men ones for men that are really into shopping or whatever, and they could be staring at the same medium and be given two different ads.
sure. But in terms of like personalized AI ads that are targeted to your individual life, like on Facebook in the future, they have your interests and hobbies and they'll manipulate it in a way that's going to appeal to you specifically, same with thousands and thousands of other people.
Oh, okay. So at that point, I mean, it'll just have a camera that knows who you are and then shows you advertisements that are geared towards you at that time. Okay, that doesn't answer your question though. So you're asking, so how does crowd, whatever, crowd spark, how is it still relevant in that world, right?
Yeah.
Well, nothing's forever. And so at that point, once you have AI that's like generating perfectly curated videos for people, you're out of business.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like not happening yet. And, oh, I know. Remember we said that advertisements that are linked to humans will have more of an impact on them emotionally than AI ones.
Yeah.
So you still have that advantage. So at the very bottom, it would say like at Zoot who created this ad for you. You'd be like, oh, that was created by a real person. Zoot, I'm gonna look them up. I'm gonna see what their shit's about. As opposed to just something that you would get from Sora or something.
But now, fair point. Uh,
I
I mean,
I'm cutting you off right now because I want you to know that AI is getting so good with these Instagram models that I don't know if they're real or not. I I know you may be like, well,
yeah.
I can tell, but I'm like followed
No,
by.
I've seen ones that are just like so close that it's almost impossible to distinguish.
I agree. They have to they have to start making them worse, meaning like or like like the way that I can tell is just everything is too perfect. When everything's too perfect, it's like um it makes me suspicious, especially in the background and stuff. Like, but if it's
if these people, like the people who are creating these models or whatever, if they just changed it so that the background doesn't look perfect, like the bed or whatever isn't perfectly made or whatever, I can't tell the difference.
It's in Blender and like another 3D modeling software. A technique basically to create realism and to insert all of these like subtle layers of like digital dirt and stuff on top of things and like baking in like this imperfection. Yeah, right now the models are just looking at their scenery and background. They, yeah, it's very close.
It's very close
But
to the point where I'm in the uncanny
however,
valley.
it requires the AI tag now gives it away on
Well, that's the thing is you don't always people don't always use it, and especially if a woman uses a filter that makes her look a little artificial, I can't tell. Like there are some of these that I look at that I'm like they are AI, and then there are others that I'm like I think that's a real person. They've got like 500,000 followers or whatever, but all their content looks exactly the same, uh, and I don't know. And who's to say that like if you create a Facebook or an Instagram account, I've been creating a bunch of those recently. You create the Instagram account, and you don't have to like upload your ID at the very beginning or anything to prove that you're a real person. And if you have really good AI models and you never tag it as AI, there's a good chance nobody will ever think that that's AI, or at least for over the course of a few years.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's pretty it doesn't visual though because you can just tell how too perfect like the poses and stuff and just like the compositions are just you can tell a real photo from like an AI generated photo because real photos are just like very it's like so much more realism to it I guess but like it's close though and even though it'll be like very handheld.
I'm sure that you've been fooled by at least one of them and you don't know it. I'm sure I have too. And I'm sure Zoot has by thousands of them.
What's up?
Zoot, we're
Bobby
about.
Blue is an AI. Harry watched the movie, Rabbi movie.
Yes, yes, sir. Zoot, are you ready to watch a movie?
What's it called?
Billion Dollar Bully.
Good. So you're gonna learn something. Dude.
Zoot, do they have Yelp in Australia?
Hey, dude, when someone's talking, you ask your question. This is not ghosting.
Thank you. Roger, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Hey, well, you watch the movie.
I bet I would bet money Zoot does not have the attention span to watch an entire movie.
It's in my screen.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you so much for streaming.
You can hear it.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly right. If you caught what that guy said at the beginning, it's beautifully put. Did you catch what he said?
I heard the mafia thing at the end.
What? Just start it over. Listen to what this guy says. It's the perfect summary.
I heard most of it.
Just watch it again. Just watch it again. I'll watch it all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, no, I definitely I've heard it up to here.
All the way to the beginning. Come on, start it over. I really think it is. What'd you say? That actually isn't a bad idea.
She was watching something. Let's be quiet.
What are we watching?
Google reviews was first.
Okay, so I don't think people like compare the businesses on Google and go, oh, hey, because of this high rating on Google and then they follow it, they're not doing something. So let's actually go to Yelp kind of because Google's doing one thing, Yelp is also
Yeah, the
Yeah, the
Google
Google
filters out
filters it as well.
big sort of future.
not in the
Not
same
in the
way,
same
not
way,
as
not
hard,
as hard.
but like
But like
if
if
Google
Google,
they have
they have
software as
software
well,
as well,
and
and if they don't
think
think
that
that
your
your
reviews
reviews
are
are
legitimate,
legitimate,
they
they
will just
will
remove
just
them.
remove them.
Some visibility, like
They'll be
They'll be
completely
completely
removed.
removed.
So
So
there's something
there's
called
something
Google
called
My
Google My
Business,
Business,
and
and one thing that was really
the business
business that I helped to
started
start
out
out
was
was
to have locations
locations
throughout
throughout
Southern
Southern
California
California
that were
that were
close to our
close to our
customers.
customers.
So then when
So when
somebody
somebody
typed in
typed in
car wash,
car wash,
even though we
even
didn't
though
have
we
a
didn't have
brick
a
and
brick and
mortar
mortar
car wash
car wash
anywhere,
anywhere,
our name
our
came
name
up.
came up.
It was like
It was
free
like free
advertising.
advertising.
And so
And
what
so
we
what
would
we would
do
do
is we would
is we would
register a bunch
register
of
a bunch of
businesses
businesses
throughout
throughout
Orange
Orange
County
County
and
and
LA
LA
County.
County.
And
And
so
so
wherever you
wherever
were,
you
you
were,
type
you
in
type
car
in
wash,
car wash,
and all
and
of a
all of
sudden
a
it
sudden
says
it
car
says
wash
car
app,
wash app,
and
and
it was
it was
free
free
advertising.
advertising.
And then
And then
we could
we
add
could add
reviews to
reviews to
those. So
those.
we
So
would
we would
sometimes I would
sometimes I
just
would just
create
create
100
100
Google
Google
accounts in a
accounts
day,
in a day,
and then
and
just
then just
say
say
great
great
service,
service,
5
5
stars,
stars,
and that
and
would
that would
work
work
for some
for
of the
some of the
locations,
locations,
but other
but other
locations they would
locations
get
they would
taken
get
down.
taken down.
It just
It just
depended how
depended
much I
how much I
pushed it.
pushed it.
But some of
But
those
some of those
reviews are
reviews
still
are
up.
still up.
100%.
100%. I mean,
You know how
you
I
know how I
am.
am.
You see
You
what I
see
do.
what I do.
probably back when
It was
It was
easy.
easy.
It was
It was
easier about
easier
me
about
to
me
know
to
how to
know how
mark
to
them.
mark them.
I would
I
just
would
do it
just do it
because I'm getting
because I'm getting
paid,
paid,
and this
and
is
this
like
is like
I don't
I
have.
don't have.
There
I mean,
weren't
there weren't like
major
major
issues.
issues.
We
We
had
had
really
really
good
good
employees.
employees.
And
The
the
app
app
was
was
running well.
So
So
if
if
I
I
needed
needed
something
something
to
to
do,
do,
I would
I
just
would just
create a bunch
create a
of
bunch of
accounts.
accounts. I mean,
Got to say
gotta
that
say that
one of the
one of the
reasons why I
reasons
know
why
so
I know
much
so
about
much about
all these
all
social
these
media
social media
accounts,
accounts,
I have
I have
tens of
tens of
thousands of them,
thousands of them,
is
is
because I
because
used
I
to get
used to get
paid
paid
to
to
manipulate the
manipulate the
system.
system.
right. Yeah. Kind of question. I remember it. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, was this a rabbi idea? A 100% rabbi original idea that just bought, or not bought, but like register all the businesses for free advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it was a combination. It was a combination. So the owner
the
of the
owner of the
business
business
owned property
property
throughout Southern
Southern
California,
California,
and
and
wherever
wherever
he
he
owned
owned
like a
like a
warehouse or
warehouse or
something,
something,
he
he
would
would
put a
put a
Google My
Google My
Business page
Business
there.
page there.
What I
What I
did,
did,
we would
we would
use
use
something
something
called
called
phantom, phantom
phantom
addresses.
addresses.
So
So
basically,
basically,
some
some
places
places
would allow
would
you
allow
to
you
have
to
a
have a
mailbox
mailbox
without
without
a
a
brick and
brick and
mortar
mortar
location,
location,
and we would
and we would
register
register
throughout
throughout
cities where we
cities where we
wanted to
wanted to
gain a
gain a
foothold.
foothold,
We would register
register
a
a
what's called an
what's called an
electronic
electronic
mailbox,
mailbox,
and
and
then we
then
could
we
get
could
a
get a
Google My
Google My
Business.
Business.
The way you
The
get
way
a
you get
Google
a
My
Google My
Business
Business
account
account
is
is
you
you
have to
have to
receive a
receive
piece
a
of
piece of
mail
mail
in
in
that
that
location
location
physically. It
physically.
can't be
It
an
can't be an
email,
email,
and then you
and
have to
then you
put
have
a
to put a
number
number
in,
in,
basically to
basically to
confirm that you received a
received a
piece
piece
of
of
mail.
mail.
So,
So,
especially in
especially in
places
places
where
where
the
the
property
property
values are
values are
extremely
extremely
high,
high,
Malibu,
Malibu,
Beverly
Beverly
Hills, Santa
Hills, Santa
Monica,
Monica,
we
we
would
would
register a
register a
Google My
Google My
Business
Business
location
location
in
in
that
that
area
area
using
using a
a phantom
phantom
email
email
address,
address,
and
and
then
then
basically I had
I had
a
a
list
list
of,
of,
I just
I
kept
just
a
kept a
spreadsheet.
spreadsheet.
One time I
One time
bought
I bought
1,000
1,000
Google
Google
accounts.
accounts.
1,000 or
1,000 or
10,000.
10,000.
I bought
I
like
bought
a
like a
ton of
ton
them
of
at
them
one
at
time.
one time.
The thing
The
is,
thing
though,
is,
they
though,
didn't
they didn't
last that
last
long.
that long.
They
They
eventually
eventually
got
got
detected as
detected as
bots.
bots,
But
but
I didn't.
I didn't.
I didn't
I
buy them. I didn't
didn't
create
create
them.
them.
I bought
I
them from
bought them from
somebody
somebody
in
in
India.
India.
But I would take those accounts and say, great car wash, easy service, super easy, have great customer service, 5 stars. And type that in. And then all of a sudden, when somebody on Rodeo Drive, where the price of real estate is extremely high, they would look on their map, and all of a sudden, it says this car wash out. That's excellent advertising. So I started doing it in places that were really high profile, and when you would type car wash anywhere in Southern California, we were going to pop up. And brick and mortar car washes hated that because basically we were looking like there was a physical location there, and there was not.
I mean, is that against any ULS or Google?
It's an excellent question. Eventually, Google got hit to this, and they would not let you use phantom mailboxes, and they would also like do some research on Google Street View. But it worked. I mean, it worked. Like here's the thing: we might have tried it in 30 different cities, and 18 of them stuck. That's great. You know, maybe not all of them stuck, but enough of them did. And that allowed us to have a huge footprint so that anywhere from the Mexican border, basically San Diego, to Santa Barbara, far north of Los Angeles, when you type in car wash, we were going to give you an advertisement, a free advertisement. And you could click on us, and especially in places where you could not get a car wash. I mean, nobody gets a car wash in Malibu. The price of real estate is too expensive, but we wanted people to know that you could get our service. And so we worked really hard to do that, and it worked really well. I mean, I think you could still do it. I could both just take car wash. I mean, I can remember the one in Irvine. I put a bunch in Irvine, and it worked for years. Right down the street, Irvine. They looked like a car wash was there, and
I could imagine if there's like no law for this. If you have one where they were like on like every possible like square into the map, there'd just be like thousands of like car wash little.
well, so here's what the issue was.
Going down and
You had to get a postcard at that address. If you could get a postcard at that address, you could do it. And so we used to send postcards to like people associated with the business. Hey, can we get this number sent to you? Read us this number over the phone. And then all of a sudden, I mean, I have it in all these places along the coast where there's a lot of money, but nobody has the price of real estate is far too expensive for a brick and mortar car wash. We were dominating those areas because somebody would type in car wash in Newport Beach. There aren't any car washes there, or like maybe they're in like a gas station or something. But all of a sudden, you could get car detailing coming to you and a free advertisement. So it worked really well, and it worked really well for SEO, so search engine optimization. And somebody would type into Google car wash, boom, we're going to show up on the map. We're going to show up in the results. We dominated. Our SEO strategy, we show up everywhere. In fact, we were doing it sometimes multiple in the city, so that if anybody wanted a car wash, we would get multiple ads from us. We were sending postcards all over Southern California just to get somebody to read us the 6-digit code, and then all of a sudden, once that happened, we got a pin on the map, so that over the course of a year or so, we might have had 50 pins throughout Southern California.
yeah, funny how that online is like was Rabbi Rothschild'S bombing some way to put people back, expanding car wash advertising everywhere.
That's exactly what happened. And I thought that's, I mean, I know that just so you type mobile wash in like in Southern California area, you'll see it. It'll say closed, but you'll see it show up. The thing that with Yelp, and I thought this was an excellent argument that we made. We weren't a physical car wash, so we're a technology company. So why are you able to Yelp us? You couldn't Yelp on Uber. You couldn't Yelp on Lyft. You couldn't Yelp on DoorDash. Those weren't brick and mortar places. So why are you able to Yelp us? We're not a brick and mortar place either. And I think that's a legitimate argument that basically could have potentially won, but we never pushed it further. Eventually, we did what all these people did. We just started paying, I think, $5,000 a month, which is a lot of money, and we just embraced it. And we would just be like, okay, we'll get business from this.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, we did get money. When this, back in America, I used to own this business all the time. Whenever we got a 1-star review, I would get a call immediately. It was like the bat phone. And you'd be like, do everything you can to try to get them to reverse their feelings. And when I first started the business, I did this. And I could work magic. I really could. I could convince people to change it to do whatever I wanted. Because I was good on the phone. But eventually I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not a customer service manager. I'm a managing director of a technology company. And if you want somebody to do that, find somebody else to do that. It was very stressful, and I didn't like doing it. And the reason why was because I could not, like, basically, when I had somebody on the phone, they could say that so-and-so told me that I would get a free car wash. And I didn't like that. And I also didn't like my name potentially being used in a review. I didn't want somebody to say my name in a review, because then it's stuck. And I don't want that. I can't get out the whole argument. So when people used to ask, who is the manager? I used to say, just call me Jake. And people would say, why Jake? And that's the name of our Yelp. That was the name of our Yelp representative. So I just said, my name is Jake. Just call me Jake. And then when people would be like, oh, I had a bad experience, but then I spoke to the manager there. FYI, their name is Jake. And they made everything better and gave me a free wax or whatever. Give us 4 stars. But I never went that in a negative way, where I never went off on anybody, but I didn't want my name out there like that. So eventually, I told the owner of the business, I'm not doing this anymore. And so we had somebody else do it. And I had a very good argument. I speak English. My Spanish is very weak. And many times, the person who's trying to figure out what happened to customer service agent needs to be bilingual. They need to be able to speak to the person who did the washing and to the customer. And I would say that you're basically forcing me to get someone who speaks Spanish to speak to the washer. And then that person has to communicate that information to me. Then I have to communicate that to the customer. That's 4 people involved. Why don't you just have a bilingual person who can speak to the customer, speak to the washer, and then have one less person involved? It's more efficient, and there's not the lack of communication that can occur. And eventually I was able to make that argument. And it worked out that one of the guys there, who had been working there longer than I had, he was like one of the first employees. He wanted a raise. And so the owner of the business said that he would give him a raise, but then he had to take on any bad customer experience. And he did a really good job at it. Sometimes he would need to be coached on things or whatever, but he got the raise that he wanted. And he was able to deal with those people. Yeah. We had one. This was a really interesting one. she had a really nice. You would judge people by their cars, and I can still remember what time she would. She had an Alfa Romeo, and you would learn all this information about these people because you would like look through their Yelp profiles and see what they did. Her dad owned an insurance business in like Marina Del Rey or something, like a nice area. And this woman, this shouldn't have anything to do with the customer experience, but I have to say it because it's a really interesting thing that happened. She would call every single time she wanted her car washed, and she would say, uh, "Do you have any promo codes? Because you could get like $5 off, and we would give people promo codes." So every single time she would call for a promo code, and she would say, "Yeah, is so and so working, or can so and so wash my car?" And that's the thing. We wouldn't like that person might not be working that day. They might be in a totally different part of the city. We couldn't guarantee that you get the same person every single time. And this woman happened to be African American and said, and don't send any brothers to where I am. I want somebody named Jose or Julio or something like that. Don't send any, like basically, she's African American saying, don't send other African Americans to my location. Now, I understand that she wanted to make this request, but that is discrimination. Now, I understand why she was saying it. She was a very attractive lady, and I think a lot of these guys might try to get a date or something like that. And but that's not something that we could do. We could not discriminate by saying, "Oh, we won't send somebody to you based on their color or whatever." But it was a very interesting situation. And this woman had 50 good wash visits. And this one time she did not have a good wash visit. And she said, I told them who I wanted to come to my car wash or something, do my car wash. And they weren't able to send this person or whatever. I thought that was that really bad situation where we had someone who was discriminating against her own race, basically, and wanting someone from another race or whatever. Yeah. I just wasn't talking about those kinds of situations. Anyway, she ended up. I think that originally she had hold on, I have to change the originally she had written like a 5-star review, and then she came back and she said like, I've used these guys all the time, but like basically I asked them to send out someone named Jose. They weren't able to bring out Jose or whatever, and they sent somebody else, and that person didn't do my tires the way that I wanted or whatever. And I remember we really went back and forth on how to respond to this, because that was the thing. We would respond to every single review and say what we tried to do as a business to give our side. And this one woman in particular, I said, let's just say what happened. Let's say exactly what she said. She said, don't send any African American people to my. She said, I think if we put in quote brothers, don't send any brothers to my location. Send me a quote Jose or someone like that to wash my car. And she went and denied it later on. She's like, I would not do that to my own blood, et cetera, et cetera. But boy, did she. And that was one that always stuck out on my mind, that this was someone who was discriminating against her own race, and for whatever reason, and um, now it had to be like a public ordeal. I did not like doing that, um, so I basically just said I'm not doing it, and held firm on that. And um, I did it one more time. What the fuck did you end the stream for?
Well, oh, I gotta take my dog after this.
All right, we could do that. Um, we had one person. I only did it one more time. We had this guy from South Africa or South Africa or Australia or something, and he was really upset about something with his wife. And I didn't really care about that, but I did care that we had an employee who was upset because this guy was being abusive on the phone, and she just gave me the phone one day, and she's like, I can't do this, I can't deal with this anymore. Like she was gonna quit, and so I took the phone and I went outside and just I gave him a whack. So I remember, and he was happy with that, and then that made everything okay. I remember saying to the owner of the business, "You can't expect me to do this job and not be able to give things to people at some point. So I want to be able to give one free car wash away every day. You should allow me to be able to do that. We should be able to eat that. We have a big enough advertising budget that it's a $30 car wash. You should be able to allow me to do that." And so he did. And
I
I
could make a lifetime customer.
exactly. And I never had to do that. I never had to give a car wash away except one woman. One woman, and she was like living out of her car, and she wanted a like a deep clean of her car. But we don't do like deep cleans if you're living in your car. Like that's like a service that we'll give you an hour of our time, but we're not going to give you 8 hours of our time. And so I remember, and she didn't even order a premium. She ordered a deluxe, which was like just like a basic package. And I remember I gave one car wash away on that one, and but I it was as you can see what these people are doing in this documentary. There's no accountability for this business. They're like the mafia. All right, well you go take your dog out. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll come back and we'll finish it. Okay? Listen, this motherfucker doesn't even respond to me. This is garbage. Don't ask me the question if you're not gonna listen.
Yo, dog.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's up with
I'm
you?
going back. I was back in my apartment.
Can you hear me? Yo, big dog. Big dog. Big dog, can you hear me? Big dog, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. That lady who.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
That lady, I was thinking about it. She did not have an Alfa Romeo. She had an Aston Martin Ghibli. I like. That's how fucking well you would learn these customers.
A
That,
Maserati? Is it Ghibli? Is it Maserati?
oh yeah. That's right. Was it a Maserati? Yeah, it was a
Aston
Maserati
Martin is
Ghibli.
like a DV9.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's right. Was it a Maserati Ghibli?
Is it the James Bond one?
No, this lady had an Aston Martin. Maybe it sounded like Ghibli. Hold on.
Aston Martins have really garbage build quality.
Well, I wasn't
Yeah.
selling the car. I'm just telling you what this lady had. Types of. Maybe she didn't have a Maserati, but I thought it was.
It was a Ghibli, it was a Maserati.
Yeah, I think she had a Maserati.
Still a decent car. I mean, also garbage build quality.
Yeah.
Probably tied with our Austin Martin there. It's funny how like these luxury cars just have like the most abysmal build quality to them.
Well, the idea is that if you have that kind of money, you don't need reliability. You just pay for it. Man, I want to say
Yeah.
she either had a Ghibli, a Maserati Ghibli, but I want to say she had like some kind of car that not a lot of people had. Let me look at it now for a minute. Um, no, I think it was an Aston Martin. Anyway,
They both kind of look. They all three of them look similar.
they do. Um, but I just thought this was really bad that this lady was um,
I think
discriminating against
she
her.
I think like she initiated the bad review and
Well, originally,
responded saying that this is what actually
no,
happened.
no. Originally, she had like had 50 washes with us. During her third watch or whatever, she gave us 5 stars. During her 49th, she updated it and gave us another 5 stars. During her 51st one, that one didn't go as well as she wanted, and she changed it to 1 star or something like that, saying that we couldn't accommodate what she wanted. And then we just came out and said exactly what she said on the phone, which is, don't send any brothers, send me a Jose.
All right. I guess at that point you're kind of backed into a corner, and you might as well tell the truth a little bit instead of just making it seem like your business is shitty.
I agree. I mean, I remember just being like,
But then did she delete her review after she saw that?
it went to like unrecommended.
Hey, were you guys paying like for the you're paying out so the shitty reviews are hidden anyway?
No, it doesn't work that way. They had a system of like 180 data points that they would use, and and you could not choose what was going to be on the map. Um,
I thought that was the whole business model that you paid and then they'll actually show you people the good ads instead of showing them the bad ads.
They wouldn't do it exactly. Okay, so you remember you were like, hey, um, like I can see a lot of the, um, yeah, wow. Remember I said like you type in mobile watch in Southern California, a bunch
I
of
did do it. There's a decent chunk of pins. It wasn't like spammy though.
well, keep in
Maybe it
mind,
was back then.
keep in mind it was 5 years ago and the business is closed.
Yeah, I know. There's still a bunch of closed ones.
Yeah.
Which I guess do you have to maintain the fucking thingy, the ghost mailbox or whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah, you do. You had to pay like something like it depended on the area. So higher uh, value areas were more expensive.
Okay. So I continue the movie.
Yes, sir. I know you're not fucking
Okay.
enthused because somebody's not swimming down to Amazon, but you're someone who wants to fucking be an advertising mogul. You got to pay attention to this shit,
No, I am paying attention.
right? Well,
And
let's watch it.
It's interesting.
Not just interesting, baby. This shit is fascinating as fuck. This is the modern day mafia, son.
That Amazon. I mean, yeah, we still haven't watched the other Amazon documentary. I'm curious how you'll rank
Baby, we're watching Bear Man
some of
after.
them.
Baby, we're watching Bear Man after this.
That didn't take place in the Amazon, but yes, the Bear Suit documentary is another amazing one.
Dog, that's what we're watching after this bad boy. I'm just waiting on you to start. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, my computer is crashed out.
I won't make fun of that because
I hope
it's better than I can do right now. I could show it, but I could not stream it. It would be one camera looking at another screen. Probably not.
Yeah, my computer just crashed a bunch.
It's okay.
the, the MacBook Pro laptop, even though it's 2019, awful quality.
Did you see the what is it, the MacBook Neo or Neo MacBook that they're launching for $500 or $400 if you get an education discount?
Um, no, but I would imagine that the specs are tremendous. Not that everyone
It
needs
it
amazing specs.
it uses an iPhone hardware or an iPhone processor.
Processor.
Yeah. Which I guess could work for like if you're a young person, but if you need anything strong, you need more than that. I think it's in this documentary that Italian guy who's at the beginning who was like, in Italy we call this the mafia. In the United States it's called Yelp. You know that guy?
Yes.
I think his business after he made this became very popular, but everyone would just give him 1 star and like that was his thing. Like give me 1 star. I don't care anymore. Like give me whatever you want. And then it became popular to go there. And you know what is really sad is like most every single person we're seeing, all of their businesses have closed by now. Now it's already tough. 1 in 10 restaurants make it past their first year. But you know, like you hear that lady from Australia, she was like, I worked hard to come to the United States. I was the first and youngest, or the youngest only woman like with a restaurant in San Diego, and then she's just looking at like a boarded up place. Like the it's a digital
Yeah,
mafia.
now she has to go back.
Yeah, and now she's got to go back to a Pornhubless country. Yeah, like yeah. And if you ever watch Kill Tony, and anybody ever has
a business on there, they're always like, "Oh, let's look up the Yelp reviews," and literally these Yelp reviews just they only read the 1 stars, and then they had this one guy on. He had a like a kebab place, like a Russian kebab place in San Diego, and his business blew up because of it to the point where Yelp locked the page and wouldn't let anybody do new reviews, and so did Google because he got 3,000 reviews over the course of a week or something. Everybody just wrote how much they loved the place, even though they'd never been there. Yeah, I love this story. Yeah, so what Yelp would do when any um, business gets like a huge amount of attention is they lock the page and they won't allow new reviews for like 90 days. Good. Just pause it for a second. I love this guy, and I love what he says. He's like, I'm in the restaurant business. I don't think I've been in 500 fucking restaurants in my life. How are you 21 years old with 5,000 reviews? I just think that's hilarious. That's all. Thank you. Isn't that fascinating? What'd you say? No, don't you? You're getting silence? Sirens?
Okay, someone might have been driving through silence.
What did you think? What did you think? I didn't say it was the best documentary you've ever seen. I said it had to do with advertising, online advertising industry, and that's what Luke came to. Dude, when I was in college, um, I was really fortunate. I was a senior when this came out. I had a lot of friends who were uh, prominent individuals, not just on campus but globally, nationally. They were like national figures. I don't want to mention them, but basically, um, like there were a lot of athletes and stuff. And I remember my friends talking about a website that had been founded called Juicy Campus. And I was like, "What's this?" And they're like, "Dude, anybody can write anything about anybody on it anonymously." And so like I had a lot of friends who were like hooking up with chicks or whatever, and they let's say some guy hooked up with some chick, but didn't hook up with her friend. The friend could write basically an anonymous statement about the person saying, "Hey, you know the star running back of the team has herpes," when that's not true, and there was no way to uh, validate this. You could just write literally any lie, and I remember being like, "Man, I'm glad this came out." Like exactly, my name is Jake, 100%. And this website was taken down, but it was it was so I'm like a free speech advocate, but when you are that, then you have to be okay with Juicy Campus. And Juicy Campus, it was it shut down less than 2 years after operation. The anonymous college gossip website, founded by Duke University alumnus Matt Ivester in August 2007, ceased operations due to financial insolvency, despite having over 500 campuses and more than a million monthly unique visitors. The company cited a collapse in online advertising revenue and the lack of venture capital funding during the 2008-2009 economic downturn as the primary reason for closure. In a farewell message, Ivester acknowledged the site's popularity and admitted that growth outpaced its ability to secure sustainable funding. While the official reason was financial, the shutdown also followed significant controversy. Attorney General investigations in Connecticut and New Jersey were launched over allegations of consumer fraud, privacy violations, and the site's failure to enforce its own policies against abusive, racist, and sexually explicit content. The New Jersey Attorney General, Richard Blumenthal, praised the closure, stating Juicy Campus had enabled irreparably damaging anonymous posts without a reporting mechanism. After its shutdown, Juicy Campus redirected users to College ACB, Anonymous Confession Board, a similar platform that continued the model of anonymous campus gossip. The site's legacy lives on as a cautionary tale about the risks of anonymous online speech, cyberbullying, and challenges of monetizing controversial digital communities. And I remember I used to read the most heinous shit on this fucking website, and it was about my friends, and I was always really worried. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong, but just anybody could write something about me. Um,
and like yeah, like or like I had friends who were like in Sports Illustrated, and somebody would say that so and so wouldn't sign um, my copy of Sports Illustrated, even though I asked them. And then you'd ask your friend, they'd be like, I don't even know who this person is. I sign everything for everybody. I don't know what they're talking about. It would basically defame them. I had two friends of mine. One was the captain of the soccer team, the other was the head cheerleader. And there were rumors that they were cheating on each other when they weren't. They were around all the time. And they literally, like, we would spend our time like playing Halo, like when this stuff is being written, but somebody would just have it out for some, like, for instance, somebody would like the head cheerleader who was our friend and want her to break up with her boyfriend who she'd been with for 3 years or so, 4 years, and so they'd write some kind of defamatory thing about her. Um, People would write. I mean, I remember the big one was just like I had a lot of friends who like would hook up with a lot of girls, and if that happened, they'd be like, somebody would spread a rumor that so and so, like had a STD or something like that, like, and that wasn't true. Um, just things like that. Like that was a big one too. Yeah, people would say anybody can hook up with this chick. She's a whore. She hooked up at such and such or whatever, and there was no way to take it down and no way to argue it. So then the question arises. So I'm a free speech advocate, right? No, it was just text based, at least when I remember it. But no, there was no photo. Um, but you would go there like it was a forum just to see what the newest news was that happened over the weekend. Oh yeah, you could write anything. So like, let's say you hooked up with a girl and somebody knew about it. Somebody could write anonymously, like, Rabbi Rothschild hooked up with the hottest chick of all time. Of course. But that might not be something that you want out in public. Or just like, I mean, what if you have a situation where a guy would have a girlfriend maybe across the country and he wouldn't hook up with chicks? Like I knew some guys like this, yet they would say, "Oh, so and so's a football player. He's always around chicks. They're always all around him." Well, if that girl from across the country reads that, that's going to sound like he's cheating on her, but he's not. And so, what do I feel is the correct answer? There's like basically one of two ways: censorship or free speech absolutism. And I am someone who would rather have free speech absolutism. You can say whatever you want, but there should be. Um, I don't know if I like you may have to like upload your profile or whatever. Like you have to dox yourself so that you're out there and people know who is making this accusation. Or you should just be able to say whatever you want, and people can just be the judge of whether they want to believe it or not. It was going to be the attorney general of New Jersey was trying to take it down, and but it was shocking what you would read on there. Just like so and so's a whore, so and so's a whore, so and so fucked a dude at this party and sucked another guy's dick in the car outside the bar. Like whether it was true or not, that's not all information that people necessarily want out in the open. Well, so how would I? So how would I do it? I think that you should be able to say whatever you want, but then somebody else should be able to respond in any way they want, and you can. I mean, then you can just basically. I think the best way to handle that is just to say that's like your opinion, man.
How did it get shut down? Like, what laws
They're like, uh, there were some cyberbullying, and that wasn't even a thing back then, but it has since become a thing. Um, but it was like there was some sexually explicit content, racist, abusive policies, or like just abuse, and uh, just just abusive, just like I mean, you can say abusive things on the internet, but it was just I think cyberbullying would probably take it down now. But if you think it's bad what you write on social media today, nobody knows about Juicy Campus. It was ridiculous. You just straight up lies about people. Um, like uh, don't trust so and so because they're an asshole. I mean, just everything. People would just be like, "Yeah, I know it's not true. I'm just gonna write it just to fuck with this person because I don't like them." So, do I think that that should be allowed? I do. I'm a free speech absolutist. I think you should be able to say anything that you want and write anything you want.
there's this website called Is Anyone Up? And literally it was up for years and didn't get taken down for years because it was because like the law, whatever. But there was this one guy that started it, and the whole premise of the site was just like revenge porn. So any like any person who like had obtained images with their ex or whatever could just send it and like dude and just upload it on the website, and that was up for like years, which is arguably worse than just random people saying whatever the heck they want. It was fake. You can look it up on Wikipedia.
I will in just a moment. There's this girl in the United Kingdom who I'm in this Jewish server, and um, she didn't know if I was a real person or not because I'm live streaming in there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a live person, I'm a real person. And she asked me like last week, can she interview me? And I said, yeah. Um, and I invited her to the server. She actually boosted it. The reason why it's boosted right now is because of her. And I didn't really know anything about her. Um, but we spoke like last Sunday or something. She wanted to become more orthodox, and so that's a process known as Baal Teshuva, and uh, like basically I could just give her the basics of what an orthodox person does, and uh, that she doesn't have to take on everything at once, but she really wanted dating, and there are ways to date from a Jewish perspective. They're like matchmakers, um, uh, basically. Uh, Shradchan is what's known as a matchmaker in Yiddish, and a shidduch is your match. You could do this other ways as well. Long story short, though, I didn't know how old she was. So I asked her last Sunday, um, "Are you?" uh, I said to her, "Are you at least 18 years old?" And she said, "No."
when she wanted the dating advice, and I said, well, I can give you like religious path advice, which I basically said go to her local Orthodox rabbi in the United Kingdom. I gave her that information where she could find that. But I said, wait till you're 18 years old until if you want dating advice. And so it just so happened she turned 18 yesterday. It was her 18th birthday. She was just almost 18. And I wrote her just basic advice, and she wrote me just now some really nice stuff. And I was just happy to get that information because when you're 18, you don't know that much about dating and stuff. It's uh, it's a confusing world. Now, if I wanted to find what you were talking about, it's called. Is it still up, or is it? I'm still up. What was it called?
Anyone up?
Is anyone up? And I just go to the Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is a bad website.
And the guy was making a lot of money off of it by just ruining people's lives and not caring about them. Eventually, I think why he stopped it was because 4chan was like harassing him and trolling him, and since he had to like review each post before they got uploaded, they were just sending him like the worst images for him to look at, and then he got like really fed up looking at these 4chan troll posts. That's probably disgusting images, which I find kind of funny.
It looks like he got his. He had to go to jail.
Did he?
Yeah, it looked like 2.5 years sentence and like $2,000 fine or something.
FBI investigation, guilty, sentence, uh, Evans. Who's Charles Evans? I don't think that's the main guy. The main guy is Trevor Moore, and I don't think Moore and his alleged aide, Charles Evans, were both arrested. Moore pled guilty to identity. Oh yeah, because he was working with some guy on like the computer, and then like the hacker guy was like guilty to computer hacking and theft. And basically, Trevor Moore was getting this guy to hack into people's computers to steal their news. So the hacker went to jail. But I don't think Trevor Moore went to jail. And there's a docu-series on it called The Most Hated Man on the Internet.
Exactly. I was going to ask you, have you seen that?
I haven't. I watched one YouTube video on it. That's why I recommend it. Anyways, very late, so I'm gonna go hit the hay.
Excellent. Come back soon, my man. Thank you for airing everything. And excellent job in literati, man. You're getting good. I might not have to give you the first 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 go. First start. Yeah, exactly. The first what do you call that? First turn.
Well, you did really well.
Yeah, you were distracted, though, I can tell you. 240 or whatever. Yeah, maybe you'll watch. Yeah, I wrote it down. Yeah, the one who killed the electric car or whatever it's called.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, you know I love that one.
Yeah, I never got to see that one. There's also walking the Amazon on these bears too.
Yes, sir.
Also, yeah, maybe you have one answer for this, but about the advertising marketplace, you need people. It's like three parts. You need creators that are creating the content, and then you need companies that are posting the content. But then there's also this critical third tier involved, which is like just like average kind of just viewer, like participant on the website who's just visiting and rating ads and potentially participating in targeted demographic um, reviews or whatever, um, and basically like giving like the likes and stuff on the platform. So, do you have any strategy in emulating those people? I
Uh,
will say that there are like just exactly like Yelp and Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb and Google reviews, like practically anything you can think of has reviews, and there are like sites to dedicating reviews, and what this is basically a site to dedicating, or sorry, yeah, a site to dedicated to reviewing advertising. And so, will people find it entertaining enough to go through 50 different toothpaste ads just for pastime? I mean, obviously that's not what all 50 or 500 or like whatever the number is. You see that? Like, you understand what I'm getting at here?
so basically, there are sites that are being done to be able to get these reviews. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Say it again.
On the ad marketplace, there are three components. Basically, there's the creators that are producing the ads, there's companies that are posting content for the ads, and then there's this one critical piece of just the people that are perusing the website and looking at the various commercials and upvoting them and rating them and giving the platform like those upvotes, you know?
Yes.
So, like, where do those people come from? Is it entertaining enough for people to just want to sit back and look at like 50 different toothpaste review advertisements and the content?
I think so. People like the creativity of it. I mean, people. That's like saying on Instagram, would people would people want to see somebody with 50 different pairs of pants on? Yeah, they do. Especially if they're engaging.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, like Yelp and IMDb and whatever other reviewing websites or whatever, all the YouTube channels of reviewing it that exist are people enjoy reviewing things. That's how they like make money. So like reviewing advertising content. Let's hope that's the case. Do you have
You could also provide a way to reward people to interact on the website.
such as incentives or actual currency or promotions or
I don't know. You could give them like just like Reddit does, like little rewards for logging in every single day or uploading things regularly, or give them like little trophies for having spent 1 year there, or 5 years there, or 10 years there, whatever.
all right, well, I'll chat to you later, Sean.
Take care of yourself.
I will give you a nice Yelp review.
Excellent. I'll give you a juicy campus response based on your review.
Okay, thank you.
Peace, buddy.
service is, but I do. And because of that, I have two rules, lady. Like the first one is if I can smell it before you take your pants off, I'm not eating that shit. And they always get mad at you when you tell them that they pussy stink like they don't know. Like, bitch, you knew that pussy smelled like a 91-degree day in Puerto Rico before you came over here. And the second one is, if you ever had an abortion, you always do people on that part. But fuck that, somebody got murdered in there. Y'all know niggas don't fuck around in haunted houses. My cup, my choice, bitch. Thank you.
There you go. Jerry, Eva. Were you going to do a pussy eating joke before?
That shit when he was talking about pussy like he gets something at all.
He says that he does. He says that he's eaten 36 white pussies. What do you think about that?
I think he's a white liar. And y'all believe that shit. Look at that fat motherfucker. He ain't no black pussy.
Do you eat white pussy?
Exclusively.
You've never eaten a white pussy?
Hell no.
When you say hell no like that, why?
Because a couple of months ago I seen a TikTok where they asked a white girl, if you take a shower on Wednesday, when the next time you take a shower, this bitch say Friday. Fuck that shit.
Because of one.
No. White women don't wash every day. Fuck that shit.
You think that's a thing?
I know that's a thing.
Wait a minute, is that true?
Of course they gonna say it while they on camera. This bitch is sitting on Krabby Patties.
Maybe stripper showers though, where they take their butt wipes and clean out. Okay, right, man.
That's not good. That's why your eyes look like that.
A little inflamed. A little swollen. A little bit swollen. Jerry Devo Smith, what do you do for work?
I'm just a comedian. That's what I do for work.
How long have you been doing it?
15 years.
15 years. Where at?
San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio.
I'm originally from Washington, D.C. What's up, brother?
Why come you guys said hi like that after DC was brought up?
The city, Chocolate City, baby.
Okay.
Don't let him fool you. I'm not fucking with him.
Jerry Devo Smith. So your middle name?
No, my middle name is Dwayne. Devo is my nickname. I choose that for my stage name.
What name?
My nickname. Dwayne is my middle name.
I didn't know what they were. My friend's name is, his name is Ford, and they call him Jermaine. This guy was like, have you seen Jermaine? I was like, who the fuck is Jermaine? Black people was like, Mr. Government, National Government, respond with.
My government is Jerry.
What's your government? Donnell or Miss Walters? I met a black people years ago. I said, wow. So Jerry, you're born and raised in, or you started in DC. What made
I
you
started in San Antonio. I left my house comedy club. I've been living there since 2010. That's when I started.
What made you move to San Antonio?
My brother was in the military. He left and then he had a baby in San Antonio and stayed there. And my dad moved down there, so I just moved once I got divorced because I was running from my children.
Just a girlfriend?
An ex-wife. I was married.
Baby mama?
No, I ain't got no kids with this bitch. You crazy?
You married her and you didn't have kids with her?
God.
Wow. How did that happen?
By the grace of God, won't he do it?
Wow.
You're 40 years.
You're full black?
No, I remember I told you I landed on my mom's wife.
Really?
Yeah.
Your dad was dark as
My
shit.
dad is purple. And y'all laugh, but this was my mom's wife. That's why my daddy stayed. He's still alive. Goddamn it.
Wow. That's incredible. You still have a relationship with your mom?
My mom passed away in 95. We had this conversation.
Oh, we did? How did she pass away?
I'm waiting for fucking Redman to do it like he did last time.
You gotta say when she died.
She passed away
night, I do believe. And what David is making some noise for Ralphie, the bartender. Ralphie, the bartender. So a couple months ago, I got a Home Depot to look for a dude, and he didn't really come with a green card, but with a king card. So we started dating, and things were going pretty good. Him and I were having a really intimate, deep discussion, deeper than we usually are. That you need in a relationship. He's like, I love you forever and ever and always. Amen. I'm like, now, dude, did you just bring your face into this? How cheating are you? And later that night, he actually turned for me on the dinner table, and he blamed me, boys gotta eat. And he's getting all sex with me, ripping up on me and whatnot. He's like, who's your man? And so immediately I sit up, and I look him dead in the eyes, and I'm like, our one and only Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. And he came, which is pretty cool, because before this relationship, I really wasn't that religious. But apparently we pray every night now, because I'm in the new thing word. Thank you. I'm Ralphie. Oh, man. Let me check in. Alright. Ralphie, am I saying that right? Yes. How long have you been on stand now? A little less than 6 months. 6 months. Perfect. 6 months. What made you want to start stand-up 6 months ago? I've been wanting to do it for 10 years, but last year I got divorced, and I've been doing it for shit. Nice. What made you get a divorce? Mother stripping. The wrong ones, and he tried to kill me, so really, I don't need to try. What did you say? I just can't tell me, God. What did you do, Ross? Started moving out early. So how long were you in that relationship for? 6 years. And once you got out of it, that's when you realized you could start stand-up comedy. Yeah, doing a lot of bigger things than just stand-up as well. Just kind of like fun lessons. I started doing stunt doubling for motorcycle work. Riding motorcycles. About 3,000 miles. So I'm still pretty fresh. A time limit wouldn't give the factor here. So how long? Wow. And I know my mechanic. I don't know. My mechanic had my bike for over a year when I first got into it. It's hard. I'm just so about this story. Which part? Comes on. No. Cheaters. My girl doesn't play his mom, so you can't just be Mexican. Nah, wait. We have a brand new man for you here, yes. So, Ralphie, tell us more about your life. What else is interesting about you? I'm a welder, I'm a mechanic, gym enthusiast. Started acting recently. You were raised by a single father? No, he died. He died? He died. Late bachelor age. Yeah, that was during the Biden administration. No, way before. Huh? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. That's pre-Biden. Fentanyl was during Clinton. Yeah, exactly. Wow. How old were you when you passed away? Wow. Damn. That sucks. You have a lot of siblings? Only child? Yeah, I have 2 brothers. One's adopted, and the other one's adopted. They're not as cool as I am. I didn't know Mexicans. Is your mom Mexican? No, I'm not. Oh, there you go. Your dad was Mexican. Yes. Yeah, your mom's white. Okay. Still close to your mom. Why fuck that bitch? Young girl, 9:30. Have you ever thought in all these relationships that you might be the problem? You sound just like my therapist right now. Really? Do you go to the therapist? I do. I can't wait to tell her about all this tomorrow. Yeah, the man that comes is going to hit pretty hard after this. Where have you ridden this motorcycle at? What's the craziest place you've driven to? Just in Corpus. I mean, they're in Corpus driving. Yeah. Alright. You're in Red before? Red Man. How can you tell? I believe this is our first female comedian of the night. You can't just, every time there's a lady up here, sexually harass her with questions like that. Have you been with a woman before? Well, let me tell you, she does some mechanic work with the bitch. She rides motorcycles. Ralphie, fun times. You gotta keep working it. You're only 6 months in. Keep writing. Keep trying. There's a little joke about Ralphie, the bartender. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your name. Ralphie, the bartender. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We had a good night tonight or what? We have a special treat for you. William couldn't make it, Artie Maddie couldn't make it, Timmy couldn't make it. But I'm excited about how we're closing this great show. And I think you will be too. I believe that this is the future of filtering. This young man has only been on the show once before. He won the golden ticket at 21 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he is the future of the show. I think he's the future of comedy, and I'm positive he's the future of musical comedy. Make some fucking noise for Tony Scar, everybody. Tony Scar. He is 21. Hello, folks. Folks, what if I told you there was a place where million minds could collide? You could be drowning in the sea, even if you're only the size of Big Mike. Celebrities around every corner, and living they want you bad. Handling the nines and tens, would you be interested in that? Welcome to Epstein's Island. I'm sure you won't forget it. I'm trying not to get sued here, so everything I say is alleged. It's always perfect weather. My weather controls that. Probably the guys with the beady eyes and the 1-4 flat. Builds and comes in under 4 minutes. There's 4 more weeks of winter. But he only comes in A's women, as he likes to call them, squinters. In his belly there was a black pigeon taking a bath. It was the world's first sopping wet, 3/5 and 1/2. The trump was at the table, drinking muffins and eating pork. He was sitting on J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance was on all fours. They were eating with Anthony Fauci, and right before they prayed, Fauci turned into a fucking cat and flew away. Biden slept with a prostitute, and after they had sex, she stepped onto the balcony to smoke candy cigarettes. Stephen Hawking was on the treadmill yelling, "Real, real
Stupid. She didn't take cash. She preferred that I do rocks. She stripped down as much as a Muslim can. She took her socks halfway off. There was a black shoe, a small shoe, beautiful ebony skin. She stripped all the clothes off and stripped all the green off, and then she was white again. And I couldn't believe she did blackface. That's racist. That's fucked. So I only paid her half price when she redid all the makeup. Not a single ball that left the island was blue. Ever since I was a young boy. Dude, everything was good up until last night. Last night was fucking. I put my tongue really hard last night. I'm horrible eating pussy, dude. I don't know. I don't know how that happened. I had a really bad sex experience recently. It was really. I was going back to the girl's RV because the house of it is also a car, right? And I was back at her place, and she wanted to fuck, and she made me wear a condom, and I didn't wear a condom because fellas know that if you don't wear a condom, you don't have to fucking use one, right? That's how it works. That's how it works. I probably wasn't supposed to tell her that. That's my bad. But I went back to her place, and she was like, use my condom, and she put on a Magnum condom. And I'm not a Magnum kind of guy, Tony. I'm not, so that was, it's not like putting your dad's t-shirt on, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was like a Ziploc bag. It was tough. Yeah. But besides that, I mean, everything's been great. I still have a part-time moving around town, but I got managers and agents now. I got women hitting my line, which is awesome. Yeah, it's fucking fantastic. I was dating 30-year-old women, which is great. That's my bread and butter, bro. Yeah. He's got a big cloud on his seats on it. I was there. Yeah, I was on the silver platter with an apple in my mouth.
Tony, you are so funny. The music is just absolutely incredible. Every line, every reference. You are a true star.
Thank you very much, bro.
Amazing. Tony Starr, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, I love this man with all my heart. How long did this place get the great Don L. Rawling for every night? How long more? See him. DonnellRawlings.com. Trust me, he's one of the 2,500 people. And once it started in the belly region in front of 15 people, and then 17,500. Yeah. We love you guys. Thank you guys. Good night, everybody. Show or what? clubs and youtube.com/finance comedy and finance.com/Jim Norton comedy to watch this special unconceivable on YouTube. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend watching it right after this. Today's episode. You guys have done the show multiple times before. Very exciting stuff. You guys know how it works. About 300 insane people. Sometimes it's a calm person that's just ready to absolutely make the most of the opportunity that they're given. I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know that time is up to the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out an angry West Hollywood bear, which interrupts them if they go over their time. Then I conduct an interview with them. We find out more about them. Absolutely anything can happen. The entire thing is improvised. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, we're going to start with a bang. Normally, this is how you end an episode, but tonight, this is how you start an episode with a Hall of Famer with a record for most appearances all time on the show, the most interviews. Tonight, we get started with a man that some people call the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the San Antonio Service Assistant. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. Email where Jeffrey Epstein's assistant asked him if they should invite Brian Michael to the next big island party. Epstein replied, hell no, Red Man might frighten the kids. In Orlando, man was arrested for indecent exposure after neighbors saw him having sex with a vacuum cleaner. When asked to comment on his arrest, the man said, my balls are gone. I got banned from Antiques Roadshow for issuing death threats. I mean, they refused to appraise my vintage ball collection. The ice catchers talked to Pete Library, you pompous prick. I remember Apex Twin now has more monthly listeners on YouTube than Taylor Swift. My only question is, which twin is it? Okay, that's my time, Toby. William Montgomery, getting us started. I did not see Red Man's name on the Epstein list. That's all news to me. Yes, he was on there. He could really dig through it. A lot of people might have looked up Brian Redband and looked up Brian Riley. Stuff starts popping up. But his actual name is Brian Riley. Wow. Yes, look at that. You guys have seen William before. This is him starting the episode. It's a real truth to this. And did y'all know, I don't know if y'all probably saw pictures where they had that weird kind of trap towards the ocean. That was actually Brian Michael's idea of the party. Because he would get rid of all the little girls after they killed them and then put them in the ocean for that trap door. That was Brian Michael's idea. I think that was an interesting idea. Wow. Well, it's easy to make fun of Jeff Epstein, but there really are two sides to the story. It's so true. It is so true. Now, you are still obsessed with Apex. Yes, still been listening to a bunch of Apex played by Vampire Survivors. It will be Nintendo Switch 2. It will go bad at the machine. And please come see me on the road. I'm now dealing with something from a company called Calls, where it's just, I see people out there that are thinking, oh my gosh, this would be great. And it's 5,000 of them are Calls free. So please see me on the road. Right. It turns into this big nightmare. I never had to deal with that before. You've probably been dealing with it. You just found out about it. Yeah, maybe I'm just like over the past half year. You should turn into Red Bear and get access to Epstein's email list. I know. I need to. What would y'all do, Red Bear? Would y'all wait till the little girls would y'all put them in the ocean? Because that's the part I didn't understand. I think you put a body through the fucking floor of the house or whatever, it goes in the ocean. Would you wait till the bodies are have you do it? Yes. The people in the Illuminati, they just watch the show. It's back out or something. Lifted up those little bodies. I can't even. If you saw the diaper that goes with it. Look at that. Indeed. Pull-ups can turn into pull-downs real quick. That's amazing. Jim Norton knows his stuff. I should have known. If there's anybody that specializes in drowning babies, it would be you. Everybody's in turn up. I know it's a party. I love it. William, you also mentioned your phone collection. This. What's wrong? like to do after you smoke farts? Shit, Tony, well, I need to be careful because I have all the plaque in my carotid artery. It's just very scary. That's why I've been doing the road machine because I've been eating vanilla ice cream again. I just eat it with chocolate chips. I get the little chocolate chips in the freezer, the mini ones, and I just put it all over the ice cream. I used to suck while the ice cream was doing it, really enjoy it. Now I just eat bites of the ice cream, chocolate things. So I've been taking out big time too. That's why I have to do the road machine. I feel like when I'm rowing 20,000 meters in a day, I'm allowed to eat a bunch of ice cream. It's a wild boy. It's a wild way to start the show because William is kind of like a mythical creature. Almost all of it is untrue, but it's very entertaining. Normally on this show, I implore people to talk about your real life, talk about the truth. It's one of the extremely rare exceptions.
Real life is way too depressing. So.
Are you gonna take that one? Red Man's been holding back the whole time, and then he drops a bomb on it. No, it's kind of right. So that he's just sadly a little right on the show, but it's okay working. Well, William, you're super amazing, you're super silly, and everybody loves you, and it's a great way to start the damn show. Is there anything you're passionate about? That motherfucking vanilla ice cream today! Anything can happen. This is where we meet people. This is where the craziest shit happens. Ladies and gentlemen, your first fucking fool of the night goes by the name of Zachariah Tourette's. Here we go. Here we go.
What's good, everybody? So my name is Zachariah Tippett. I have this cool thing called Tourette's syndrome. And tonight, y'all need to know that children are mean. They used to explain Tourette's syndrome as sort of a superpower. One kid stood up and yelled, what makes you think you can be a superhero? You can't even win a game of hide and seek. So I'm your future H newsletter. I'm no longer allowed to be a motivational speaker. I'm a Walmart reader. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome to the show, Zachariah. How long have you been doing stand-up? Talking to the mic.
I've been doing stand-up since October 2021.
2021. You've been to the show before?
I have about 3 or 4 times.
Okay. I somehow don't remember you. You had Tourette's then too?
Still stable.
Amazing. Do the words ever change?
Yes, they do. The first time I actually ever came on, we were really excited. We talked about the time I hit the N-word.
Oh, I love that.
I'm from St. Louis.
Oh, right. I mean, I guess they have to give you the pass, right?
Full car, baby.
But you had to explain to black people who were around when you did that, when you said the N-word. Does talking about saying the N-word kind of make your Tourette's want to say the N-word right now?
Let's go after him.
So wait a minute. So if I tell people I have Tourette's, I can watch football in the morning. Wow. So yeah, so were there black people around when you dropped the N-word in St. Louis?
Oh yeah, I got beat up a lot, and then one day our principal showed us a movie in front of the class, which is about a teacher who threats him, and everyone went, "Oh, he's not racist. He's just disabled."
It's great for dating though. If you go, you want to fuck me? Right out of the way.
You'd be surprised. Moms love this.
Amazing. So give us another example of a time in which Tourette's has caused a wild situation.
I yelled a four-letter word my first time flying in an airport trying to mom. Mom?
Oh shit! So it's kind of like, is it kind of like whatever you shouldn't say in that situation? Kind of, if you think about it, that's what you say.
In a nutshell, there's a lot more to explaining, but we don't have time for that.
So you're eating pussy that really smells, and you yell, "Gross!" because she knows her pussy stinks.
No, I just go to the ass and say you're next.
Oh, hell yeah! Oh yeah! I'll go anywhere. Love it. Love it. So, Zachariah, do you have a job? What do you do?
I actually content creating full time, so I'm talking to etc. Stream content at part-time weekly job at Chili's.
Which location is the show? Oh my god. There is going to be a line around the fucking block for people to go to Chili's.
Well, I found out next episode they didn't pay me the advertisements.
Okay. They will retroactively give you money. That I swear to God, that Chili's will be out of control. It's here in Austin.
San Antonio.
Okay. Everyone is going to go to every Chili's in San Antonio until we figure out what the fuck is going on. I absolutely love this. So obviously you have this when you're serving customers. So for example, let's say there's Asian customers. Is there any chance the Asian C word comes to the front of your brain?
Actually, because I'm very simple. I get way too many answers.
Oh, so you're not working front of house.
No.
Damn. I think that's what everybody wanted. That's what everybody pictured. You were sure. No offense, but I don't want you making my food either.
Now you throw that hard out.
Man, how long you been cooking at Chili's?
I've been there probably about a year.
Okay, so do you get a little? It's physical too, right? You get a little twitchy too. So sometimes you literally probably do like mess up cooking if you have to restart and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. What are your hobbies? What do you do for fun when you're not cooking? What do you stand up?
Mostly I
Oh yeah. We all like the fun.
and secondly, I mostly just make content at home. Like I'm usually on TikTok a lot about answering questions about
You
your
really do appear to check your TikTok. Amazing. This is incredible. Words that cover up other words. Like I've heard of guys with mostly in the UK, but they just started doing it over here in Texas and Dallas. Like in high school. You together, taking some of like little minions together. We congregate.
Are there guys in your group like this guy's a fucking asshole?
Mostly UK people have more liberal like sentences like I'm going to punch you because like something random. But I just have the one verbal text, so mine's like mid-tier to say punch. And it's saying the cooler threats to me, but I'll settle.
I love that. And so they have meetup groups, and there's one in Dallas. Why did you not go with that? It seems like, as a TikTok ticker, that you would be there.
It's not free to go to, so it's kind of flat expensive, so that was the other thing.
How much, I'm just curious, how much does it cost to go to Tourette's?
It's a few hundred to go there. Plus that's not like travel. It's the Tourette's con job. Shit, dude. It's Comic-Con for the same.
Do they have a non-Tourette's person make the reservation?
That's about mine to say the level.
So imagine those not with you.
No. Not unless you're entertainment video.
Tourette's, you guys have with each other. But I imagine like finding someone is hard to pick up like a hot Tourette's chick. Let's just be like,
yeah, we both get Red Bulls and we're live viewers.
So what's dating? Why can you take us through it?
It's mostly just like everyone else, just a little louder. That's basically the message I hear.
Like maybe older and just big love. What is she like? 49 years. So you'll have to catch some people up. What did you watch it today? Yeah, it's been a while. What does her character do? When she needs to do a baseball game for Tourette's, helps her like heckle the other team. I can't be the only one that loves comedy. Hey, she likes Stella and Street Fighting Design. Zachariah, very fun. An amazing interview. Here's a big joke one coming at you. Zachariah, Tourette is the name. If you're wondering why, 8 minutes of the interview had to do with Tourette. In his name. There's the lovely Heidi, everybody. Our podcast, Home on the Line, is available at HeidiRegina.com. This podcast is sponsored by Quo. 2026 is the year your business stops acting like a game of telephone gone wrong. Scattered messages, missed calls, and who's handling this? Shouldn't be a daily ritual. Modern communication systems like giving your team a GPS instead of a treasure map drawn by a toddler. Everyone stays aligned, responds faster, and no opportunity disappears into the void. In that moment of clarity, you'll catch yourself saying, all right, let's fucking Quo. And that's why today's episode is brought to you by Quo. Q-U-O, the smarter way to run your business.
Here's what Tony I love Quo. It's the best business phone system out there. Quo works wherever you are, right from an app on your phone or computer, and lets you keep your existing number. Add new numbers with teammates in minutes. Sync your CRM. Rely on seamless routing and call flows as your business scales.
Your entire team can handle calls and texts from one shared number. No more missed messages or disconnected conversations. It's easy. Calls, texts, voicemails, transcripts, and contact details all live in one clean view. With full context at your fingertips, your team communicates faster, stays aligned, and delivers a more personal experience. Make this year worth no opportunity and no customer slips away. Try Quo free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months when you go to Quo.com/KillTony. That's Quo.com/KillTony. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Listeners, think back to a first date where you were really interested in someone. You probably asked them important questions like, what are you looking for? What are your deal breakers? So you can get a better idea of whether or not this was the right person for you. Well, the same goes if you're hiring. You definitely want to address key questions first to see if someone would be right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. When you post your jobs, ZipRecruiter suggests screening questions to help you go in on top candidates faster. Today, you can try at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
Guess what, Tommy? I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter's matching technology immediately finds qualified candidates that check all your boxes. They also recommend screening questions you can easily add to get the highest quality applicants. Want to see who's recently active? ZipRecruiter filters can show you. No wonder ZipRecruiter's the #1 rated hiring site based on GQ.
Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. And on we go, ladies and gentlemen, to your second fucking pull of the night. Make some noise for Quentin Jones, everybody. Here comes Quentin.
Since it's a new year, I decided to make new rules for myself. My first rule is I decided I'm stop dating with cats. It's tough because I don't know if y'all know this. The women with cats are the biggest hoes out here. And it's so easy to keep a cat woman happy because she's already used to somebody in her house that doesn't love her. My ex used to have a cat. It's weird because I'm trying to be a good guy, but clearly she loves abuse. Like every time she would feed her cat would just, like, God damn. I'm jealous. I'm like, damn, I want her to cook for me. So I figured if I want some food, I got to keep it even with the cat. I didn't hit her, but what I did do was gaslight her and knock shit over from time to time. And it's not for the best reason. It's not because I hate cats, not because I hate cat women. I'm just allergic. And I don't think women respect how hard it is to have sex so penetrating. It's my time, Robert Jones.
Welcome, Quentin. This is your first time on the show.
Oh, it's my second time. Second time on here.
Welcome back. Tell people why is it hard? I don't know. I've never taken advantage of this. Why?
Because you get sleepy. Yeah, so it's like you on the clock when you take that picture, you know what I'm saying? So literally one time I was with my ex and, I took the picture and it just kicked in like too soon.
You fell asleep on top of her.
No, in her crotch, even worse. Wow. Yeah, so I woke up and she was gone. It was just her cat looking me in the face.
I was so happy when they said your name. I was like, oh no, Christoph has answered. Yeah, man, I had a feeling I was going to bomb. It's not as bad as my two spinning a lot. No, but at least yours wasn't topical. It was topical.
Quentin, how old are you?
34.
34. How long have you been with stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up 7 years.
7 years. And how do you make money?
How do I make money? I don't.
How are you surviving?
So I used to work in tech. Last time we talked about working in tech, but since I got laid off, so I'm just living off the savings.
How much do you have saved exactly? Question I love to ask on the show. In fact, I don't ask it enough. It's the only show I think in all of entertainment where that question never gets asked and invited to be the most compelling goddamn question out there. Because everybody, some of you,
How much do you think I have?
I would guess $7,000.
$7,000. Okay, you got about 14K saved.
14K.
14K.
I love it. So give us an example of your 7 years into comedy. There's a lot of ways to save money and be thrifty. Let's have a little segment called Get Thrifty to Joe. How are you extending your money?
How do I extend my money? So the funniest way right now is I eat less.
Oh, look at that. You hear this right there?
So since being unemployed, I've actually lost 50 pounds. So,
Oh, very nice. What happened if you let the roost?
yeah. I do get over that before those big insurance. Yeah, I know. So whenever I say I like lose 50 pounds, people don't laugh and I know why. It's because I used to be 300 pounds. Every 300 pounds, I lose 50 pounds. It feels like it's a one shit. So, I eat less. I walk more. So I do a lot of cardio. I actually started like a fitness page.
page where I run like app marathons. It's called You Don't Stop. So if you guys want to see my badass run, you can follow me there. So,
Because you can't afford a car.
I can afford a car. I can't afford all the other shit that goes with the car.
Gas and whatnot.
Registration, insurance.
You got the police ask you.
Yeah. But then I definitely have some jokes.
Okay, so you're not driving that much, and what's your plan to get ahead and start making money here? How much is rent?
So my rent is $1,100.
It's low. Do you have roommates?
No,
You live by yourself? How do you keep fun?
I do.
Is that a studio?
One bedroom. Yeah, we're in Austin, it's going down, so
Far away from downtown?
2 miles. So I walk here a lot. Like if I have spots, I literally walk here.
Great. So you have, that means that you have about, a year. A year.
6 months.
So you run out of money. So plan, what are you good at?
I am student intake, so like AI is just gonna like a lot more jobs. So I'm learning how to use AI like that as tech. Hopefully something happens with stand-up comedy. This is my dream. This is what I want to do. I don't want to work as a tech. My fitness page goes up because there's a lot of people who have pages just make money running, just working out. So those are my 3 hopes. That's what I want to do.
Your writing is very good. I like the whole thing with what you're in. Is it more about the same thing?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Especially if you
So other than cats, what's your love life?
What's my love life? Right now, not very good. I actually got more pussy when I was fat. I don't understand.
I don't either.
So I was dating somebody last year to about November, and I broke up just because of the distance and the gas. And so I just been.
What's your type? Like white women or you?
Oh, no. See, I'm really short. That's the Texas black guy thing.
Oh, Detroit, you're into real black women.
Yeah, I'm into real black women. Give me about 5'7", 150, and 190. That's
Another credit score that you're talking about. Amazing. So your last black girl, how long has it been since you had one of those?
Like you said, my last black girl?
Yeah, your last time you looked at the black girl.
That was the girl I broke up with.
Okay, why'd you break up with her?
Like I said, the distance, and
Just distance. Where was she at?
she's in Dallas.
I mean, you could have gone up there for the Tourette convention.
So did you talk to the Tourette guy back then? I tried and stuttered. He's not used to seeing black people here. He's like, nigga. That's what he said. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So Quentin, give us one more crazy fun fact about your life that you find interesting.
It's always like last time we talked about me being a college cheerleader. And I was here with Shane Gillis. We talked about that. I like to play board games. I'm a really big nerd.
What kind of board games?
So literally before I got caught up, we were playing Settlers of the Time next door.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I started a board game with some friends because it's just like there's not a board game group, so I feel like I fit in. So I just wanted to start my own.
That's amazing. And how do people find your fitness content?
So it's You Don't Stop. That's my fitness run page on TikTok and Instagram.
Quentin Jones, everybody. Fun times. Congratulations. That's fun interview. All right. Moving forward. Keep it moving. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket goes by the name of How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year back home. Very lazy since moving here.
Where's back home?
Spokane, Washington.
And what made you lazy when you moved to a place where comedy exists in only one venue?
I actually moved down here so you have to do more comedy, and I just haven't really seen it. Like, I started a business, an online business, and it sort of just took off. I just
Business.
I sell football cards.
Like football memorabilia cards.
Sort of. It's called Breaking.
Yeah, you can explain it to your kids.
So
Nobody knows what
So like, there's boxes of football cards, Pokemon cards, whatever sports it is, and I buy a bunch of boxes, and I sell the teams, so it's buy the team, Cowboys and Texans, and you sell the cards to the team, boxes, so instead of spending $400 on all the boxes, you're spending $20, $30 on the team, you just build autograph cards, card cards, cards for the team. Is that why you also have a haircut in 1990?
when that haircut was popular, Juice Bigelow was in the amazing. So CJ, what was it like growing up in Spokane?
It's great. She's got a good year. It's cold up there. I got down here to avoid rain, snow, and ice, and that's not my place. It's crazy weird for me, but we had one comedy club, just a Spokane comedy club, and I guess there's something called together years ago. But yeah, there's like random bars and stuff. Kind of similar to here. The scene's not great. The comedy club's okay. 2 nights a week.
How long have you been in Austin?
7 months.
7 months.
Yeah.
So you've just been buying boxes of cards, organizing them into being up and sending them off.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
How much money do you think you're making? Give me a ballpark. Like, just give us a guess. What's a lot to you? You said 20 million could possibly change anything in your life. So,
I really like. I mean, it's 72K sales last week.
what? Profit. Yeah. How much?
Profit margin's about 40%, so it's like 25 to 30K profit. Yeah,
Like, hire the win? Are you kidding me? Hire the last guy. He's only got 14 grand in state.
yeah. I do need employees actually. So cut down on shipping. Walk the car, get something.
CJ, what's your love life like?
Nothing going on there. Been single for a while. Kind of like.
Been on any dates since you've been in Austin?
Yeah, I've been on actually trying to talk to this girl right now. BJ's.
BJ's.
The restaurant.
Yeah.
Good sign.
Yeah, I bet. We got some Tourette chefs over there at BJ's, that's for sure. So you met her at BJ's. You're just sitting at the bar having a drink?
My friend and I went for the Kazookies. Do you go $5 Kazookies on Tuesday?
Wow. Okay. Well, Red Band's got a new Tuesday plan.
Red Band was like,
$5 Kazookies? What the fuck? What's a Kazuki?
it's a pizza ice cream cookie.
Wow, you normally you make those yourself. It's you go to a place where it's made for you. That's good too, right? Oh, Red Band's hard as a rock, right? Okay, so you're there looking for Kazuki, and you end up.
She's just a server. I was my best friend back in Nick, and she just was going over. I was thinking a lot about those.
What jokes were you doing there? How do we get some of your Kazuki jokes? Give us an example of one of the jokes that got you pussy at Kazuki's.
I wish I could remember. I mean, I think she just liked me. She just laughed at me. Probably wasn't funny at all. She probably just liked me just laughing. It's a
shame none of those girls were in this audience. Amazing. So you won her over, and then when you took her back to your place, she's like, "Why are there playing football cards everywhere? You're cool. You live with your little brother."
My room is just packed with football cards. It calls it the anti-buzz products.
I love it. There you go. You're your little place of Kazuki back there, and then
So you tell her when she gets there, like,
yeah.
I get her a lot of sense. Before we go in here, it's gonna look weird. But no, I got her phone number at the restaurant, and then
the first date at Bucky's was like?
She told me she's a fighter, which, what, it's interesting. She doesn't think we had if it's a good son or not son. I mean, she thinks not big enough.
She told me she was a fighter, just walking around Bucky's, and she drops that out of
This is in the car. This is in the car.
on the way to Bucky's.
She's talking like she's overstimulated anymore, but she like gave me a warning. She's like, yeah, I'm letting you get too overstimulated. So you might like
How old is she?
14. No, she, 22.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
So you get to Bucky's, then what happens? Did you buy something? What'd you buy at Bucky's?
I tried putting on the fudge. You like Bucky's fudge?
I don't know why you keep asking that. Just focus on the answers to the question. Yes, the man likes the fudge. Keep going.
Yeah, so I put on Bucky's fudge. She did not want it. And we had some random snacks, just black. So,
Whoa. You're like, you wouldn't like the fudge.
she's a fighter.
Wow. This is amazing. I wouldn't have guessed that the girl that you went for was a black.
What is it? Is it the hair color?
You're from Spokane, where normally black people are, you just put a cross on fire at your front yard. Spokane is a KKK hotbed now. It doesn't get all the time. Okay, so you take her to Bucky's, you offer the fudge, you just got some snacks, and then you take her back to your place.
No, just drop her off. That was it.
Okay, so her house.
Yeah.
So, have you hooked up on? Were you hooked up with her since?
No. Take things slowly, no.
Fuck girl that doesn't take her.
They both love Jesus.
She hit you up after work, and you just took her to a big ass gas station, and then dropped her off at home.
He really is Spokane.
So it just fizzled out, just like your set. Just no real closing or anything. But that's my time. Thank you.
That's more interesting than this.
Did she say anything at the end of this date when you dropped her off? Was there any last words?
This was November.
We still we went today, guys. Where did you get today?
We went to Chevron.
DJ, fun times. You are leaving here with a medium black. DJ, everybody. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. I'm starting something that isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into this thing that you are not entirely sure will work out. Trust me. I know when I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. And what if no one listens? What if I make an idiot out of myself? Who's going to want to watch it with me? Now, I know I was right in believing in myself and launching this podcast despite all the fears and hesitations. And it also helps to have a partner like Shopify and Brandman on your side.
Tony loves Shopify. They're the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world. 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. is from household names like Mattel, Chip Shop, and brands just getting started.
Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Use your brain and sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/GoTony. Go to shopify.com/GoTony. That's shopify.com/GoTony. Real characters so far. Keep it moving along. See what happens next. Your next Pokemon goes by the name of Matt Manwart. Matt Manwart, everybody. Here he is.
I had 2 degrees in 4 years in college. I was always mad at school. But I realized this instead of in order to take advanced classes, you have to take arts appreciation, global perspective, and social diversity. Of course, I realized there's watching scheduling software, my chance advance appreciation. Counting is all free. So I thought about it and I was like, man, I can take units in 1, 2, and 3, 4. I can study how to be great at parties. My friends say, they're like, Matt, you're a senior education. I was like, yeah, that's the point. I'm the one paying for it. One day I walked in, my roommate was like sitting on his desk, mysterious, like typing stuff. That's your 10-page paper right now, fragile masculinity. I was like, he's like, no, you do know what fragile masculinity is. That's what men are too afraid. You see this in feminists and conservatives through thousands of relations, arbitrarily living lives of some stuff right now. That's tough. This is the mashed potato. Hold on. I'm not even good at it. Alright, that was my minute.
Okay, Matt Manhart doing a little lightning fast poetry about his college years.
That was fun.
Okay, fun for you.
A lot of it, dude. Just what I was hoping for.
Alright, Matt. Here we are in the interview portion now.
Took a long walk. It wasn't worth it.
What?
Took a long walk.
Oh, during your set.
Yeah, got it. One big one, not worth it.
Alright, Matt. We'll talk about that in just a second. So let's get into it then. Actually, you guys have anything else? No. Just you got it.
It's very fair.
Checking with Jim Norton.
You seem a little like it happens sometimes. You know, I've had a Jefferson's medical condition. I'm going to shake your hand.
So you didn't even give a fuck what was going on up there. He was always shaking like that.
I'm not more, yeah, I shake all the time.
Should have a hot coffee.
They wouldn't let me bring the water on stage. It was a head surgery.
I didn't notice the hand. I thought the set was shaky without it. So Matt, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
It's been years.
Shut the fuck up, dude. For the first time ever, I'm going to say, as an answer to that question, I don't believe you. Where have you been doing it for 10 years?
Deep Madness made such a noise, I thought he could suddenly sing.
He gets loud. D-Madness does not like a lack of punchlines. He loves his role on this show. He loves his job. I've been hanging out with D-Madness after the shows, like for the first 20 minutes. Mitzi's right as soon as we're done. And I've learned, especially recently, more than ever, this guy literally is more in touch than anybody, like at all times. It's kind of wild. I'm not surprised, but it is so interesting. And so a fun fact, my point, is that during the show, when you guys can't hear or sometimes see, is D-Madness scoffs. Someone's not right. We can hear it, but it's not loud enough for it to go to the mic. 10 years, D-Madness went, oh no. It's like our own little background soundtrack. We used to have D have his own mic, but it's like a little bit too much sometimes. And I'm trying to dig someone out of an interview or something like that. But we've learned that it's our own fun thing to have fun there. D-Madness, I have D-Madness. Which brings us back to Matt Manhart. 10 years, where were you doing these 10 years?
First 3.5 in Iowa, then Chicago, and now.
How long did you move here?
I'm a little over 2 years ago.
You've been doing mics and stuff. You go up a lot.
Yeah, we've been traveling.
Do you have like the best joke you've ever written in 10 years that you can do for us? Like a short little fucking banger. There must be something. 10.
Yeah, I can point you something.
Here he is, doing something other than whatever the fuck that was. Just doing one joke for us, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Manhart. Give him a hand. 10 years.
Guys who climb rocks, climbing gym. That's not a gym. Gyms for people who don't be hot. No girls are like, oh, what's my dream match? Dream your body master first. No one's even fantasized about 50 digits. You know what? I'm upset with you. This isn't going well. Okay. So now, read the room. I lost all inertia. Jim Norton. I mean, it's a rough girl. Like, I I'm doing just like 50 to 70 seaters right now.
Where do you sell the tickets for? How much do you sell tickets for?
$20 a piece.
$20 a piece.
It's pretty standard, yeah.
Pretty standard for someone that I mean, as a professional that can sell tickets. Yeah. Okay. And the club takes a cut of that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what do you think you bought out of Tulsa? You must admit it. Okay, so
I shouldn't have talked about college because now I'm just doing an accounting class up here, and that's
just give us $500.
yeah. But that's I do it like 4 shows, so I do like the full run.
Okay, so you did one in Tulsa or 4 in Tulsa?
I just did one in full sun.
Okay, so then you have to drive to the next city, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You are looking inside the soul. This is interesting, I think, for the people that are here. It's chat.
Yeah, we did that last time. It's good. This is every conversation I've ever done before.
You were on the show before.
Yeah, it's way better last time.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the ceiling's pretty low right now. Let's be real here.
The ceiling's the same height as it was last time you were on.
Very fun.
Okay. So, and what's something interesting about your life that we don't know about you before I let that go?
Talking about college, I was a sorority president in college.
All right.
Yeah.
How do you get that job?
I was the president of the stand-up comedy club and registered as a sorority. And they never corrected it. It was never checked. And the best part was our initials, stand-up comedy club, SUCC, we were somehow gifted law.
You get a little chip the last time you run?
No, I got a big.
You got a big one? Guess what, buddy? You're going the wrong direction. There goes Matt Van everybody. What's more wonderful up here? This looks like a new name. Make some noise for Orhan Lamora, everybody. Orhan. Here goes Orhan. Yeah.
Nobody does. It was very fun watching when you guys talk to that guy. Because he's most successful than me. I'm shit. I've never fucking done comedy. I never felt more like my racist language in my life. If I think I shit myself, it just went inside. I'm from Turkey. It's not a happy place. The state motto is if you're happy, you don't want to. But I was there for 2 years. Like I lived in LA for a long time, and I moved back there, and then I came back here. And I like in this time I realized how to make America great again. Actually, what you do is you live in Turkey for 2 years, come back, and it's fucking spectacular again. It's gonna fucking go to my head now. Now it's the opposite. Now I think, oh my god, I will quit at the top. I don't want to do comedy again. This is gonna be. This is good. Meow.
There it is. Yeah, you got it. You got it. The laughter was so loud you missed the meow. I held off the bear because I wanted to see where you were going with it. Very funny. Orhan Limmer? Am I saying that right? Timmer. Okay. Talking to the mic there. I don't know how it works in Turkey, but
Voice.
Orhan, that was an unbelievably great set, just acknowledging the temperature of the room, but having common sense, like a 10-year veteran would have. How long have you been doing stand-up for?
9 years.
Really? Oh, amazing. I thought you were doing a joke about how you've been doing it 1 year and then 9 years. But okay, that makes sense too. 9 years. Very cool.
I appreciate it.
How much of that's in America?
So like 7 is America, 2 in Turkey.
Where did you go when you first arrived to America?
Orange County, but like they say that New York City, like where you go, like where I started comedy is like that's I always say LA because this is where life happened.
What made you pick LA?
I mean I was already in Orange County.
Got it. Yeah. What made you pick Orange County as a landing spot?
I studied film, unfortunately.
That makes sense.
Not sometimes I see children here with bats, and they're just trying to get better at sports. Like, I always think they're coming because the thing is, like, when there's big dudes and you're like part of them, people will like, like, it's trying to argue, so alright. But like when you hurt kids and you go to prison, they're like, oh, this guy's just a kid. And so there's that fear. None of these are my real life. These are psychological.
I think you're super likable. You already, your voice already, your demeanor. You just said when you kill kids, people,
You need an accent to kill kids, otherwise people are like, oh.
Before you're the Turkish. How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
33, and did you serve in the Turkish military at 18?
No, because I can't get out of that.
How did you get out of it?
There's two ways to get out of it. One, you have to be gay and two, but
Hell yeah.
here's the thing, like, here's what people don't know.
That's why I never joined the military.
No,
Let the root black for a second.
that's not how it is. No, I am straight. Shut up! You don't know me. I'm the only straight person here. Okay, listen. So, if you're gay, and you have to send them tape to the people. Actually, this is true. I'm not making stuff up. But blowjobs don't count. Some people send blowjob videos and still went. So the other way is you have to work in America for 3 years. That's what I did. I did 2 jobs.
So one way of getting out of the military is sending a video of a man absolutely butt fucking you, and the other option is going to the greatest country on planet Earth and making money and working for 3 years.
Because they figure corporate America also makes your ass so yay.
We looked it up. What he's saying is definitely true.
Oh my god.
Military service, the BBC News 2012. Military service is mandatory for all Turkish men. They can only escape if they are ill, disabled, or homosexual. Proving homosexuality is a humiliating ordeal. So, if you send a video of you sucking another dude's dick, they're like,
People don't know that it's in the fine print and people read it. People are like, this is getting up. And also they archive it, so there's a bunch of reluctant like blowjob videos that didn't even do any army.
where do you see that?
You guys are laughing, but I'm gonna get in trouble for this.
Video that'll get you out of Turkish military is the same video that'll get you into Jim Norton's green room. The guy who volunteers to watch the video in the army. Every guy was like, I'll make you again.
The amount of videos is probably on TV.
They show me the hero.
Because people don't want to go to the army, because they, make you get up early.
Yeah. Wow. It's incredible, Moran. So how long have you lived in Austin, Texas?
It's my 6th month. Yeah, I just moved here because I don't know actually, like people said I should, then I did, and then people have, like people said, hey, there's like, call me there, fly me there, I said, okay, and they speak the truth. And like, I'm telling you, like, this minute thing really made me nervous, because I'm not a really 1 minute guy, so, like, I really appreciate you guys, because I was really,
Dominated North. I want to talk to you for a little bit longer, even though this interview is very, very but I find you so interesting. So now that you live here, how do you make money?
I work for a luxury car brand, but I do part-time and they give me time for
make wood.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you making out of wood?
It's an abstract concept. I'm on expression more than what is concrete? I can handle this stuff. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how the question weighs it.
Doing a hell of a job, doing an absolutely unbelievable job. What's your love life like?
Well, I've my share of girlfriends. They're all girls. But like, Turkey, I was thinking of the this. So I had like more free time. I don't really have free time. I had a girlfriend a few months ago, but you know, she wanted to make up nights. I wanted to go more college because a little process for this thing. So like, I'm single, so I came to this. Nothing else. I mean, that's not a pleasant boy.
Oh, it's good. It's good. My own life is together.
Yeah, it's because, you know, I don't know, I love this thing to a disgusting level. It's like the amount of job opportunities I've given up to do drinks and wines when I started. It's like, I can only imagine you want to be a doctor in the old country and then here in Egypt. I mean, like, that best was 40,000 a year. That's what you know, I'm tired of it. But, actually,
That makes sense. Have you ever saved anybody's life or had a near-death experience or anything like that?
I mean, people have been suicidal, you know, shoot them. Does that?
Sorry about the last time.
Like something around a ledge. He produced a story that, you know, like my head shows up to the ledge.
You are so funny. You are exactly what this show is built for. Somebody that has been doing it 9 years, and you left LA, and you moved to Austin, and I just find you so incredible, the sacrifices that you've made, and you're just so funny, and I can't wait to see more material from you. So, Orhan, you are the newest Golden Ticket winner. Hey, up here, Orhan. There you go. The Turkish military, though. I had to do some research, make sure you're a real Golden Ticket winner. How about one more time for Orhan, everybody? That's what happens here. Dreams can come true. And they did for your next comedian who was just about to move back to Atlanta when he got pulled out of the bucket here on Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the great regulars of the show's history, the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Make some noise for Patrick Flynn, everybody.
Sir, what do you know about buying $200 worth of pregnancy tests if you can be on them, sir? Because you know you can't get pregnant, you just really need the good news right now. Sir, what do you know about pretending to be gay with your best friends so y'all can go to couples therapy because it's cheaper that way? Sir, what do you know about having a spider that live in your room and this nigga is not your pet? This nigga is not your pet, but you can't kill the spider because you got a white girlfriend. She like the stage, keep that in the bag, and you run. So then you chat GPT what kind of spider it is, only to find out it's a black widow. Nigga, I can't kill a black mom. I have one of those. And my dad dead. This spider is my mom. I just go by her windowsill. We play Kirk Franklin, and then she put what she want to read in the Bible in her web, like Charlotte's Web. You know, talk about Charlotte's Web. What's the pig's name for the book? Wilbur. This nigga can't read. This nigga can't read, and he's a liar. He just wanted to fit in. He just wanted to fit in. You're a liar. That's my topic. My friends, the difference between a regular and a fucking troll and everything in between. Patrick, absolutely incredible, loud laughs all the way throughout. Amazing stuff. You know, don't get the Dollar Tree ones because the nigga was nervous. I didn't know who the mother could be. I'm a host. You know what I'm saying? All right, Uncle Patrick, how's life been going? Tell us about it. I'm touring so much. I'm touring so much, going all over the country. It's so much fun. I do hate getting on planes. I think y'all know that. But every city I've been to, I've been selling a lot of tickets. There's a lot of good fans. I do want to say happy Black History Month to the 7 black people that watch Kill Tony. I've had at least one at every show. Yep. We got the good ones, though. You know what I'm saying? Little fun fact, Drake watches every episode of his crew in Toronto. It makes them all shut up and sit around a big screen TV. Man, I love Drake. There you go. How you doing? You love Drake, too. Yeah. I love it. You're very creative. I love the Spider-Man. That was really fun. It was very interesting. It's so nice to see you. I was going to piggyback off the gym, but the way he was touching his cock, what are you trying to get out of the army? I still can't believe it. That might be one of the craziest fun facts. You just had a video of you butt fucking some guy at the head of the Turkish army who's definitely jerking off to these videos. It's even better if it's not true and a bunch of guys are fucking their friends and still going to serve. Absolutely incredible. People think America's bad. Turkey either. What fun for a fight another place that has better weapons than Turkey does. I feel like I would be gay instead of going to the army. I think I would choose to just be gay for my videos. I've seen you fight for Turkey with food. That'll be on next week. Anything else crazy going on for you? It's fucking nuts. It's fucking incredible. I'm finally, I don't know, I'm starting to feel like with the first couple months where I'm starting to get real comfortable being up here instead of being like extra nervous because it is hard to come out here. I'm not just saying that because my friend Ron, a couple people ago, but it's which one was that? Matt Bar. Oh, he does run some great shows like up there. I think it's a club up there in Des Moines, Iowa. I don't think he likes me anymore. I'll talk to him. I want to be able to do Des Moines again. Also, thank you for that sweet ass jacket. I just wanted to say thank you. Yeah, they were supposed to come over the holidays. The jacket is from our amazing team here at the Double Miles. So we took some place here in America. And it took a while, and now they've arrived just in time for Texas to be 95 degrees ago. Yeah, so it's perfect. Sweating like a ball. Kendrick, you are the fucking man. We love you. You gotta be on the road. Follow him. See him when he comes to your city. Absolutely amazing. We know this next young buck. He is one of the door guys here at the mothership. We love it. You know, people from Sunset sign up, people from the mothership sign up. These guys all are going to take rotation here in us and doing spots. Hopefully, with their experience, they're doing their better minutes here. So let's see what happens. Make some noise for the young buck. big, it's like a gag of bitches. So many. I'm just sitting there minding my own business at the bar, having a drink. One comes over and orders a drink. He looks at me and goes, "You should shave your face. You look like a rapist." I just yelled at her, said, "Yeah, you look like a victim." Got her ass. She didn't like it very much, and she tried back. She's like, "That's not funny." And I'm like, "Shut up, bitch." I said, "Don't worry, I'm not into fat chicks." And she was clearly anorexic, so got her again. Can't believe that. Yep, absolutely great. Nicholas Bagley, I'm back again. Welcome back.
Let's go.
Fantastic. New glasses, you look kind of like a rapist.
Yeah.
Very good. Welcome. What do you guys think about Nicholas Chip?
I'm glad I changed. Good joke writing. Yeah, really great. I like this. I like that too.
Kind of on top. What's going on, Nicholas? Tell us about it. You work here at the mothership.
I work here. I recently became a father about a little while ago. So I'm just doing petty daycare during the day, and then at night the wife is working full time. I'm raising the baby right.
Tell us about that. I'm pretty sure we are all fatherless people. Well, I mean, fathers.
Childless.
Yes, childless. And we're probably also fatherless.
We'll just come to test you. Well, I mean, we say the same, but they always say you're never ready, so you don't know what to expect, which is just the cliche thing that is true. But it was a little different in our situation because when our baby was born, we had a little baby girl. One in 20 we got girl. We named her Shirley, and Shirley was born. We discovered that she had a little bowel obstruction in her intestines, and they had to do emergency surgery. Remove about 17 centimeters of her intestines, and then they gave her like an ileostomy bag, and the NICU costed for like the first 5 months of her life. So it was really kind of traumatic and upsetting. And my wife was really upset that I gave her shit back Shirley. She didn't like it. I did it one time, but every holiday Santa, it always comes up. And I'm like, SBS is never going to remember any of this. I like the dark jokes. We're like, oh my god, it's really fucking funny. Yeah, it's kind of my sense of humor. It's kind of south dark things.
Like nowhere. That's your daughter. Your humor is darker than the contents of your daughter's shit bag.
Sure, yeah. They call it output, but I think shit bags like shit.
Yeah,
Those are a crazy experience, though. I've had to do a bunch of. I think I'm starting to take care of myself a little bit better now. Like, got a checkup recently, which I haven't done in quite some time. But as guys are going to the appointment once a year, check it out. You think that's it, but this year they were like, all right, we're going to take your walls. That was fine. No great. I was turning my head. It was coughing. I asked the guys, like, why do I have to turn my head when I cough? Because I want you coughing on my face. It's about your point. You don't know unless you ask. And then he finishes, and I start blowing my pants, and he goes, oh, wait, we're going to check your prostate. I just didn't want to do that, but they forced it upon me. All of a sudden, I'm just in position, hands down. And he's behind me, and he didn't freak out. He goes, don't be alarmed, you feel like a small pinch. Then that's when I looked back and said, why do I feel both your hands on my shoulders? And he didn't like that at all.
Awesome.
We're at a dentist office, so. Hell yeah. That life been pretty good. I mean, that was kind of a struggle.
Nicholas, you're doing a hell of a job. You're crushing here at the mothership. Getting spots. Just performing for millions of people here on the show. It's great. Congratulations.
I'm not that big a fan of show Thursday.
Next noise for your next bucket roll. It is Kirsty Hayden, everybody. Kirsty Hayden. I don't know if y'all can tell by looking at me, but I don't have a house. I'm actually living through this app I found where I find strangers who choose me to stay at their place, water their plants, take care of their pets. It's called Hinge. No, but I do go from house to house, and it usually goes pretty well. But one time I was taking care of this cat, and when I came home, I discovered that the cat had gotten into my dirty laundry and chewed up only my underwear. So, weird way to find out you have a yeast infection. You can take the puss out of the panties, but you can't take the panties out of the puss. Okay. Hi, Kirsty. Welcome. Hello. Is this your first time on the show? Yeah. Welcome. How long have you been in the stand? 8 years. Okay. Where at? I started in Dallas. You still live in Dallas? No, I live here now. How long have you lived here? Like a year and 4 months. Okay. Good answer. Very good. How do you make money? I do pet sitting. I'm also, I clean and organize people's houses. I sell clothes on Depop. That's it. Alright. Okay. How old are you? I'm 30. Okay, so you started at 22. Yes. How's it going? Pretty good? Pretty good, yeah. You perform a lot? I do. Are you a little tipsy or on drugs of some kind right now? 100% sober. Really? Yeah. It's just you? Yeah, it's just me. I'm not even on Zoloft anymore. I'm off all of them. Were your parents really stoned and on drugs? Yes. You look like you should be disrupting the household. Yeah. What ethnicity are you? I'm Sicilian. Really? Okay. 100% of your parents are both Sicilian. Like 80%. My dad's dad is like Irish, so that's why my last name's Hayden. Alright, what do you do for fun, Kirsty? For fun? I usually will, I like to do, How long have you been off the Zoloft? 1 month. Yeah, there we go. I had a feeling. Your body's adjusting. Yeah, the brain zaps have finally stopped. Brain what? The brain zaps. Okay, none of you take Zoloft. Brain zaps. Can you take us through what that means? It's where you get really lightheaded and you feel kind of, it's uncomfortable, but I kind of like it. Because it makes you feel kind of like messed up, but it's like a lightheadedness. And then the first second you're like, oh yeah. There's other ways to get that. So what made you get off the Zoloft? My health insurance changed. So I thought it was easier to just quit the pills than to be put on hold. Did you wean off? Did you talk to a doctor at all? You just kind of just turkeyed it? Turkeyed it. They tell you not to do that, but I think I got through it just fine. So she used to wait tables at the Dallas Improv. And every time I ever give her a guest, she always crushed it for the show. She's very funny, and So, how has, have you a boyfriend? No. So, have you been on dates or anything since being off so long? Or are you just like, you know that the sexual thing is better because you're pleasing yourself?
Well, it's hard to date when you're on dates. You're just out every night, and I don't really do dating apps because I don't really like care. So no, I don't really go on dates very often. So no, I don't know. I don't do that. Okay, right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Stand up.
I do a little bit of yoga. I like playing pool. I like singing sometimes, and I take showers.
What song do you sing at karaoke?
I like to do some Shania. I sing chords really good.
Alright. Very fun. Let me ask you one more question about the Zoloft here. I've heard that when you stop antidepressants going through, you get suicidal tendencies. Did you have a low moment at all?
Surprisingly, no. Most of the low moments were before I got on it, and then like during even there were low moments. But I think because I expected there to be so many low moments, I just didn't. It wasn't that bad. So no. Well,
Stephen Rudy Stevens. Yeah.
see, I'm good.
Bad timing thing, but I work with Brian Redman, so he came from Shaw. I got him over here. He gets to do it.
I'm in a good headspace. Maybe tonight.
No. I can't have that kind of pressure. I can't have that kind of pressure. Don't write a suicide note. Yeah. You got it. You're leaving here with a big jump. But fun times, Christy Hayden. There you go. All right. Yeah, let's do that. You saw Timur get a golden ticket here tonight, and you may have seen this next young lady get a golden ticket if you watched Kill Tony Once Upon a Time in Texas on Netflix. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the long-awaited return of the great Young, everybody. Young,
Country English, I realize everything's better when it's white. For example, a normal person just lives in the house, but the most powerful person lives in the White House. White collar jobs are better than blue collar jobs, they're more intellectual people. White lies are better than other lies because they come from good intentions. Be some sort of white. Even Diddy knows white is better. Diddy used to host white parties in Hollywood. Best parties you can ever find. You can only wear white in that party, right? You got A-list celebrities, unlimited baby oil. And guess what? When he's arrested, not white enough to get parties like White House. April 11th.
San Antonio, you can drive. You drive.
I told you I drove Uber before. I was a 5-star driver. Yeah. Yeah. I did 5,000 trips. Yeah. High ratings.
That's crazy. I find that impossible. Shit.
I enjoyed your stuff. It was very funny. You had the, wife. It was very good. The writing, yeah, I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
She looks like you're waiting for some shit.
You know when I sit on the panel, I can't get on. I just look at you. I thought you look like someone from the alien movies. Human egg incubators come out and all the green light.
Are you gonna let do I now?
Yes.
You're gonna let Soon Ye talk to you that way? Yes, I am. Tell me how I'm not good enough. Tell me how small I am. Life is good, but not there, right? Tell me about it.
Youngkin has this incredible roast delivery. I find so interesting. She does it with a smile. She looks right at you. She told Redman that he looked like a kidney don't work. So many people after saying they saw the Netflix thing bring that up. And the Asian girl told Redman that he looks like his kidneys don't work. Like it's like it doesn't have to necessarily be like some crazy written like math problem. It's some brutal honesty with you, the way you smile at somebody.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to roast him. I just thought he looked great.
See what I mean?
You see, like it's an adorable delivery.
Yeah, but that means she really thinks I look like some fucking alien.
What do you think about Ian? Ian's a good-looking guy, right?
He looks so Jewish.
Texas, that's the worst insult to an alien.
I find it interesting he got all those like fake jewelry on his knuckles, like trying to be a rapper.
Thank you. I'll take a number 35, a 47, and a 16.
Are you Jew though? You are? Okay.
What are you?
Not Jew.
She doesn't even say A. She says, "Are you a Jew?"
It was very 1945.
Since when did the Japanese not like Jews? Or Chinese? I got in trouble for this before, getting these backwards. You guys are totally different. Totally different people, huh?
Yeah, we don't live there.
You do.
We do bum people.
Chinese don't. Somehow you guys don't.
Yeah, we like to build trains though.
Yes, you do.
Build trains for you.
That's right, sushi trains.
I feel like she's a racist little doll and we're just pulling her string.
Raisins are doing it.
Are you Jew? Are you Jew? You know, by the way, I love Jews. Yeah.
Thank you. How do you feel about aliens?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a hug afterwards. Sorry. It hurt.
Along with these roast jokes, I've realized that Young is so likable that she can get away with things that most people can't. Everyone, including I've noticed, my 80-plus-year-old mother, she mentioned how amazing she loved her, and she loved your Trump impression, and she hates Trump.
Oh.
So I think you have this amazing ability to. What's your least favorite
You really putting me on the spot, Tony. Trying to make me wait. Japanese.
Chinese. Tell us what is it that you don't like about the Chinese?
We fight a lot and we kill each other all the time.
Why?
Yeah, they're neighbors just hate each other. We fight a lot.
Is there something about them in particular?
I don't know. I think we just think we're better than them and they think they're better than us. Yeah, just like Jews and Christians,
Why?
Roast a Jew and a Jew's here. I gotta take the opportunity.
By the way, 23 and 8. Catch it. 23 and 8. Just from the neck up. Yes, for sure. You're 100% Jewish from the neck up. No, I was raised Italian. She spotted it. Yeah, no, I mean, even though her eyes look like they're closed, she can see. Young, you are amazing, so likable, so funny. We love you. How about one more time for Young, everybody? We're gonna go back to this bucket. Coming around the corner here. Make some noise for your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jordan McDonald, everybody. Here we go. Here comes Jordan.
I've been traveling a lot lately. When I go to new cities, what I like to do is I like to buy weed. I like to take that weed to parties. I like to smoke that weed at parties. And I like to watch homeless people. That's not judge how much I like the city. That's just how I try. I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada not too long ago. Any Canadians in here? Boom, USA, USA, US. No, I was in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, smoking weed parties, watching homeless people. When I see this homeless man walking by himself, there's nobody else around him, and he just says out loud, "I only smoke crack on the weekend." And guess what, Big Daddy? It's the weekend. That's my homeless man right there. You mean to tell me you're a disciplined crack addict? He's like, "Hey, Reggie, what you doing tonight, baby? You want some crack?" "Nah, nigga, it's Tuesday. Don't start my crack till Thursday, 11:58 p.m. Thank you.
Jordan. Welcome back, Jordan. You've been on the show before. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Coming up on 7 years.
7 years. And is that true? You really did it?
I was smoking weed in the beaches in Toronto, and I was watching homeless people that I do. I want to smoke crack with these kids. And guess what? It's the weekend. That's the crazy shit. See the crack addict?
I like watching you perform your energy on stage. You acknowledge the audience. It's really unique.
No, thank you, John.
Yeah, definitely gotten a lot better. I've heard that. Yeah.
Thank you, man. I've been working hard.
I liked your impressions that you really threw yourself into it. I wish I could have that. And when you said fuck Canada, I appreciate it. Jordan, what have you been up to other than stand-up comedy?
Actually, Tommy, I toured the world 2024 and 2025.
Wow.
Went to 12 different countries.
Tell us.
I went, the coolest place I went to was Tanzania, East Africa. Shout out to the Punchline and Dar es Salaam. Headline there, sold out shows there. Spain, all over Europe.
And you're performing in English? All these different
So it was cool. One of the shows in Tanzania, Friday night, all my old force.
This is great. So what did Joe say? swam naked in the ocean, what kind of floaties did you use?
I didn't use my hair. I didn't use my hair. It keeps me afloat. My nose above water. I didn't worry about you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go below my knees. That also helped. I didn't go deep below the waist.
Amazing. Did you hook up with any mobile ladies?
You know what I'm saying? There was some really great ones out there.
Can you give us an example of what that was like? Barcelona?
Not one was in Edinburgh, Scotland, at the French Festival. The Jewish girls out there go crazy. I didn't know.
No, tell us. What do you mean?
So in the Edinburgh Fringe Festival was a big comedy festival in Scotland. And it's pretty much like the Pokemon Stadium of comedians and stuff. And everybody's just trying to evolve their feature to the right to. You know what I'm saying? But then sometimes the Charizard and the right to meet us, they're like, yo, this motherfucker make electricity and fire. I don't know.
Can you say, can you explain that to the people that are absolutely brain dead?
You go to one of the after parties, and they drink a lot in Scotland, and you start drinking, and then you make eye contact with a very pretty Jewish lady from across the room, and she's like, yo, I direct shows. I'm like, well, I don't know. Let's have some fun, man.
Did you know she was Jewish before she said she directed shows?
I was like, this might be the way. Yeah, so, kind of do the job.
Have you noticed something different hooking up with a Jewish girl than with a non-Jewish girl? Go ahead and say it. It's okay.
Okay, I don't know.
No, go ahead. Let it rip. Let it rip, Ian. Shut up.
I love Jewish people, but just want y'all to know.
Yeah.
Shout out to the one dude in the crowd right now. I love you, brother. Not really that much different. There's I don't know. She had like bowls. I was like, this is crazy. I was like, connected dots or something. That was the only difference was the bowls.
So we can spot them.
Exactly.
The bowls are called rats. That is the Jew who made that joke. Hopefully this is still in the clip. We can put an end there. I love it. Jordan, anything else crazy we should know about you?
Anything else crazy, man? Me and my homies been making short comedy films and shit. We got a really funny stoner film called Pushy. If you like good stoner comedy film,
Where can people find that?
We got it on YouTube right now. Just look up Pushy film. It's on YouTube.
I-E-Y?
P-U-S-H-Y.
Okay,
Yeah,
there you go. Pushy.
And then Tony had a funny one with you at Snake Fest and shit.
We did?
Yeah, we did. We were just hanging out in the green room or whatever, and you walked up with a slice of pizza, and I was talking to the Joe Rose and Phil Knox, Rabbi. We just came up and you were like, this looks like so from Star Wars. I know this because I'm a Sith Lord. And I was like, yo, Tony, what?
I actually remember this. It looked like the Lucifer scene.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You go, I would know this because I'm a Sith Lord. And I was like,
But that was a joke. But that for being Lucifer. Oh yeah. Oh come on. Star Wars is so much cooler than Pokemon. You know the references. The Lucifer system is where you guys know it's where Anakin and Obi-Wan Kenobi fought. It's basically a lava planet, and there was a bubble on like the pizza. It was like one of those like bubbles that come up, and it literally I took out my phone. And granted, you have to also remember it's fucking Skankfest, so I'm drunk and high as all fuck all. But I literally did. I didn't notice it until then, and then I pulled out my phone and I looked at the Lucifer system, and I went, and then I took my red lightsaber and I shoved it up my ass to get out of the Turkish military. Here's the big joke with Jordan. Thank you. Jordan and McDonald, everybody. Lightsaber have this thing. They don't use green or purple lightsabers like what you got there. No way, Jose. Straight red. I'm almost to the point where I can shoot electricity out of my fingertips. Standing at the Madison Square Garden our third time. Tickets going on sale real soon. Just casual business. Alright, let's do one last fucking rule. Thanks so much for Joey Johnson.
true. I don't know Tuck Shop. It's hard making money doing this, man. 11 years. I just got back. I was doing shows in the Denver area, and I stopped at like a homeless guy outside the comedy club. He goes, "Excuse me, sir, can you spare some change?" And I told him, I was like, "Look, dude, I don't have any money. I'm a stand-up comedian." And I shit you not, guys. This homeless guy like paused and assessed my fucking situation. Right, the bitch was coming down Mississippi, and he just goes, "My bad, fam, you're right." And that helps me out, guys. That ruined my whole week. My bad, man. I know he looked like that too. He was Asian. It was the weirdest. My bad, fam, you're right. Then he gave me $5, alright? I took that shit because it's hard out here for a play. Alright, yeah. I was on unemployment during COVID. That was the best money I ever made. Alright? I'm not really political. When Trump was showing out $900, I was like, I can't be bothered. That is fun. I was on unemployment. I wasn't taking advantage of the system. We hear about that a lot, right? Taking advantage. I wasn't. The money given back to me, I was putting into small business. I love small business. I love the small. Like, I love small business so much. I will only take a girl I'm sitting up to a mom and pop abortion clinic. Because big horse is just killing the little guy, right, everybody?
Joey Johnson. Great. 11 years you've been doing it.
11 years.
Where at exactly?
Hyenas actually. We actually met one time.
Oh, God. Tell me what Star Wars shit I said.
No.
Jesus. Not the Joey you're looking for. What happened when we met?
I was just supposed to open for you, and you had a bunch of people there, Randy. You know, Randy. It was his name is Fort Worth. JP was in the green room. You don't recognize me. I have long hair during COVID. I was wearing a mask, and I felt definitely judged walking in there with the mask. Well, what's funny is the Saturday after, that was a Friday, and you didn't meet me, and you let me do the time, and that was time spot. The Saturday after, the girlfriend that just broke up with me, she was gonna come to the show, and I was like, oh, she's a big fan. I was like, oh, she's gonna see me, this will be my big time. And I was like, hey man, you can be back tomorrow. You're like, nah.
Like, I had an entire crew that I flew out from Los Angeles.
Hey, in retrospect, it was good. Randy's an all. I love Randy.
We love Randy. Randy's my fucking homie. The great Randy Butler. He comes to all of our shows. We do massive venues now.
No, you let me do the time. That was time. Thank you for that. Yeah.
There you go. Nice.
I would like the girlfriend.
There you go. Put my lightsaber away for the night. Oh, no.
Who shot first?
How dare you use the Mos Eisley Cantina's name in vain? This is crazy that you're all finding out at once. I'm thinking about the secret Star Wars nerd I am. Literally rewatched it over the weekend. So just let it go. Big one. I already did it on this show before. Okay, I do one impression. It's Princess Leia during The Empire Strikes Back when she's freeing Han Solo from being frozen in carbonite. She's in a special robot helmet, which changes her voice, and she wakes up and she goes, "You've been frozen in carbonite." Secret show on Thursday? I don't want
That's why you're talking in this T3PO state.
Oh my god. I love that you're finding out that I left the sense of turning side today. Oh my god. Alright, Joey, what do you do for work?
I work at a pet shop on wheels out here, so I sell diet. I sell diet weed in a food truck. I did it in high school, but that took me 4 times, so that's nice.
It's awesome.
Dress for the job you want.
How long have you been doing that?
I moved here about a year ago. I started it like a few months ago. I was working at the country club bartending out here first, and then in July when the storms came, it's like the country club, River Place Country Club.
And is it your truck or your money?
No, it's not mine. I work for a bunch of comics work. Elazar, I think, he was on here recently. He works there. There's a lot of,
You got Rothschild'S.
There have been a couple, yeah. And look, the Trouble Wheels, I'm pretty sure they posted their mug shot, so maybe I'll get a raise. So. Yeah, they got robbed. I don't know about that. That wasn't my fault. That was my job.
Okay. There you go.
I locked up great.
All right, perfect. We're going to use that video in court.
Yeah. You look like my accomplice. We're one of the same here. Yeah, shut the fuck up. 610. I did not rob the truck.
Okay.
Please, I need this job. I need that 14 an hour so bad, please.
So it's 14 an hour.
Yeah, I probably should have said that.
What's your rent?
750 only.
How many roommates?
One roommate.
And that's a dude.
Yeah.
One bedroom or two?
One bedroom. Two. One bedroom for 750 would be crazy. That'd be.
It's like I found a new C3P out. How hard to your need to? All right.
This is not the toy we're looking for.
All right. Is it a one bathroom? One bathroom. It's a one bathroom.
Yeah.
What's it like? Tell these people what it's like sharing a bathroom.
It's gross because both me and him are like trying to get to work it out, so the protein intake is like it's gone up for us to get the toilet. And that's crazy. Having women over is crazy. You know what I mean? And also like the toilet seats kind of falling off. It's just like doing that thing where I think those of us are like sit wipers, right? Like you shift and she knows what I'm talking about. She gets it.
What do you mean?
Like you standard wipe, just wipe or sit wipe.
I have a stand. Where's
Standards? Oh, yeah, I just leave. I fucking, yeah. I'm not just saying that sucks. But like it moves the seat.
I don't know what I do. Everybody stands, right? You stand up.
That's crazy.
Who stands? They just stay sitting and they go and
I'm in between. No, you leave. You grab a cheek lane, it's a whole reach process. Yeah. It's a super straight way to do it, dude.
it's very weird to mix my standards.
Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. The numbers are normally in my favor, I feel like.
Now,
On this phone. There we go. There we go. That's a fucking honest man. Look, that's a strong man right there. He's this one. That man works in construction.
wow. What do you do? You leave your wife?
I'm seeing God.
He's a sitter. Yeah, I'm a lead laborer. Is that what I'm supposed to be? I'm a total stand.
And if you have a shitty apartment like I did, like the toilet seat, yeah. So now it's like shifting. Now if you move any direction, bro, that shit, you're like on a slip and slide. It's crazy. It's like I'm sitting on an ice cube.
I stand and wipe. Yeah. Well, that's because you sit and pig. Joey, give me one more crazy fun fact about your entire life. Could be your childhood, could be today.
Crazy. I'm quitting cocaine, everybody. That's cool. Yeah.
You're in the process right now of quitting.
I've been doing for like a few months now, but yeah. Thanks. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. I had some, I guess, rock bottom.
Let's hear about that. You just remain these shits on the side.
This feels right.
You got outed as a huge Star Wars fan in front of millions of people.
No, I had sex with a trans girl. That's sorry. That was like, oh my god.
You're talking to the king and queen.
I know. This is what, it's not the best, but I just,
Well, what happened?
and we were fucking, and by the way, she looked great. I was fucking. Then I saw the penis, and then for me, that was like the rock bottom. Because I knew, but then when you see it and it's big, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, I know.
And then I felt like that, like I couldn't, it's not a rock hard bottom. Then I felt like I couldn't stop because I fucked up, like, I turned off once I saw the penis.
Wait a second. Hold on.
I know that's crazy to say after I did it.
Let's go one step at a time. Joey, just relax for a second. You're getting real amped up now. So getting closer to the... Yeah. Move back, Joey. Move back. What do you mean with your lifestyle?
Gotcha.
Joey, you're saying that you didn't know she was trans until you saw her dick?
I was willing to ignore it. I was so like coked out. Like to ignore the fact that like it could be a possibility. And again, you can play pretend until you see the chips. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh, I don't like this. But then I didn't want to finish.
Hold on, Joey. You told the truck you were gay and you knew she had a cock. Which is be who you are. I wonder what he did. So you're saying that you were having sex with her, right? You're hitting it from behind. Okay. And did you finish? And then you saw the dick? So you came, but you weren't curious as to why her space was her asshole? Or was it, you're just like, wow, this is freaky. You didn't wonder why it was this relation. Did you come in her asshole?
No.
You pulled out. What a gentleman. So you pull out, you shoot it on her back.
For some reason, this is all I know, but it felt gayer just coming in the ass. So I was like, if I do it on the back, then it's straight as hell.
If it's one alcohol,
We should pull it out. You get it? Yeah.
So when did you see her dick? She's like, my turd.
Yeah, it was like there wasn't a cigarette, but she pulled up, like she was like, yeah. And then I felt bad, like not wanting to get out, but
Did you make her come like a gentleman, or you a piece of shit?
I honestly, man, I thought that.
The Olympics are going on right now, and you're winning first place medal gymnastics. I was so comfortable. I was so coked up. I dated her for 6 months. I was so drunk. I met her family and fell into a love relationship. It's gayer for you to deny it. It's fine. Did she sleep over? Did you wake up the next morning?
No, I went home. She drove me home. Like, we didn't really sleep. There was stuff. She is a woman.
You better watch out. She is a female driver.
Very sweet.
What kind of car did she have? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It was like
Big pickup truck.
That's back then.
Every picture. But they're tucked up underneath. Oh, Joey. Congratulations. Fun set, fun interview. Love it. Great stuff. Joey Johnson, everybody. All right. I fucking love this episode tonight. I mean, unbelievable. What a showing. Golden ticket winner. Young was great. Edric was great. William got the whole thing started. Normally, that's how you end a show. He went on first in this batting order tonight. So it makes you wonder, how do you end an episode like this? And well, there's only one way to truly do that, my friends. This regular has it all. He's selling out giant theaters all around the United States of America, where one day it is very likely that he will be a citizen. For now, there remains Estonian establishment. It's already happening.
Only white people feel bad for her. I asked all my black friends, they were like, "Oh, so my law enforcement."
In the history of the show, I don't think we've ever really, and I know for a fact we haven't seen anything quite like what's happening with the extremely hardworking, unbelievably hysterical Ari Maddie. Growing at a rate that's absolutely insane. You're using your momentum and star power. You just have momentum. Every single thing is fucking hilarious. We know you're hilarious, so the expectations raised and improved.
The expectation.
Pressure, competing with only yourself out here. It's absolutely incredible. Jim Northridge,
I like it. I know you're very funny, man. I love to see like more confident. Every time I see more confidence from the two guys, it's really pause. It's great to see. She looks as good as she recently. Fun. She tells him we'll come back in a few months. She doesn't go. Is she on Zoloft? God, it feels like so what do you do? Yeah, what did you do? So then ask her so she goes, yes, I come with a vibrator. So I go, where is it? And then she goes, oh, I didn't want to bring it up because usually when I bring it up, guys get insecure. It's, dude, what we need. I can get a black guy here in 15 minutes. I don't give a fuck. Ladies, say what makes you come. 4 months of getting by a lie. Insecure. Fuck. It's like bullets, dude. I can't. It's like if a Mexican guy is sticking a ditch, I fucking show up in a boat cat.
Right.
You think he's gonna be like, oh, bro. Come on, kids. I don't give a fuck. What do we need? She acted like she was coming. Yes, drama. Real good. 53 shit. Shaky, shaky. Vibrations. It's right there. I know Jim doesn't know that 15 years. But now, when your wife comes. Oh, yes, I do. Oh, you hit my shoulder that time. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. So did you get the vibrator and try? Did you do it right then on the spot? Just fucking grab a broom and fucking go. So are you looking for your revenge? Yes, there will be revenge. I was even shopping for vibrators myself. I was shopping for things where batteries and given enough. I was shopping for fucking toilets. I was shopping for things you plug in the wall and the lights flicker. Chainsaw.
Absolutely incredible. You've been all over the road lately. How's that going?
Yeah, wonderful club, stand-up live in Phoenix, Rochester, Boston, tons of shows in Naples. They're all in Washington State. There's like 500 readers in a room. You're yelling fag and Russian.
And that's Ari Matty Comedy now.
Ari Matty, don't call me, for the love of God. Some of these shows are looking I don't need this right now. No one's coming. I mean,
Shopify. How loud can this place get for the great Jim Norton, everybody? Jim Norton can't see you. Available everywhere. Unconceivable on YouTube and Jim Norton Comedy on YouTube. Ian, one more time for Ian Finance, everybody. It's a new travel show, Ian Do. Available at youtube.com under Ian Finance Comedy and ianfinance.com for tour dates. Such a fun episode brought to you by Shopify. We are doing the Intuit Dome in Los Angeles, California in May, so come out and see that wherever you are. You can fly to LA and see LA, or if you live anywhere near LA, go see a real big-ass, or biggest Sony of all time in the Intuit Dome. Red Man.
check out my big band, Cat 7 on YouTube.
Yes, and other huge announcements coming soon to this live audience. We love you. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next week. Good night, everybody. Thank
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Comedy Mothership. You're not
Texas, February 28th, in Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, and one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay, every single week I book this mamma jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Greg Fitzsimmons. Sal Volcano. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursdays. On TBS and his podcast. Craig Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history, is touring Pitstock.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? You excited to be here? I'm so excited. I'm fucking excited. You guys excited? Oh, yeah. You guys excited or what? These Nicotina's love The Impractical Jokers. Ladies screaming Sal's name over and over again. That little fucking tortoise love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes grabs them. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know, their time is up near the sound of a kick. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear, which is just loud and annoying and gets them off. And then I conduct an interview and you find out more about their real life or their careers or anything really that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited about this stuff. Great. Maybe we have you guys in the order. It just does not get any better than this. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Bill is here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh,
I'm out of breath, but I brought some trees. We don't need any more red bands out there.
wow. Dr. Bill is throwing out Magnum condoms.
Might be open. Got food in the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Bill live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. Whoa, what was that? Oh my goodness gracious. You didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get those? Wow.
Excited to be back now.
It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
You did it for Australia, Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
The Who Is Me tour. Wow, that's a wild thing that's happening.
I guess you do.
Wow, it's wild, huh?
You do. It's great.
Okay. All right. This is very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons in Sal Volcano. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, fucking joking.
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. We shake them up for the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's working and it's sport. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is an incredible performance, one of the greatest starts of the show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances, normally the closer of the show. One of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, the Voice of Sonoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. My mother was watching the news the other night and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who are the amberjack? I raise my hand and he sets it down in front of me. I look and I say, wait, this is Whiskers. Have I literally been catfished? Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore. I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction and you're in a hot air balloon and you're like, guys, y'all are never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time, Tony. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's why you would show up from the other end. Right. But that would mean that it's not flat. Right. It would mean it's round. It's proving it's safe to his friend. It's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right. It's kind of like a passion play. Oh my God, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going up first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just really have time up there to hang out and whatever. And oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. Yeah, I love it. Out of your comfort zone. Proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally have been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I've started growing again. I'm 65 fucking miles to pass 6 days. Very good. About 10 miles and some change per day. Yeah, listening to fucking Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all the time. Great festivities. Well, it's just great that you're, I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're growing. How's the games going? It is not going good. Part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up when I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass. So literally with my ass. Seriously. That's kind of actually too. I know. It was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I was having puns and puns don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? Yeah. That was noise you would have been making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been. Just in the corner where you're fucking tank top. You fucking nasty weirdo. Your little blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it down here? That little blue fucking tank top with some swim trunks. And he has like a little apple. And he's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriend's feet. Stop doing that. Seriously, stop doing that. He's doing that in the fucking green room before I've been starved tonight. I don't know why I'm nervous. I did walk by and you were showing somebody a picture of a foot. Was that your girlfriend's foot? Yeah. Oh, her children hasn't anything great around. It shows her foot. Wow, this is not a great summer for great foot. There's certain things that stay in the green room. Now I have to cut them off. Oh my goodness, I love it. William, so you've been rowing again? Rowing? Trying to hopefully, please go. I promise if I've been to a city before, I have a whole different set. It's mainly New Joe. I've got to get my tickets. I got to get better marketing. I got to figure it out. Yeah. Well, but you just called me a nacho best? Or what did you say? You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain. So you're doing a really good job. The Lakers had always a dead giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up! I'm trying to have blood fucking rip me and go rank under the butt. You dude, seriously. It's really weird. Why you? Okay, what's happening? We're getting fired up. Good day. Right. So I think it's possible. If you want to hold right now, where can we get somebody? But look, it looks like little nachos. I see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. I see it. I know you are. All right, Sal, that's not how this works. You guys all see those little nachos? We all see the nachos. It is an incredible vest, William. What are you wearing? It is award season, and the world wants to know where do you get a vest like that? So I literally clicked into eBay.com. My account, I clicked in vintage 90s Columbia vest March. And then I get up on it, and then yes, this nachos was not in the keyword search. No. Wow. Because the red, it says it look like little nachos. They do. They do. It is absolutely incredible. William, always a master of style.
It is a nice business. You look like you're about to lead a safari for your kids who are definitely going to get invested. It's a gig again, so I want to compliment you on the
Thank you so much. You look like the tour guide at Epstein Island. There walks you off the dock. You pull up on the boat.
So you should.
Okay, everybody come in here. It's just Rabbi and jacking off with all the fucking you weirdo. Wow. Well, William, you got the show. You got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. Unbelievable. Right now, the great and powerful William Montgomery showing us how it's done. Can we go to the bucket, everybody? Oh my goodness. Whoa. Dr. Phil getting its own book delivered to him. That is incredible. You do. You are a marketing genius. Philip C. McGraw, PhD. You and me. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
I'm talking about Ben Lebu.
That's right. Page 73.
73. You can't run out. Look out of my garage.
All right, to the bucket we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket roll tonight is Sancho Pancho Villa with an uninterrupted minute. What's going on? Hell yeah. So even though I'm 5'1", I am into taller women. And so that can be hard. So I got these shoes that make me 5'3". Don't believe me with all the spikes that at 5'3". And we're at 5'1". But even with the shoes, like taller women are starting to hit, it's still hard to hit on. Like I was hitting on this one super tall girl, she was like 5'5". And she looks down at me and she's like, boy, you're so short, you would have to go football in the bed. I'm like, that's a weird way to ask if I keep the step ladders in the trunk. I'm like, girl, what do you think I'm wearing that shirt for? Like, I'm trying to eat my way to your heart. You know what I'm saying? Well, on a side note, I hate tall dudes who use the short urinal in the men's restroom. Because like now I'm over here having to put my chimichanga on the plate over the ribs. Like, how am I going to explain to a girl that I got crash from a men's restroom? Like, it's not going to work like that. Yeah, I'm such a macho beer. Thank you. That's my time. Adorable. Adorable. One of the largest ladies to ever do stand-up comedy. It's such a giant. Sweet class. Sancho. Standing at 5'1". Yeah, 5'3" with the shoes. 5'3" with the shoes. When's the last time you measured yourself? Like height-wise? Yeah. Yeah. When I went to get my driver's license, okay, I got one of those U.S. 8A?
like the military.
Oh, got it. You were in the military.
Yes, sir. I'm a Marine.
Okay, absolutely incredible. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty?
Man, I was an engineer company, so like we work with generators, we build stuff, we blew it up. Like I have more certifications than my cousin with three fake IDs. Like I can do any Texas job.
Wow. He's such a macho. He's been on the show a few times before.
Yes, sir.
You get very lucky.
I'm hoping to tonight.
God. Now, why the fuck did you do that? Yeah.
Because we're pretty much rocking the same haircut. I feel like, come on, like, shit.
When did you go bald? You mind me asking?
Probably when I was like 19.
Wow. How did that work out for you? How did you adjust?
With the company.
Oh, well, there you go. Still struggling, obviously. So such a punch. Yeah, you went bald at 19, standing 5'4". What do you think you did in this life or a past life for God to treat you like this? And he apparently also made you extremely horny. A lot of your act has to do with women, just to, maybe get lucky tonight. When's the last time you got laid, Sancho Pancho?
We could do it.
Wow. Who was this? What was this innocent person? Where'd you meet this person?
Just in my hometown.
Was she married?
This one was not married.
It's true. We found out about you that you're into married women. You like wrecking other people's lives.
Listen, like the door's already cracked open. I just walked through it. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's the dog door, like,
What were you guys gonna say at the same time? I was gonna say, yeah, you walk under the car. We didn't have to go. Oh, no, okay, so you walk right through the door. Right. He doesn't have to duck down or anything like that. We all have different doggy door jokes for you. That's a good sign. That's how you know you're a hot dude. When you bring up the dog house world. You're adorable, Sancho. So, you find that there's a lot of girls that are into whatever you are.
women love a confident man. Yes, sir.
Do you care? When like do you let out? You work out, Sancho?
I do. I'm down 10 pounds.
What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people out here how they can lose weight.
I quit alcohol, so that was a big one. For now, yeah. But on St. Patrick's Day, I do some like leprechaun. So like, I'm 1 month away and I can drink again. So, and then yeah, I quit alcohol and then just working out every day. So yeah, so back to benching 245. That's cool.
Bench 245.
Yeah.
Wow. Enough about your date from last week.
She's not 180, she's a lady. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Chapter 25, fat bitches are people too.
What's the biggest girl you've ever hooked up with before I let you go, Sancho Pancho?
Probably back then. Probably she's like 233.
Interesting guess.
Sorry, not to be
Specific weight.
Yeah.
Like you, that's something you do. That 233 is a very specific weight. And that's how much I went. That's my crew.
You really think so? Let's get the fucking hail out, everybody. Come on, there it is. Come on, redhead.
I was there. Holy club.
and gentlemen, he's been here for every episode of the show. Sal, read it off for me when it comes up. It just says, alright. It says, ouch. Okay. Yeah, it's recorded. 251. That's right, folks. He's wearing his 17th outlook logo. What do you mean? Pancho, get on that thing. Let's see what it says.
I want to take my shoes off though. I'm going to take my shoes off. 193.
What do you mean you weighed in today? What does that even mean? Oh, you're right. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, okay. I'm 165, 164.6. Poncho. Give it up for me. You're right. I'll give you 10 pounds. Maybe.
Fuck yourself a joke, Tony.
Thank you. Thanks for lovely Heidi, everybody. And Poncho. What size joke would you get last time?
I think you said like, it's one that's the same size as a big joke.
That's right. You got a small one? Yes, sir. Today, you're getting a medium one.
That's right.
Poncho Villa, everybody. There you go. The show is off and running. You weighed in at 233 today?
No, 239.
239. Were you naked?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a lovely height, everyone. A lot of drinks coming tonight. You guys having fun out there? We got Dr. Bill Green, Fitzsimmons, and Sal Volcano, everybody, and a shit ton of water. An absolutely shocking amount of water on the table. Hey, this podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, let's be real for a second. They consumer performance isn't exactly good enough. That's why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets with your brain and your body. Here's the deal. Most pills focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold goes further, provides 2 ingredients for circulation plus adequate oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection from the inside out. It's not just about functioning, it's about total performance, physical and mental. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. Less weight, more confidence, and a new level of readiness. This is the future of performance. Faster, smarter, and precision engineered for results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew. Now, gold chain, gold standard upgrade. It's changing the game for good. Red man. Oh, sorry. Blue Chew. Treatment out of ladies and gentlemen. You can make a trillion as you make life easier, make it harder. Discover your options at BlueChew.com and you can especially over our listeners get 10% off your first month. Blue Chew. Code Tony, that's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. Hey there, this podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Picture this. Late at night, you're scrolling through your feeds, and all of a sudden you see that one product you're looking for. You click on the link, add your cart, maybe even shop around a little more before finally hitting checkout. As you're filling in your address, you realize you don't have your cart anywhere near you. That's when you see a download pay button. That is all your information saved. Making checking out as simple as the depth of your screen.
Shopify is the best business tool out there. See, get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand's style. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools that write product descriptions, page headlines, and even imagine product photography. Right?
Get the word out and you have a marketing team behind you. Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with wisely tool keys and everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. So, see less carts from abandoned and more sales go. With Shopify and their Shop Big button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/Blue Shopify.com/BillTony. Shopify.com/BillTony. Go to Shopify.com/BillTony. Absolutely. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Mario Zapata, everyone. Mario Zapata. How we doing, brother? Hell yeah! A lot of crazy stuff going on in Minneapolis. What's everybody mad at all these sommeliers? Kind of wine a lot, that's cool, whatever. Tom Levin recently got arrested. That shit's crazy. Just goes to show you would like the Q11s, get legal aid. I know you did. Right, my good guys. What is the difference between a Jewish person and an undercover cop? You may never know you were talking to a cop. Alright guys, I think the reason we're working hard is because the boards that so many people are. We see it everywhere. It's all cool. He's like, get your MS in business. And I'm like, who wants to run a board meeting with all these groceries? Which is bad. Instead, everybody goes, this company is built on a solid foundation. Mario Zapata. It's the shortest time on the show. It's not. But it's not. Yes, I recently started to shave my head because I was looking like a Angelica Barbie doll. You could do that at any point, Dr. Bill. Yeah, well, if I was like, I was going to shoot him at the apology store. Now, what I mean by that is you gave it for a bit there, I thought you were running for office because you just kept being like, too many Jews, you know? Yeah. And then you said, what was the last thing you said? I think the reason the word retarded is so offensive is because so many people are. Right. Okay. How do you feel about that joke? When you say it out loud to the silence, does it? I did. I know a lot of retarded people. Sal, what do you think about this? I like being on top of stuff, so you're writing new stuff, and I like that you really find different jokes. You really did. I will say that, I noticed that you told everybody to pull up all the jokes. And then you really, really didn't deliver. So I would say, just be mindful of that, and you guys not put up, like, because the inference was that, we don't pull all that fucking balls off with the next joke. And then it was really just a hard type of joke. It's funny, I know it's only one look, and then basically just was a very mellow joke. That was one for me. Catchphrase, or did you just feel like coming out and singing some sassy? That's so sassy, dude. I don't know, man. You use it. One love, guy. Hey, one love. Just say something good, man. You said that you said the book was better filmed. I'm reading this for myself because I feel like the comedy you said wasn't on turbulent. When you're on a plane, it's like, these things are going to go according to plan. Just kind of, buckle up, folks. Yeah, hell yeah. But you do it with confidence, and that's important. I appreciate it. Like, buckle up, everybody. Jewish people will let you know. Yeah, that's exactly what I was heading to next. You're good at spotting Jews. No, they usually tell me pretty quickly in a conversation. They tell you they're Jewish. Where are you talking to these Jews at exactly? Wherever I go. Wherever you go. You're everywhere, right? I mean, like, I don't know. That sounds bad. Okay, starting to see why this guy shaved his head all the way. Keep talking, guys. I did. All right. This is what I signed up for. Let's do it. Okay. I mean, people are everywhere, right? You run into people that wow, it doesn't get much more racist than that, everybody. But these people are everywhere. I can't go anywhere without seeing these fucking people. Yes. Well, this is your favorite topic, person. Okay, that's a nice direction-changing question you just did. Let's stick with the Jews here for a second. Okay, let's talk about conscience and all the doctors. Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. This and that. Is there anything you noticed, a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? No. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing a stand-up for 6 years. I've been in comedy for 12. I used to do okay. You can sing. Yeah. You write your own song guitar. You have any original song? I do. Okay. What notes are they in? Blues over in G. Okay. That's what I'm saying. G. What do I say? Mario. Okay. Don't follow you. Here we are, me and my best friend, out at the bar where they hammer again, and we're talking about all the girls we've paid. We both drink until we can't see, and my friend leans over and he says to me, "Hey, I love you, man. You're my bro," and I'm like, "Yeah, bro, I love you too." The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my knee. My name is Mario. So you did musical comedy, now you just do stand-up. Pure stand-up. What do you do for work? I edit wedding videos, I make porn, and I run on stop right there. When you say make porn, what exactly do you those guys probably like the difference in height, right? The two people. Have you ever thought about putting Sancho Pancho be a joint in? Because I would charge him to be the one that makes it. Probably love it. Somebody's gonna check it out. What do we have? Specific. It's up to them. Something like it's on. What is that? A Donald or something like that? No. It's on. Sure. It's
was going to say something that you jerk off. So, mushroom thing, anybody do psilocybin? That's right. Oh, anybody shrimp into that? So I talk to these young people and I'm like, psilocybin's legal now. And they're like, oh, that's so cute. Are you microdosing? I'm like, no, I don't know. It's just like a microdose. 7 grams of microdose? Yes. He's like, microdose. I'm already careful with y'all.
You gotta love a guy who can speak that really thin and then turn out just fine. You're certainly dressed like you're on a bunch of mushrooms. It's all checked out. I want you to be telling you I lied. This is my every person I ever found a crowd. Alright, you're 60 years old. What made you want to start comedy?
I went through.
What?
I went through.
Stop. It's like weird improv troupe. Kamala Lots, lady, shut the fuck up. This fucking one's back now. Okay, Redman, very good. Wow. The lady in front acting like a Redman's gonna jump in with his fucking comedy.
I understood.
Oh my god. Okay. Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a long story, but going broke in short. And just,
How did you go broke? Let's talk about it.
oh,
Okay, you're on the show.
decades of working as a builder for the commercial construction industry.
A little quiet there, Robert. You really fizzled out. Years of working.
The short version is I just suddenly realized, fuck it, I'm 60, and if I keep scraping, things will be the fuck up. I just literally went through that time. And they decided to keep me, maybe. But like I said, I think it makes you a good bit beyond right. You gotta jump into understand the wonderful this. Well, it's a rambling bunch. I did leave with that one person. I really thought mathematically the life had to be but I did function at a reasonable level.
Mathematically, your odds are the same whether you're on or not on mushrooms. If you take an overload of mushrooms, that's when you wouldn't sign up.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that's true. I'm here, man. I had my second try.
You got it. You signed up last week as well.
I did. I was here for the ice storm.
What would you have talked about last week if you would have gotten told not on mushrooms? Were you on mushrooms?
I was on.
So your whole plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms, I hope this goes okay.
And it has been working so far.
Where has it been working? Have you been doing other open mics?
I mean, my bank accounts are really pretty good, but everything else is pretty sweet. How'd you afford that fucking start? So everything's negotiable. Look at that. I tried to fucking angle that from you.
Impossible interview.
That's a you version.
Tell us the fun fact about your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial builder. I'm a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. We had play day Saturday. I was not on mushrooms for that. Okay.
How often are you doing mushrooms now?
As often as I can. I've found that
Are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that?
aren't real. Yes, yeah.
Like what? Can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference here.
Well, I lost 80 pounds last year.
Oh, well, that's
So February the 10th, thank you. And then somebody said, hey, you're kind of funny, and they are kind of, so I was here because I was working on the show People. I was here as a background actor. I got stuck. Joe Ellis is someone you know. Joe said, hey, you should be on the Hey, I can't. You didn't know you were supposed to mention that you did background work on the show Me Mom? I would want you to keep that to yourself. Excellent. I mean,
gonna try to follow. One other question. Do you put on all the jewels after you take the mushrooms? I was wearing these things before I was doing mushrooms, but I do wear this pretty well all the time. I mean, I do not sleep at all. Strictly, do you any of those things have a special meaning? It's probably OCD. Once you start wearing them, then you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have that on. I'm sure.
When about in your life did you start doing a lot of mushrooms?
Oh, well, I did a lot when I was in college back in the 80s. Recently, my son just graduated from college, and he's going to be an engineering ballpark. A year ago.
Let me ask you this. When did you start wearing that type of jewelry exactly? What's around your neck? That type?
Probably 2 years, man. 2 years. It was a phase. That answers my question. And you know, turquoise was just cheap.
We got a Jim Bridges, Jim Henson, XFP2, which is a principal kind of fun.
Jeff Bridges and Jeff.
All right, Robert, I've kept you up here way too long.
Well, thank you for putting up with me. Got in and snuck in, and you didn't torture me. The crowd was great. I am going to do something.
Right a second. Right, you write jokes sometime, and then you'll be back on, and then we'll know something about you.
You're on mushrooms, and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah, contagious. Dr. Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. Robert Carroll.
So good. I made 3 kids.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Somebody, Joe Biden, gotta get out of here.
It's stricken so hard. These old people doing massive amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. Insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start better mental health needs with better health overall, just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life, helping improve your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how we are in a relationship with one another, and communication is key. Talkspace can help you identify obstacles and create new meaningful connections. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Plus, most insured members have a $0 copay free and lane.
Jody, I love Talkspace. I think they're providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. I can't recommend them enough because therapy is not to me. Some crazy moments of transformation.
Yeah, I can tell. And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with licensed therapists today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Hello there, my dear friends. It's me, your favorite human being, very nice guy that cares about everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Tacobas, because anywhere worth going is worth going in good foods. Find your perfect pair with Tacobas. Their meats are handcrafted with meticulous steps to work and income from right out of the box. The in-store experience is unparalleled with expert staff and complimentary beverages and customizations. Right, bam?
Like personally, where those right in Chelsea, I highly recommend.
It's incredible. Yeah, wintertime is prime food season, so start the year off right with a new pair of Tacobas Western boots, not to mention their other apparel. They have elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything at Tacobas is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. Shop Tacobas Western goods online at Tacobas.com or swing by a Tacobas store for the full experience and great drinks, food, shine, and complimentary food brand to make your hair feel personal. Right now, get 10% off at Tacobas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off. TCOVAS.com/Kiltony. Tacobas.com/Kiltony. See site for details. Tacobas. Point your toes west.
Makes my very next bucket full. Everybody is
Treat.
You guys remember when driving a Tesla made you a Nazi? I miss those days. I like being called every time, man. Which is ironic. ironic. I'm from Idaho. That place is full of N-words. I had to go out by myself and test a Model 3 right. That's what I drive now. See, this joke is only fun and silly if you can remember that the N-word means Nazi. So anyway, I see this group of filthy fucking N-words coming down the sidewalk. And they were headed right towards me because I was screaming out N-word lives don't matter. Yeah, I hate black people. Not as much as I hate those blonde-haired, blue-eyed N-words. Thank you.
Okay, 50 seconds from Tariq Morales. Good job. Anything after Robert Carroll's amazing. Anything after an old man going, I'm on the shores. That's just incredible. At least you tried, Tariq. Amazing. First time?
Second time.
Second time ever doing stand-up. What made you want to sign up?
No. Second time on the show.
Oh, it is. All right. How did it go your first time?
Oh, well, yeah. I had a full 60 seconds. It was great.
All right. Okay. And how long ago was that?
You mean November?
How did we find out about you then? What was the interview based on?
Oh, I had a gong, not that black.
You got a gong?
I had a gong, yeah. I didn't get to pull it out.
Oh.
I had it in my passenger seat.
Oh.
Car the whole time. Next to the driver.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't anything we covered in the interview last time. It was in your car.
It was.
Give us, what do you do for work, Tariq?
I work from home, so I'm just like getting paid to be unemployed.
What do you do?
Honestly, I don't know. It's like the documents, they come in, I hit like green or red, and
Shout here.
then
Yes. Molly daycare worker, everybody. Good job, Red Man. Mr. 233 over here. Okay, so you don't know what you do. You're getting paid? How much do you get paid?
just $20 an hour.
How many hours a day are you working?
8 hours.
8 hours a day. The check's clear.
Checks clear. Yeah.
Okay. What do you do for fun?
I like to play the piano.
You're a piano player.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the kid from First Principle. That's me. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely.
Are you from Austin, Texas?
No, I just moved here in July.
Okay, where do you have?
Boise, Idaho.
Ace. All right, tell us about being here. You are amazing.
Yeah, I was the blackest person there, which is super embarrassing.
Are you black?
Half, yeah.
Half black, half Mexican?
Puerto Rican.
Okay.
I was out here.
I actually going back on the job you do because you said I don't know the documents come in. You said and I hit red or green.
Yeah, there's literally a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I can truly do not know what you do.
Literally, yeah. It's like something with finance. I don't know.
What do you do?
The fucking document comes in. I check these numbers to see if they match up with like client information. Are you on the craft of settling? Work is mysterious and important. Definitely, work is mysterious and important.
How long have you worked in this company?
3 months. Not long.
Why would you hit green?
Well, not because the numbers match up with the client.
It's fucking love it.
That's it. Yeah.
Why do you hit red when the numbers don't match?
It don't matter.
You could have spent 8 hours a day.
10 hours a day. I'm watching movies. I'm on the phone. I'm hanging out with my comic friends. That's it.
Was there training for this?
Not really, no. Yeah, that's like day one. They're like, all right, here's what you're gonna be doing.
And the name of the company?
Wow.
Well, I don't think he's going to lose this nothing burger job if he gets that. Tariq, what's your love life like?
Single right now. I can't afford to date. I make $20 an hour, so I should prove it. Yeah, single right now. I haven't been on
How long have you been in Austin?
since July.
And as
shattered? Did you take a step back and go, this isn't what I want?
Yeah, I got a small sweat. I said, that's not what I want.
How'd you get out of it?
I paid, and I was like, close your meeting yet? She went for the kiss,
Yeah, she went in for the kiss. Exactly what happened.
she went for the kiss, and I didn't have time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just looked at this and I didn't see it, and then I looked back. Oh, hey, well, great meeting you.
It was like a red document.
Yeah, it was a thumbs down for me. It was a thumbs down.
Wow. Drake, absolutely incredible. What size show did you get last time you were up? You got a big one. All right, well, there you go. Tariq Brown last time. Those sides make it all kinds of different shows, but small, medium, large, some are black, some are brown, like Tariq. Okay, so things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, wow. This has been such a poncho. Mario, Robert Carroll, and Tariq. I'm going to say none of them really knocked it out of the ballpark.
I disagree. It's my favorite.
I'm going to bring up one of our unbelievable regulars, ladies and gentlemen, to sage the room. He is fucking fantastic. Make some noise for the great and powerful, the dark storm of Atlanta. This is Cedric Flynn, everybody.
I hate Waymos. And I think all the reason that we got these little self-driving ass cars in Boston is because there's not enough black people to go. I hate these little self-driving ass cars because they don't leave the human factor in there. Because if I'm drunk and I'm going home, who's gonna wake me up in the Waymo? When you get drunk and you get into an Uber, the Uber driver wakes you up and they so, hey sir, you know who wakes you up in a Waymo? The Tempe police in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where I went to sleep in a Waymo. And these niggas were nice or kind at all. Take it from one example. One time, because I'm a heavy sleeper, that's why they was mad at me about waking me up in a Waymo. Because they could wake me up in 30 minutes. One lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mom. Nigga, I was up. Nigga, I woke up immediately. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started cleaning because, like, when I was a kid, if your mama started whooping your siblings and you cleaning, she not gonna whoop your ass too. And so I woke up to start doing push-ups, cleaning, and then she was like, hi, daddy, let it. And the next day, I would go to that same Uber lady place and then cut her grass and then wash her car. That's my time. They got to do that plan.
2 minutes of material, tons of punchlines throughout, cleansing the room of the debacle of the past 4 fucking goals. What are you apologizing for?
Looking for you.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Great work, didn't you? That really happened, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
It sounds real.
I texted the Instagram the night after that. I apologized to the police. And I was so scared the whole time. Because, like, when you're drunk and they wake you up, you're still lying. When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like, I'll be fine. I'll just call Joe Rogan.
That's right. Tempe police love Joe Rogan.
They do. They told me that when they were walking me to the Omnis where I was. I just did a sold out show. I felt so bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the police, to the 2 officers, and I don't know y'all name. And the Instagram asked for that, so they said, what officer
told you I was drunk. This is amazing. That is incredible. I never really thought about that. Falling asleep in a wave has been real. I heard that they start playing music. I don't know. Let's look through that too. They don't have good music. That's what fucked me up. Because I had went I was leaving Rochester, New York, and then I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that, did 2 hours in Tempe, Arizona, and I was expecting to see my grandma. My grandma was down there right now, and she lives in Tempe, and so I didn't know until after the show, so I got drunk, and I started hanging out, and I was starting getting sad, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna leave. And then I got in the Waymo, and the Waymo, they have suggestions for music, but none of them are good. Music that you listen to. Dr. Phil music. Vertical Horizon. Sure. I know I'm losing out trying to play with them. So I had Mark Twain. Maybe next time we'll around that way we can catch the exercise. Or not. We can just let the music be right play. Is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo? If you needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo, is our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick? Too Short. What Too Short song again? What you? I go on and on. Can't you understand how that so long? I might have some last 203 days now. As long as we can come up with copyright strike, so we get it. Yeah, nigga, you can bring me out the grave, nigga. You fight too short, nigga. I be bouncing. How about they should have a hit playlist to wake me up. I'm living. Knocking on the window. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We go to sleep to gunshots, nigga. That's not. You think Fonzie Sanchez listens to Too Short as well? You live in Atlanta too, huh? Yeah, I was in Arizona. I thought he was in Atlanta for a while. Hey, Atlanta, this nigga's a liar. That would be a great sketch on the Practical Jokers. Just you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. Do you have an extra wallet? To the guy walking towards you right now. No, but I'm about to, motherfucker.
Thick boy squad, thick boy nation.
Yes, sir. We're back. Second time this week, fam. That's right. Chop Show is twice a week, 3 times a week. If you can't have any questions on Sunday, what's poppin'? How's everybody doing? Boy, here, voice is a little scratchy. Sweet. Scratchy. First of all, all good. No letting down. I'm doing all right. I'm excited. Excited to hear UFC's meet. So this weekend, Saturday, the Impact title is on the line. Yes, they got another title, but really the two most loved fighters. You know, everybody doesn't like Anatoly Jones for your loving graphic cards. Two of the friendliest, most kind-hearted badasses on the roster. Toe to toe. It's a rematch. You should just throw up that first fight out there because they were youngsters. And these boys got all the miles on them, all the experience. And that first fight, you're not going to take a lot of this movement if you're trying to make a prediction on the Saturdays. And it's kind of a wash. You don't know who might come back. There's not a lot of takeaways from them. They've matured and changed so much. Here's a question for the fans out there. How long have they been champions? There it is. 15. That was the that was on the trophy level. We had like it was original figurines, but I don't know if I've ever seen watching it's really a lot of years ago. Here's my question for you guys out there. For those of you hardcores, those of you that have been in the sport for a while, what would you grade this as a this was a pay-per-view? So now I can't say pay-per-view, like it's not pay-per-view in the United States. I guess in Australia it's a pay-per-view on October, so that's not important. But for the channel fan, what grade would you give this pay-per-view? I'm gonna get well done production. Basically just fight night plus. That's what this is. This is a fight night plus. This is this is a fight night plus. Your main event is worth it. Outside of that, it's it'd be a big fight night plus. C++. Particularly the main event is C-. The main event, I'll give this like B minus. Go ahead, question. B minus. Then you got the co-event, give that a B. It's just like a cost. What type of rating would you give it?
White House main event. Announcement this week.
I'll announce the whole card this week. This one's done. Yeah, the card's done. We've been so secretive about this, so I love the board for make sure you've seen hanging in our war room. This isn't even on the board. We bring in the white world board, we write the fights down, then we erase them. Every time we have a matchmaking meeting. Usually matchmaking meetings are every Tuesday, and every day for the last 2.5 weeks.
Is Conor McGregor going to be on that card? Being out of house, yes. Are we getting it? Do we fight this one? Conor's on there. Last week about like how many subs Rothschild'S needs to sell to actually make this money. They've got big fights in their back pocket. They have big fights. I gotta be honest, like there's a part of me that's like I'm unsure if this regime, all I keep hearing about is the UFC has been more disorganized. This is what everyone's telling me. I've been checking in along the way. What's going on with this? What's going on with this? Why are they announcing Miami so late? What's going on with that? You know what I mean? By now, historically, we would know what's the main event for May by now, let alone April 11th. And there's a part of me that wonders, look at the stuff that Ronda said. You know, like you would think, like, Ronda, why wouldn't you take Ronda Rousey back? You're telling me Ronda Rousey doesn't have a few more subs. You know what I mean? Against Gina or not, why wouldn't you take her back? And so there's a part of me that is worried that this regime, like, can they close the deal? Can they make the big fights happen? Will they close the deal with John and Alex? Will they close the deal with Conor McGregor? Will they close the deal on some of these big fights? They're really, like, he's ready to go, it seems, right? That was my impression from the stream he did on Friday. Can they close these big fights? When was the last mega fight that they closed for us? When was the last mega fight?
But can I ask you, Ronda's thing, how like it's not believable to you that they could be just trying to put on the changes events as far as she's concerned, with not wanting to spend money to maximize their profit. Like, do you believe that's real in 2026? Having just signed this fireman deal, or does that seem too far fetched?
It does not. It does not. Another thing with that is, especially the Rothschild'S card, I agree with you. It's going to be a little out of doubt in previous years. Outside that,
Yes, I don't know. You used our platform and now they got 30 games out there. Two weeks later, somewhere else, that ain't happening. It's like, all right, I'm doing this. It's just a brand like that. That was like the topic of the entire week. And this is Georgia. This is
Just state that Armin thinks I won't fight him. I won't fight him anywhere, anytime. Let's make it make sense. Let's get an organization to cover it, and I'll fight him. Maybe we have to call it sparring because of his contract with the UFC, but I'm down to do that. Okay, well, I appreciate you bringing that up because I do want to play this just for the record. Here's what you have to say about a potential fight with you. Here's on. They want to remind me of the fight in the street. You know better than me much. Okay, so I don't want to fight in the place style wrestling. If you want to fight, we can fight anywhere. We can't come to Newport. We can't fight on the set, on the beach. Yeah, but he never do that because he knows like once they get to knock him out, he said I'll never do it. He never invited me. Where's my invite? Let's get an organization to cover it. Let's make it make sense. I'm 100% down. I didn't get any space to do it. I want to
yeah, it's just something that I'm chasing. I'm chasing. It's not happening. Very situation. He also said something like, he doesn't know how hard it is, something about how hard it is, but that much was good. That's like, you're talking about work. This is also part of the show.
When was that? I think so. I already talked to Rothschild'S. When was that? A couple weeks ago. He got a couple of options. We helped with what? Like, idol fights, like, just fights. I don't know. We'll see how it's playing out. When you say title fight, you mean like lightweight title fight or EMF title? Any title fight. You're getting anything you want. No, I gave our point in front of them. Wow. What's the most appealing option that they gave you? For the 155 title, like in September. Would that be after Justin or before Justin? After Justin. Okay. You want to wait that long? I'm just doing like wrestling.
It's after Justin. Get that out of the way. Justin gets his feet, gets his body. He's on the right. The new ones. He gets his leg. That's on his mouth. It's great. I was trying to how long he plays. Just a quick last race. On the set, actually, as soon as you had that scuffle with Lewis, I can never see like having a scuffle with Georgia. Hamza called him saying, I'm going to go down there and battle him out to Philippines. Here I am. I got it's like, by the time you're here, it's about to get on. I do love that place. This was also kind of weird. So suddenly the rankings started shifting. Colby Covington moved up one rank, and then there's more to Derek Lewis moved up 3 spots. Random points and beating the rankings. All the rankings are big. Just one error, just true. It's just not right. It's just it can be. I don't know who's voting for these. I don't know how they're doing it. It's hard to even take it serious. And all the rankings have done. Like, it was a better time in the UFC when fighters were getting high behind rankings. She's high, they kept on good fights because these are just examples of fighters. So let's say Steve Erson was 11, Charles Johnson was 12, 13. He's like, no, I'm going to try to rank higher.
Back in the day, before you could make games, not much stuff. Bad guys, dude was good. Bad thoughts in the weekend. Now guys can hide behind turn down lights. That's the issue. There's no there's no curriculum. It's just the champ. Yeah, I wonder if they're just doing it. Maybe maybe realized it was updating it like on the fly. It just came out with oh shit, you're gonna wait till chat GPT takes considerations with this character and lost a lot of culture. So somebody lost it. Got to about how long it's insane. Right. This is kind of funny. So actually, obviously, it's doing this constant face off with the to promote the fight. He's gonna have to face off with anyways. This is why actually comes to
We gotta do all that face off, that Paramount face off with each other now. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why. I'm gonna be facing up with this guy for like 3, 4 times before the actual fight now. That's no work for it.
so it's not awkward at all. It's just again, so what you get, fighters face off. This takes time. That's it. It's just like the same so when you're doing, you would have to do like weigh-ins. Actual fighters, sometimes just weigh those points. That's an opportunity. Obviously, national fighter, the national games, that's just does it. Watkins, I'm saying national fight. Yes, if you want to touch on, yeah, yeah, this is so. It's also tax.
Someone tried to do the enemy point. I'm like, like, listen, what the hell you did to this boy? You ruined it. And I'm like, bro, he's over here only. But they want that iconic moment, but they don't really want that song. I want to do it, right? Like, I see my think you would. But you would. Great champion. And you would take my brother. You would. It's different because if I'm going to point down, I got to stand my ground. I can't back up. I got to think. So you did say it, DJ. You're smart enough for 2 seconds of the movie and being there through. I'm smart enough to say something not and leading to the best like you to do it. But do you have to transcend that? Like when people see that, the first thing that comes to their mind is Max Holloway. This is when you know you've done that. When you see your opponent training for that moment, yeah, how crazy is that? That's pretty funny. Crazy. It's like that's when you know you transcend the sport.
That's why I would have been on this fight because I can see Charles Oliveira doing that like early on. Point where we fight him, like you can see he's on the wild. He's like Cowboy. He's like Cowboy. So you can see him right now. Like the first 30 seconds, he has me like right out the out here. How much you do it? So you can would you, I would want that time. Would you want that? That's more exciting. Yeah, I really care about that. So what are you talking about? So this
Are you going to be fighting at the White House?
so I am in negotiations with the Open Fighting Championship about either the White House or there or thereabouts. So from the short, the right over where it's on.
Why is 6 afraid of 7?
Why is 6 in Vegas? I don't know. Why is 6 afraid of Vegas?
Because 7, 8, 9.
Awesome. All my recruiting towards Joe Lee and his fight. I think this is like the last of the June. He's in a fight in June. The White House and the National Life. This was like using this Morales is trash. It's not being like this. It's just you never seen this. Especially since Charles became this guy that we didn't see before. He went from like quote unquote queer to this guy that was a generation. This is awesome. So this is what Matt said. He's been D'Angelo was in best case scenario for this one. Yeah, I don't want to see either. She actually made the Gail King show. She represented she was awesome.
What do you say about the Windsor show? When Dana White was here for the first time, the very first time, about maybe just maybe I can come. I don't like seeing people get hit. I mean, I would go back to the okay. So I want to personally invite you to any event. I will come and sit and you. Tell me why this is so fantastic. I mean, how have to reframe your mind, okay? We use the word violent a lot. Obviously, it's a very full contact. And it sounds very violent. Okay, go ahead. Violence is when one person does not want to be there. Okay? And when you see every single time, there is no place these guys look at. They both want to be there. They both want to be there. And that's why no matter how hard the fight is, play the fight like, but you have fought long afterward, but you have fought. Doesn't it hurt? You don't feel it in the moment. You don't feel it the next day, but you really don't feel it. It's such a little bit in this is why I love you. You're she's so trying. She's so awesome. She's such a I know. We really go in this thing. That's why we go into the just way a lot of people get to alright, so this is actually it was right now so we have a longer song tonight. Up to on time. This history. Maybe like this is Alright, let's do it, man. Questions. I see all of us in those who are trying to get the majority of them today. Every Tuesday, so all of us I get good. Let's get good. This is not unfortunate. Who's the best hangout of all your training? Best hangout. Best hangout out of all the guys that are training. Donald Cerrone is definitely up there. Donald, that was awesome. That was a wild Carmen didn't go out to good one.
This one has a lot of contenders as well. Some of these kind of slides. It's almost usable. So I they both aside fight each division. But this super fight it's definitely good stuff. This makes sense. If you want to jump to the super fight, that's going to be about 3 hours again. As far as the matchup, there's a hype up. This one's a big dude. This one's a big dude. Those two got 7 non-issue games. But his size are really good. His grappling is an issue. But then I would still leave him as a instructor or out. But I would slightly elevate this opportunity on the side. You can watch his movements and relax. He looks so tiny compared to this. His arms are huge. Over 72. Fans are usually a few years ago. Like to catch up. Question is, do you think they were saving the winner of this weekend? Also, huge fan of I think so. I don't know, man. Just because they lost. Just because they lost. Because they're bad at life. So that's a great fight. I wouldn't count JD out. Just I think they're going to be reckless. AJ is super. JD was such a so I really as far as the winner of this weekend's fight, the title, McGregor, maybe they need to do something like that, though. Definitely give McGregor another legend titles. That's why should be doesn't make sense. And I really like the champion. Jordan Chess sucks. I waited 2 years and I was like, nah. Look at the level. Jordan Chess is a great fight. So Connor, the winner, who is the champion right now? I'm trying to figure out that question. My question for you always is, what up, Jay? He's exciting. Glad to try something new. I think it's simplified. I think they UFCs has become too many events. So they're usually special. Specials. These pay-per-views that events are stacked with now they've watered down so much of it. All these micros in your mind, you just can't even feel like water still keep up with it, which is tough. So it might come to your point. The best life to aspects of everybody gets it now. Everybody is more special. You take it. It's a watch you take it, but you're not going to go out and watch it. That's the issue. It's oversaturated. It's so many arms. And that's the issue. This is Aaron Dobbs, buddy. incentive to give you that back on it. They need it because when you go through if you can play and have a luxury numbers, because the money's still coming in. But I also want to take into account the futures of because since you're already over $7 billion, like out of the when you're apparently like the merchandising or the gates, it's still there, so that's like points on live game, which is like it, that's what first left. Life underscore real underscore life underscore fitness. Am I the only one that's limited on fitness income? Yeah, that's true. I get it. Like a college and just specialize in I know I would like to see naturally under that tip. I can definitely understand that. I like to see kids who like to see Yeah, I think they listen to rankings. Again, it's a lot of money behind that number. I was like that. My understanding is now should be like 5 or even to number 4, 15. I like that. Those kids are excitement. Fighter to maintain a real kind of shot. Fighter to like type of shot. Kids are fighting stop like stars. So I can think of kind of that. That's an excitement. It's a slow build. So there's a reason why the Dodgers are TV more than the Marlins. The Yankees, the Stars, the Seas. So that's a tough roster, right? TV to John Bush, that's what it's going to be. One area, cut a lot of it last night. Almost there's a reason the last time Ash and tattoos. St. John versus Proton gets done at the White House or at the hall. Not stop it. I think it's not. I think it's the only thing they can do. Promise the investors the Carnival. Which I do think that's definitely something. The only hiccup with all this is getting John McCree because his time right and the money. So that's good. It's really good up. That's why we haven't got announcement. So it's coming to be Saturday. That's it. All right, Jets. Thank you so much. Yeah, love for the show. If you have questions, keep sending them. I post them on my Instagram stories. You guys need the show. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Enjoy the fights on Saturday. We'll have the whole question show up on Sunday. And I will see you guys next Tuesday. Love you. Enjoy the fights. Enjoy the White House Guard announcement. I'm sure I'll have a reaction to it. So tune in. All right. We go to Florida. The first team he plays all black.
Oh, we gotta find him. Oh, there's gotta be black too.
travel, to make money, to pay for the house, to pay for all the Amazon packages that your wife gets sent to the house. You have to worry about the kids' school. You have to worry about these are things that Amazon. You never cannot worry about your career, your life, and your family. That's the state of being a man. What's it called? It's a French-derived term for profound, omnipotent, existential listlessness, or no, this is not what I meant. Like, you understand? I see. No, yeah. I just feel like stressed. Like I just want everything. I'm doing too much. Yeah, it's like, but you ever feel like it's doing too much because you feel like you have to make sure things are okay all the time. I think that's just the state of life that you're like, breadwinner, and that's the thing you break. All you get a break from is sometimes it's overwhelming. Sometimes it's just shit on all the time. So it's like, oh, fuck, it's like, this is too big. I wish it was that simple. I know, right? Yeah, dude, I know, I get it, man. You know what, though? It's like, oh, I heard this tip. When you're feeling like this kind of stuff, what you do is you make it a character. Oh, no. Yeah. You know what? I'm getting shit all the time. You make that guy that feels this way, then you have more control over it. It's nothing for a crazy person. I'm Jason Statham. Still here. You guys are right. It's just you gotta make it. I have to act like I have to not be okay. It's too much pressure. I have to. Oh, let me see. So I just one. I was usually none, but the thing is that doesn't fix it. Yeah, you know what I mean? That just makes it so you don't have to feel that kind of thing. And then it's like, oh man, it's I hope everybody's happy around me. Because I was like, man, did you see trigger? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I was on something, an anniversary or something. I was having a plane coming back, and I was just like, I guess on that flight, I guess I can't ever stop. You know what I mean? I'll just like this. I'll be sure. That's all. You just think you're making this all about me. Well, it's weird though, because I love my job. And experiencing part of the job that sucks. Right? Being away from your family, the travel, the security, all that nonsense makes us go, this sucks. So that means when you're on stage or about to walk out and they say your name and that crowd goes crazy, that's the moment you have to go, I first. You know what I'm saying? I do, like, yeah, just forget about it. In that moment, it's like sometimes the dread and the things that you're feeling in that moment is so overwhelming. Because one, also, it was an early flight, you're tired, it's last time you had worked out, you have that morning. I mean, there's so many different factors that it's not just like this, like, it's not really dread so much as like there's some exterior thing that's making and a lot of people don't realize how much they do. Sometimes just having too much sugar can make you feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying? I guess. I don't know. It's just the way things go, I guess. It's just, no, yeah. Well, don't say you do. I do, but there's certain parts of times in the month that I can't feel them. You know what I mean? Like I feel, I can't get out of that feeling. You have your, this is your birthday. You have to hear me. And you got feelings. God's real emotional feelings. I get it, man. I'm just trying to, like, no. I appreciate what you're saying, man. I just do think there's a state of, you know, society has spent so much time in the last 5 or 6 years, like just making being a man bad.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah, I mean,
Just the society in general right now. It's just like, if you're a man, you're bad, you're toxic, you're all this good stuff. And it's just like, nah. It's like, no, it's okay to be the better. It's okay to, like, take care of your family. It's okay to, like, support your wife and whatever she wants to do. If she wants to stay home, that's not a bad thing. It's okay to, you're just making sure things are okay. For me, it's like, I think that it's important. You want to, the great thing, you want your wife to be able to fly, whatever the hell she wants. There's something about that security that you give her that I think is like a great thing. And you stress out about that sometimes. Even if you complain, even if you're like, your box is good enough. But there's something that happens. Yes.
To your point, Chris, these bitches on social media are like, it's independent. And also, okay, bitch, you're 50 without kids. Okay, cool, bitch. Cool. Meanwhile, your wives are all happy as fuck. Taking moms and raising kids. Like, that's a tough fucking gig. But then that bitch on the internet's like, it's independent. And always fucking sarcasm.
I love watching people stuff. Actually, you get caught in the negative algorithm. I think sometimes you get, like, I started looking at coffee. For some reason, I'm looking at different coffee machines. And my Instagram knows. Now, all of a sudden, it's like, here's how you make a good latte. Like, oh, wow. Same thing with this kind of stuff. So you start watching. I love watching the videos of these really good coffee. Like, when the engine light comes on, I need a fan. I'm so tired of being independent. I just need a man to just take care of this, and you start seeing those, you go, oh, you know what? There are a lot of like-minded women out there. Yeah, you're not seeing that. For some reason, it knows you're going to see the opposite. That's what sucks.
The majority of women want fucking guy to hold you down so they focus on the family. The majority.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, they're gonna come crazy bitches around and then usually
See, that you don't have a family, just like being taken care of. That's okay too. I'm not talking about. I'm saying I think it's okay also if you got a job and you do your thing. You still want a man in your life to, like, take me out on Wednesday.
Also, quit your job and raise a family.
So maybe this is before I is not together. Maybe it's a dating period. You should be right. That says no. Because if your friend thinks you meet a chick and the moment you meet her, she got to quit her job.
He just thinks women should be wandering around, not working. They don't want ridiculous. They should be in the kitchen. Just kidding. Seriously.
You cook that food off? No, you never will.
I grill with the best.
I'll make nice food. Wow. I mean, well, it's more, but that's more of like a, all right, we're going to Super Bowl Sunday.
I'm saying, it's 3 nights a week.
Oh, is it? Oh, glad you did.
Chicken, steak.
And you cook a lot. And you cook a lot. You provide cooking for the family. Also, I think that's also happens when you're culturally different. Like, at a certain point, you're just like, I don't want to have Mexican food. It's like, how many enchilada dishes are we going to have in this country?
That's all along in the free casseroles. Free casserole.
I make only rice and beef. Chicken,
Do the kids eat that, Chris?
yeah, sometimes, salmon. They love salmon. We got the fully on saffron. Yeah. It's so funny. We didn't realize how funny he was saying. We don't know if he's saying rice or fries. Because he says rice. Rice. He's an artist. Rice. That's what you're about. He likes dinosaurs now, so you can't say food. He said it just like that too. Like very emphasized. So I know what you're saying. Sometimes you don't know what they want. So what are you asking for right now? Easy. The other day ate two hamburgers. Yeah. Two here. Get this chicken off.
I got to keep talking like a fucking straight line. He'll get fucking fat.
Alright, you know,
Shit.
that's not Jesus. I have to go out there. I have to go out there for a so I gotta make sure that I don't know. I was always when I was a kid I was always so it's like I don't know. Like I said, we went to the doctor a few weeks ago and he said he got his weight, you know, percentile was taller, he's in the 60th percentile of weight. So, wow.
Basketball player,
So,
here we come.
you know, but I think wrong. I got soccer next, I got basketball, I got football.
Because your kids have no sports, you just football. You have nothing. Just not into it. You weren't either, right?
I did it, but I don't know if I did it at 6 and 5.
Just do the combinations towards it. Like, oh, I guess I gotta do this. Everybody's doing it. For me, I think Wolf likes football because I watch it. Right.
I mean, all they want to do is make us laugh. That's all they ever want to do.
It's different. Just different. That's fun.
But yeah, but sometimes I'm like, Calvin now. So like, because he tried to put him in baseball a little bit, just like,
Is that part of his thing? Yeah, they should have approached him.
oh yeah.
At the Super Bowl, like at Super Bowl parties, all the kids are like tackle football, which is great. This one kid, he's a big kid too. He's very long. Just like, oh my god. Yeah, like you now. I don't have football. It's like, oh man, I'm like, what are you doing? I was like,
Especially if you want to expose him.
Because this is a big conversation. I have a buddy. He started. My mom is a consultant. She is not good at whatever the environment she was in. Escaping, whatever. Okay, so she tried to. She wanted to do it. And she like forced me. And I know that I didn't continue with it now because of that. I wish I was that. Right. I wish I look back now. I wish I had that too. So I have a friend of mine. He's firmly in my he's like, I'm leaving course. You gotta make a good stuff what do you call it? Follow through and see what happens afterwards. And I was like, just see what they want. But where you guys land?
He signed up for it. He signed up for it.
Yeah, if he wants to,
Yes. You got to follow through.
right.
But if I go to your friend for years, I won't play football. I'm not going to force him to play.
Right.
If you sign, if you don't sign it and I pay for it, and you're in and he's banking on you, you're going to actually see.
I agree.
Let's take a moment. Watch